What is up, YouTube, Facebook, Twitter, Twitch, Apple, Spotify, and everyone tuned in on the Texas Sports Unfiltered app? Welcome in to another edition of Bucky and BK live on Texas Sports Unfiltered and on the free TSU app. Today is Thursday, October 9th, 2025, and OU still
sucks.
Yes, they do.
Really bad.
Really, really bad. Our first buck off of the day goes to the Oklahoma Sooners.
Buck off to OU. Glad they got air conditioning.
Glad they got air conditioning. We're talking plenty of Texas OU throughout today's show. Tyler McComas of The Ref in Norman, Oklahoma will join us at 8 o'clock. We'll go behind enemy lines to talk about the Sooners. Our man Lee Sterling from ParamountSports.com will join us at 8:40 to give his pick for Texas OU and all of the other big college and NFL action all weekend long.
He was 4-1 again last week. He's on a heater.
4-1 again last week. He's on a heater. We've got the latest injury reports from Texas OU. We've got the latest surrounding Bill Belichick at North Carolina. And start spread in the news. The New York Yankees are out.
They're playing golf today, making tee times.
Surprised the Buck is with us after his team got bounced by the Toronto Blue Jays in Game 4 of the ALDS. A lot to get into today in the world of sports and beyond. We appreciate y'all starting your Thursdays with us. Outside of the Yankees, how are you, my man?
Good, man. Ready to rock and roll, ready for the weekend.
Yeah.
Weekend kind of starts today.
Driving up after the show?
Oh, yeah.
281?
I haven't made the decision yet. The last time I went I-35, it was pretty calm going through it. I didn't really have any problems near that Waco area. That's all kind of cleared up now. It's just if you go too early, you're still catching that morning, If you get out there at 10 o'clock, that's still kind of early. I'll go to Mopac and all the way up to Round Rock. And then from that point on, everything should be kind of cool. I don't know if I want to go up to Hootersville, up 281. I don't know if I want to do that. I want to get moving. I want to be able to go 80, 85, 90 miles an hour.
Hootersville, is that a place?
Yeah, there's such thing as Hootersville, yeah.
I'm very intrigued by what that city consists of.
Hootersville was, I think, Arnold Ziffel, the pig. That was Petticoat Junction, I think, was Hootersville.
Colonel Syphilis?
No. That was Green Acres was Green Acres, but I think Arnold Ziffel, the pig, was, am I correct on that, Oles?
This is from like a TV show or something?
Petticoat Junction, yeah. Petticoat Junction, I think, may have been Hootersville.
Oh, great bit, calling a town Hootersville in an old TV show. They knew what they were doing.
They did. They had some really pretty ladies in that back in that day.
Yeah, I would love to go to Hootersville and see what.
I bet you would.
Oh, my gosh, wouldn't we all? What a way to start a Thursday that would be, huh?
Yeah, no kidding.
And it's already the best weekend of the year, but you're telling me I get to take a trip to Hootersville on my way up to Dallas for Texas OU? Come on.
No, I'm not going. I don't know if I'm going the back way.
A lot of honking going on in Hootersville, right?
Sometimes it tells me sometimes you just make a decision on don't do it this time, or you don't have something happen, school bus, and you're stuck up on a 2-laner, and then they tell me to go in some direction, and I don't make it back to the direction I need to go to. So I don't need to be making any mistakes out there in the country.
Now, you refuse to use a GPS. You're all up here with how
it's Siri gives me a good deal. She and I are on good terms.
Oh, okay. I thought you were all up here. I didn't realize you were using the phone.
No. I use her to go. I just don't use the Waze, for when there's there's an accident up here, take this diversion. I don't do those.
Okay.
I sit in the line with the other fools.
Yeah, that's a mistake by you.
And I'm thinking if I go 35, though, I may run into, or he may run into me, OU Mark. So,
oh God, we haven't seen or heard
he just
from
celebrated
OU Mark.
Just celebrated a birthday. I think he sent me something last week.
Where is he? It's Texas OU week. Why isn't he in here stirring the pot with our Texas fans?
I know, boy. I had plenty of wonderful trips with OU Mark up to Dallas, or him taking the access roads all the way back because he wasn't allowed, if he got pulled over on the main highway, he'd go to jail. So he took the access road all the way back from Dallas once.
Why? Because he was boozing so hard, or
Oh, if he just, he wanted to drive his car, but that was the only way he could drive his car, by being on that. Because if he got pulled over on the highway, he was going to be in trouble.
see warrants out for his arrest?
Oh, yeah. Can you imagine coming home the whole way like that?
No. I mean, sometimes it feels like that, right? If you go Sunday in the middle of the day and you make that drive back from Dallas to Austin, it feels like you're taking feeder roads the whole time because you ain't
Can you
going.
imagine? That is awful. That took him like 5.5 hours.
God bless it. Oh, man. Well, we're excited. We'll both be making the trek up this afternoon. We've got a couple of fun live broadcasts. We hope you can join us tomorrow afternoon from 3 to 6. We will be at Harwood Tavern in downtown Dallas for our annual Red River Roundtable. Bucky and I will be there. Chip and Zay will be there. Matt will be there. The crew from SEC Unfiltered will be stopping by. We're going to have a bunch of hosts chopping it up. There will be plenty of cold drinks and good food and good times had by all. So hope to see all of you people there tomorrow afternoon in Dallas. And then Saturday before the game, our annual Texas OU pregame live from the State Fair of Texas outside the Embarcadero, very close to the Cotton Bowl, inside the fairgrounds. We'll be there starting at 11:30. We'll be talking all things Red River and, of course, chopping it up with some OU fans walking by as well.
We got Crybaby Mason going with us.
Crybaby Mason will be making the trek with
This
us.
is going to be hard. This game is going to be hard on him, man.
Oh, yeah. This season has probably been hard.
Oh, a lot of tears.
A lot of tears. And hopefully there aren't a lot of tears for Texas fans. Hopefully they can find a way to get their season turned around. I mean, this game always feels big, but this year it feels bigger, especially for Texas. The Longhorns lose this one, it feels like the season starts to go down the drain. So we'll talk about all of it, but before we dive in, Buck, how about the soldier shout out?
Good morning to the soldiers at Fort Hood, Texas, the soldiers in the state of Texas, and all those that fight for us each and every day. Thank you very much for what you do. We do appreciate what you do. And to your families, thank them for sharing you with all of us. And to all of you, be careful out there, please. Have your head on a swivel.
Yes.
And all you folks driving today, anybody's driving over the weekend up there, please have your head on a swivel, headed up that way too.
No doubt. And the Metroplex will be a madhouse all weekend long. So be safe.
Look out for those old cars out there trying to do 100 on your way up there. You'll see them, those aggressive drivers of the Metroplex. I'm a little afraid of them with their beat up pickups and trying to go 90 miles an hour when that thing looks like it's ready to blow up and they're still flying down the highway on 30, because that's the way I go when I have to go to the track there. I'm always on 30, but I'm always seeing somebody, some beat up piece of shit that's going like, hey, you should be going 40. Why are you trying to go 90 with this? This thing is about to go off the track here.
Yeah, it's like a 98 Camry with 2 spare tires, and it's driving 120 in the left lane. It's like,
yeah, they never, they blew out the tire months ago and they never put a good one on. They still got the spare on there and they're going like 90. I'm like, come on, y'all.
Dallas drivers, they get after it a little bit.
They're a little aggressive. They are, and they're mean. They're mean folks. They don't like, like you kind of meld into something, like if you're coming around a little rotary or something. They're like, no, I'm going. Screw you. Forget timing this up. You're taking too long. They're pretty aggressive. I don't like, but I don't like them bully me. I don't like them bully me. I've gone up there for years, but I'm not to be bullied up there. I don't take that shit from those drivers up there.
Be careful.
But I see them bully their own people. Not going to bully me. That's not happening up there.
Be careful, Rashee Rice. We don't need any big accidents in Dallas,
No,
all right?
I only get bullied by the drivers that are here.
You do get bullied by the drivers that are here.
Yes, I let them go ahead and bully me.
And by Officer Peacock.
Yeah, that dude.
He whipped it out and started bullying you.
I went that way the other day through Lakeway, and I'm still cruising at the speed limit. I don't go like 2 miles over the limit there because I'm horrified of that regime.
Of the Lakeway PD.
Oh yeah, regime.
Oh my God. All right. So the biggest development in this Texas OU game since we last talked to the people. Buck, I guess we got a couple of them, but we'll start with the first injury report of the week. Of course, with this being an SEC game, both Texas and Oklahoma have to release injury reports Wednesday night, Thursday night, Friday nights, leading up to Saturday afternoon's kickoff. And the first injury report of the week dropped yesterday. And the biggest storyline, Oklahoma quarterback John Mateer listed as questionable.
Yeah.
No surprise.
No.
We played some sound from Brent Venables yesterday. He and everybody affiliated with the Oklahoma football program keeping their cards very close to the vest with how they are handling this. Oklahoma has been practicing inside all week, so nobody can see whether or not John Mateer is at practice, throwing the football, taking hits, whatever. But no surprise. I mean, Oklahoma, there's some definite gamesmanship going on here, and we're still in wait-and-see mode.
Yeah, I don't really care. I don't care as a fan. I like to see him play. I'm just saying he's a target when he gets out there. I mean, a legitimate, do it the right way, kind of, sorry your thumb got in the way of my helmet, or my shoulder pads kind of way. But that's pretty chancy, 17 days off of surgery on your throwing thumb.
Yeah.
Or area. Because we don't really quite, you haven't come up with, well, maybe Tyler will give us some indications. Maybe his group has more pull than your group has when it comes to injuries.
Well, it's definitely a thumb injury. I just don't know exactly what the surgery was, right? There are multiple kinds of surgeries that you could have on a thumb or any other part of your body. So
yeah, I just think if you've got a hairline fracture and things like that, it's like an ankle hairline fracture. You just tape that up and you play with it. You can't screw. If it's ligaments, that's what you got to be worried about. A guy's throwing hand. I can't imagine it being a ligament damage, because now you're just in 17 days, you're asking for more ligament damage, for a whole rest of the season. You got to be really careful. And I know the kid wants to play. I know the damn coach wants the kid to play.
The fact that John Mateer is even considering playing and Oklahoma is even considering playing John Mateer just shows you how seriously they take this game. I think Oklahoma could be playing Ole Miss this weekend. Ole Miss is a very good team. They're ranked in the top 5 right now. They're better than Texas right now. I think if OU was playing Ole Miss, John Mateer wouldn't be playing. I think Oklahoma cares about this game so much every single year. I mean, we talked about it yesterday, right? Bob Stoops spent the entire offseason and every week leading up to Red River doing a little bit of prep in practice for Texas OU.
Because he was expecting Texas, like everybody else, to be number 1 or number 2, probably even around this time of the year. Yes.
Yeah, it means a lot to both sides.
Yeah.
But it felt like in the Bob Stoops, Mac Brown era, especially early on, it meant a little bit more to Bob Stoops. And I mean, Oklahoma, it's funny because, this offseason, I was talking to a couple of Oklahoma people, did a couple of radio hits up there, whatever. And I was asked, what's the biggest game for Texas this year? And I said the game at Georgia, right? The game at Georgia. Georgia beat Texas twice last year. The only team in the conference to beat Texas. The Longhorns have to go there. They're looking for some revenge. And if you want to prove that you're really the top dog in this conference, that's the game you have to go win. And I think a lot of Longhorn fans would have agreed with me. You ask any Oklahoma fan any year what their biggest game is, it's always Texas. Always Texas.
But if you talk to the players, they understand what this game is. The fans may this or that, or media may, but to the players themselves, this game and the A&M game are so important. They playing Alabama, that's nice. Doing things with South Carolina, Mississippi State, Florida. This game means a lot to the players that actually play the game. This is huge for them.
Well, let's see it. Let's see some more pride from this Texas team.
I would agree.
Let's see some more fight from this Texas team. And let's not wait until we're down 10-0 before we start to see it, right? Texas fought hard and Arch Manning fought hard and they didn't just quit last week against Florida, but why did it take them so long to get into that football game?
Yeah, I never buy the whole, when Sark gives me the, I'm so proud of them for the way they fought. I don't really give a shit about that. How about starting out the way you're supposed to start out, that you didn't practice, you didn't start at the end of practice and go backwards when you practiced all week. You started to have to start out quick and still in pretty quick. They, once again, as I said about Arch, games at 2:30, that dude will wake up at 4:30 and it's late. But hey, nice effort though. But how about waking up at 2:30 when they kick off?
Right. Yeah,
If it
I just
needs,
don't.
let's go. Let's go. Like you said, play with some enthusiasm. The one year we went up there, last year they were excited. But the year before when they got beat, remember how they looked so lame and lackluster, and
Yeah.
how could you even show up for a game like that?
Yeah, right. Texas got punched in the mouth early. That's that 2023 game that you're referencing. Quinn Ewers had a couple of early turnovers, and then he bounced back and put together an incredible second half. And, Texas had a lead in that game with just over a minute to go before the defense just coughed it up, and Dylan Gabriel was able to do his thing. But like against this OU defense, you can't spot them an early 2-score lead.
Oh no, you can't catch up with these guys. No, they're going to be they're going to be in your backfield from the first series on. So you better get yourself some early plays that you can get on them in a hurry. While you're fresh, like coming out of the locker room, while you're fresh, you might as well try some big plays and some trick plays or whatever Sark has up his sleeve. You better use them early because they're not going to fall for it late. They're going to be living in your backfield in the fourth quarter.
Yeah, well, that's you don't want that to happen, right?
I don't see this team getting stronger like we've seen in the Florida game late in the game. They better come out and have the chasers have to be Oklahoma this week. Their offense has to chase with Texas playing good defense, because if Texas has to overcome a couple scores, in the late in the third and the beginning of the fourth, BK, I don't see it. I see Oklahoma saying we're going to put this group to rest.
Well, here's it's funny we're talking about this because Steve Sarkisian was asked about this on Monday, right? And this is in reference to the Florida game. He was asked, you guys had 2 weeks to prepare for Florida. Why did it take you guys so long to get going?
Really.
Where was the fight in the first half? Here was Sark's response to that on Monday.
It's always the age-old, challenge as a coach. You think you push all the right buttons all week. Nothing indicated to me that we weren't going to come out and play really good. From the first play, we have an opportunity to seize all the momentum in the game. It's a great hit by Grayson Littleton. The ball's on the ground. And I'm not saying that would have changed the whole outcome of the game, but man, we recover a fumble right there on the, whatever it is, 30 or so yard line going in. Maybe a different game. So you have to seize moments in games. You have to seize opportunities. And I thought we had some, and we had opportunities to seize some moments, and we didn't capitalize. We have a shot play to Emmett Mosley. We just miss. Protection's a little leaky. We have a double pass. We just miss. We have a fumble on the ground. We don't recover. And so, in really good teams play on the road, you got to capitalize on opportunities when we're there, and we just didn't. But again, like I said, the line of scrimmage was probably the more frustrating thing, and I take responsibility for that because, again, I felt really good about it going into the game. It just didn't come to fruition the way I had envisioned it. And so we've got to get back to the drawing board to make sure we're ready to go.
Yeah, I think when the end of the season comes, I hope that I'm not saying I don't think this coach and this coaching staff knew their players very well. Over the last 2 years, I think they've understood and they knew the guys that were playing for them. I don't think they know this group very well, BK. Like I said, and that goes to leadership from the player's standpoint. I don't think they know who really is. And they can name a couple on defense. Michael Taft's always going to be one. The other guys they don't stand out because they're not having great years. We're always wondering, where's Anthony Hill? He still needs to be. He's not doing a lot of what he did last year. Colin Simmons, what is he doing? Even some of these guys they're just getting here because there's so many of them that are coming onto the scene at Texas. We don't really know him, and I don't think he knows them. And offensively, I don't think they have any lead. I don't think they have one. They were hoping that the quarterback was going to be the one, and he struggled, and they were hoping that Trey was going to be one of the guys, Wisner, but he's been hurt. It's hard. They don't just pop up. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
With leadership, you have to have some success. You can't have a bunch of failures. You have to have some success. Who's had real success on this offense so far?
Right. Yeah, it's a great question, right? I don't know where the leadership comes from on offense, and I don't think they're playing with a lot of confidence, and I just don't think they're having a lot of fun out there right now.
I think they had it last year. Quinn Ewers had, he had built – it took him a couple years to do it, but he was a leader last year. Hell, their wide receivers were just incredible. The tight end was a leader. You know, the left tackle was a leader. The center was, I mean, you could name
Yeah.
6 or 7 guys on the offense line. I don't even know if you can name one right now.
Yeah.
I mean, who is that guy? Everybody's so inconsistent. And for me, it's almost like, Coach, you need to know who that is. That's stuff you get done before the season starts. You know, but it also starts when you have success. And if your group is having a bunch of penalties and failures and you can't quite get it together in game 5 or 6, that's going to be tough. So in this particular game, heroes and goats are made in this game. Which one do you want to be? You know?
You're talking about bad goats, not greatest of all time goats.
No, I'm talking about bad goats. You can become a really bad goat in this game.
Sure.
Or you can become a hero in this game that will live in the lore of Texas no matter what the season, no matter what the outcome is. If you have an unbelievable game in this game, they will always remember it. They won't even remember if you won or lost. They'll say, oh my God, a guy rushed for 175 yards in a year that we sucked. Let's buy him a drink. I mean, they remember these things. But you throw 3 or 4 picks in this game, they'll never forget.
Yeah. Oh, it's a legacy game. There's no doubt about it. And it's a legacy game for everybody involved. And it definitely is for Arch Manning. I mean, we've seen some of the headlines and stories that have come out about him since that Florida game. And he's got a chance against what has been statistically the best defense in the country to reverse course and change the narrative.
Yeah. And I just wish that he had a chance with this line. Yeah. I just don't know how much success you can have because of this line. I don't know if you can fix it in a week. Now, you're talking about a miraculous coaching job, BK. If these guys all of a sudden protect like a mother and he has just limited pressures, yeah. I think this is an all-day – I think this is – we can't call this a SART game. Coach, early in this football game, you need to hit on plays. You and your quarterback need to talk about what we can protect. If we have to max protect and get Wingo down the field where he can actually catch the ball if it hits him, you're going to have to – there's going to be some max protection where guys aren't getting out of the backfield. But then again, I watched the running backs last week, and the secondary guys from Florida rolled them into the quarterback.
Yeah, well, they tried a lot of max protect last week against Florida. The problem is their tight ends can't block either, so it's just more turnstiles. Instead of having more
guys dropping in coverage.
Yeah, instead of having 5 guys O-laying defenders to the quarterback, now you have 7 guys O-laying defenders to the quarterback, or 8 guys giving them a free run. So here's what I think Texas needs to do, because they can't just hope that the offensive line is going to be a lot better.
That won't work this week. That hope deal won't work. You're right.
No. One thing, a huge problem with Texas's game plan, and some of this falls on Arch Manning, I think, for holding the ball too long, but I think more of this falls on Steve Sarkisian and just the offensive philosophy that he has typically had during his Texas tenure. I saw this stat. Arch Manning's average depth of target on his passing attempts against Florida, 20.4. That means his average throw downfield went 20.4 yards. Buck, that is the longest average depth of target for any quarterback in America this season.
With that offensive line, I mean, you got to know what kind of line you got. You can't be doing that.
Exactly. He was holding on to the ball on an average for more than 3.3 seconds against Florida. And look, some of that is inflated because Texas was down a couple of scores in the fourth quarter. And when you're down trying to get back into a game, you're going to take some chunk shots down the field. I get it. But still, the highest distance of target of any quarterback in America this season behind this offensive line, that is insane.
I've never gone into a game where I said you got to try to run the ball, but I'm not wasting very much time at that this week.
No, I mean, I think, look, the biggest thing you have to change is you got to get your quick passing game going a little bit.
Yeah, not 1 yard slide routes to your tight end.
Well, what Texas did a lot with Quinn Ewers was RPO game. It was a lot of quick. It was a lot of get the ball out of his hands quickly.
And those balls were going for 6 and 7 yards down the field too.
And Quinn Ewers was very good at that, right? And look, Arch Manning is a great thrower of the deep ball. Steve Sarkisian knows that. He wants to take advantage of that. He wants to be a big part of his offense. And you look at the Alabama offense in 2020, in Steve Sarkisian's perfect world, he calls double moves, he calls long developing routes, and he could take his shots down the field because who doesn't love the long ball? Chicks dig the long ball. We all dig the long ball. But I'm not saying don't try any of those on Saturday. I just don't think you can make a living off of those on Saturday. You have to make life easier for yourself. And I think you do that with more short, quick game. We have not seen enough of that from Texas this year. I think
You're going to have to try to throw a screen. You're going to have to try to throw a screen to your backs. That's got to happen early because they're coming early. Because they're pinning their ears back. The minute there's a situation down in distance for them to come, it's not like they're dropping back in coverage. And like you said, they don't need a lot. They don't need any extra pressure from anybody except for the front four on this defense, right?
Oh, yeah. I mean, Florida was able to get pressure with just 4 this past weekend, and Oklahoma's defensive line is way better than Florida's. So, I mean, the book is out. All you got to do is rush forward and you twist and you stunt and you play games up front, and the Texas offensive line has no idea what they're doing. It blows my mind because some of these guys have been here for 3 or 4 years, and it's like they've never seen a twist or a stunt in their life. And Florida, they were doing a lot of pre-snap movement on the defensive line. We're like 2 seconds before the ball was snapped, you saw a couple of defensive linemen just kind of move a couple of steps to the side. And it just felt like the Texas offensive line was like, they look broken. They look like, oh my God, what do we do now? What do we do now? These guys are playing a different sport. And it's like, no, just block somebody. Block somebody. Do what you were going to do before. Don't why is this game?
They haven't moved that far away. That's still your guy.
It's still your guy. I don't know what the plays are. And Casey Studdard was on with Open Gym yesterday afternoon. And he's like, I don't know what the plays are, but it's like there are way too many missed assignments. He was saying that there are way too many missed assignments where guys are running into each other. Guys just aren't blocking anybody. And he's like, I don't have to know what the play is called to know that is not right. So they don't know what they're supposed to be doing.
Yeah, when the guy moves away from nose up and he moves 1 foot to the right, that's still your dude. They're not going to make you deviate from that guy and go two players over. That dude that just moved on your outside still belongs to you.
Right. Yeah, I don't think they're going to figure that out in 7 days' time. So you've got to go quick. If you want proof that it works, DJ Lagway against Texas, he got the ball out of his hands on an average of 2.33 seconds on every drop back. That was the 4th fastest time in America last week. You know how many sacks Texas had in that game against Florida?
Yeah, that's ridiculous too. Yeah,
0.
I got it. I like to see, and the other one, I like to see one of these young receivers get in the game and them have some confidence in somebody else. I think Emmett Mosley is going to be really big for them this week. They're going to go to him. And I think Oklahoma is seeing probably on film, hey, this guy's pretty good. This guy can catch too. So they're going to probably use him a lot. But so what? Use him a lot. He doesn't have to catch bombs. He can catch them at 8 yards, get into some of these zones and throw the ball to him, like you said, quick, sit in a spot, just get him the ball. He won't drop it. I think he's got the kind of hands that we've seen here over the last couple of years. But, Wingo's going to have to go deep. And if you got your shot to get it to him, go ahead and get it to him.
Oh, sure.
I want to spend a bunch of times in him with crossing routes because I know with those crossing routes, sometimes they were fireballed into him. They could be behind him, and he could flat out drop them.
I'm not saying don't go deep at all. You've got to take your deep shots against
early
this defense.
Because late, I'm telling you, late, that the heat is going to be on late. When you have to throw it this week, they're coming, like you said, and they don't have to bring a lot of pressure.
Yeah, of course. You got to take your deep shots, but you can't be throwing the ball on average 20 yards down the field. I mean, last week against Florida, Manning threw the ball 29 times. 13 of them targeted a receiver more than 20 yards down the field. That's 43.3%. That is unsustainable in the SEC. I don't care who your quarterback is. You can't get away with that. And remember, we talk about it a lot, Buck, screenplays. That's been a huge staple of Steve Sarkisian's offense, right? Throwing the ball at or behind the line of scrimmage.
Yes.
Arch Manning had 2 attempts at or behind the line of scrimmage. And this year, Manning's season total, only 20% of his pass attempts have been targeted at or behind the line of scrimmage. That is by far the lowest in the Steve Sarkisian era in Austin.
2 of those passes are probably to the tight end.
Right. So they're just they have to make life easier on themselves. I know what they want to do, but they just can't do it. Shorter, quicker pass plays. Buck, you can't go broke, and you don't go broke when you take a profit, right?
That's right.
So, again, take some shots.
My grandpappy told me that.
Who did?
My grandpappy told me that. Don't snub your nose at a profit.
Yeah.
ever.
Like you need to do whatever you can to negate the impact of the Oklahoma pass rush on this game. And on the other hand, you have to do whatever you can to help out your offensive line and to help out your quarterback. And to me, that's one of the best things. That's probably the best thing that you can do. And
And if you want to get your wide receiver going, go ahead and jet sweep his ass too. Wingo. Don't be hesitant early in the game when that group is all fired up. Get them going one way, and now they can run. It's not like they can't come back, but he can also run. I feel better when he's got it in his hands already than when he has to go catch it.
jet sweep his ass.
Yeah, man. Give him 2 or 3 of those in this game.
Yeah. If it works, first one works, do it again.
Oh yeah.
If the first one doesn't work, maybe don't do it again.
For sure.
Jet sweep his ass. New football term unlocked here on a Thursday.
Yeah, I'm not throwing 1-yard outs to the tight end. That tight end needs to go at least 6 or 7 yards down the field in a zone and fire it to him. Get him the ball. Throw one of your bullet passes that nobody can catch. I think this kid can catch.
I do too. I think
And
he's
we don't even talk about Moore anymore.
Yeah.
Is he still playing wide receiver?
Yeah, he had a really good game against Sam Houston. Now it's Sam Houston, and pretty much everybody had a really good game against them.
How did he do it against Florida? Did he catch any balls in that game?
DeAndre Moore was Texas's leading receiver in that game. 3 catches for 75 yards.
Boy,
He's your best quick pass. He's your best over the middle guy. Like I think Emmett Mosley can be that. I think Ryan Wingo can be a little bit of that. I think Parker Livingston can be that. But like we've seen for a couple of years now that DeAndre Moore can be a really good weapon over the middle and in short and intermediate passes. So
we do know one thing. If Niblett's in the game, the ball's going to him. If he comes in and they sneak him in the backfield, just follow him wherever he goes.
Yeah, that's pretty predictable right now.
Man.
I'm going to play this one bit of sound before we get to our first bit of sponsor shout-outs, only because it relates to exactly what we're talking about here. So Sark was asked about this on Monday. He's like, somebody asked, can you have more quick passes in your offense? And why has that not been a bigger part of things through the first 5 games?
Yeah, I think to Arch's defense, he can only do what's called, right? And so I definitely would not put that on him. I think we went into that game with a mindset of we wanted to attack them vertically down the field. We felt like that was where they were susceptible, and clearly they were. We hit a couple, we didn't hit some. We missed a couple. And every game's different in the approach of how we try to attack people. We had some opportunities for some more rhythmic, quicker throws. It didn't come to fruition the way we would have liked. But again, every week, every game's got its own formula for success for us of how we're going to try to attack an opponent. And the flow of the game, to your point, then dictates kind of where you start leaning into and where you start going. I thought Florida, to their credit, Ron Roberts is a great coach. They did a good job of understanding that was where we probably needed to go, and then tried to take that away from us and made that aspect of our game difficult and forced us to kind of hold the ball a little bit more. So credit to them on that, but we've got to be more creative to find ways to get some of those more easy completions.
Yeah, Coach, you got to hit them where they ain't. That's your job.
Yeah.
I don't care about Ron Robertson or how his defense. You're supposed to be you need to outthink him. You didn't outthink their head coach and their defensive coordinator. That scares me.
Yeah, I mean, Florida plays a lot of too high safety look, and I think their defense is kind of focused on not giving up the big play. So I am a little surprised that Texas went into that game thinking they were going to have a bunch of success down the field. Now, look, if Arch hits Emmett Mosley on that deep post early on, we're having a different conversation. If
Wingo catches the ball down in the left side, that's a long play. Yeah.
No, not that. Well, that one, I guess. But if Wingo, the one he throws to Jack Andrews, if he hits that, like, those are 2 touchdowns right there that if the balls were just a little bit better, you had Florida beat, you called the perfect play, a guy was schemed open, your players just didn't execute it. So it's a different conversation there, but to me, I don't know. Florida's defense is about that. Like, they don't want to give up the big play. Of course, they're going to try to make you beat them underneath.
Yeah, and he's never going to say we didn't think we could hold them out, but they had to know watching that Florida defense with the guys. That's why I said at the end of the season, I hate to say that the head coach is going to look at himself and some of his coaches and say, we didn't really know these guys that well, or we didn't, it's not that we didn't coach them up. We underestimated how good they really are. as a group.
No,
Because,
they overestimated how good they are.
yeah, overestimate. Yeah, you're absolutely right. And so did a lot of the nation.
Right, right. And Richard brings up a good point here. Like, there were opportunities for shorter passes last week. I know Steve Sarkisian at the beginning of that cut is like, oh, that's definitely not Arch's fault. Like, he can do no wrong. And yeah, that was kind of Sark's MO throughout the post game and the Monday presser, is he didn't throw his quarterback under the bus at all. But I don't know if it's like the coaching staff is saying, hey, throw the ball down the field. Like, please do that. And based on Sark's answer there, it sounds like that is the first thing that Arch is supposed to do. Like, if you think you have an opportunity to throw the ball down the field, that's where you need to look first. And to me, it's like, I get that. That's a normal thing. The deep shot's there, you take it. But I think at times Arch locks on to the deep guy a little bit too long. Sure. And instead of, hey, maybe there is a check down where we can get 3, 4, 5.
Well, Quinn Ewers threw to leverage. And if his running backs had leverage on the outside, a lot of times, BK, even though his first read was probably downfield, he would see a linebacker's out of his spot. My guy's already got leverage on the outside. If I get him the ball, it's going to take the linebacker 5 yards to get to him. I got five easy, maybe, even more. He would throw the ball for running backs to leverage. They would slide out of the backfield, and the linebacker's still trying to make drops. And Quinn Ewers would say, okay, I'll just take that guy there. You're not going to cover him? Here it is.
Right. Yeah, that was a huge state. Like, we know Steve Sarkisian is capable of doing that because that was a big part of the offense last year. The problem is, like, a lot of what Texas did was RPO. When you can't run the ball, do you have to really worry about the R as a defense?
No.
Like, what makes that stuff effect? Now, you can do quick passes that aren't RPO, but like that's what I'm sure Steve Sarkisian would like to call. And if there's no threat of the R, then that doesn't make life much easier either.
Doesn't take much to just swing the back out of the backfield and dump it to him and see if the linebacker, how quick, unless your guys are out there holding guys as receivers, how quick. If you get out on the perimeter, let that linebacker run one-on-one versus your guy, that's fine. Just, once again, it's not like he's had a bunch of healthy running backs to make anybody miss.
Right. All right, we'll take your thoughts. Plenty to get into. The Coda text line, 512-222-9328. Of course, the YouTube, Facebook, Twitter, and Twitch live chats are rocking and rolling as well. Tyler McComas from the Ref in Norman will join us in about 20 minutes. We'll get his thoughts on the Oklahoma side of things and get the latest on John Mateer. But before we dive back into Red River, how about our first round of sponsor shout-outs?
So our friends over at Sue Patrick, good morning to Jay and the gang over at Sue Patrick. Still got time to pick up your gear. Get your lids, get your shirts, get your polos in all sizes, from extra small to triple X for some of you round-shouldered folks out there. You got to wear your gear up to Dallas. There's no doubt about it. Show your Longhorn spirit. Get that gear that you need. And, of course, they've got books. They've got the jelly cats. They've got whatever you need. They are so much stuff there when it comes to Longhorn gear. You need to get it. Hey, volleyball's doing pretty well, aren't they?
Yeah, they won again last night.
There you go. Let's get the gear out there. You can get it at Sue Patrick. Any orders over $59 online, free shipping, and plenty of parking spots. You want to get in and out of a place, head on over to Sue Patrick, where you won't have to park a mile away or a block away. You can park right there, just cross the street, and you're right at Sue Patrick's, folks. It is absolutely great spot to get your Longhorn gear. I was over there getting my granddaughter something for her birthday. No, I didn't get her a jelly cat. I got her a little monkey on a deal. It's really cute. I didn't get myself one. I didn't even get myself a jelly cat. I did get another shirt, though. I'll be wearing it because I'm going to need a little bit of a long sleeve polo this week up in Arlington. You got to. The temperature's a little different in Arlington than it is in Dallas. So if you're having any nightlight in Arlington, you may need a little polo on with some long sleeves, right? Am I correct in that? No.
You're saying it's going to be 90 instead of 91?
No, it'll be 86.
Oh, you're going long sleeves in upper 80s now?
Got to in the evenings. You got to do that. That way you can wipe the sweat away off your face. So not a big deal. But Sue Patrick, go to SuePatrick.com for more information, folks.
Yeah, quick shout out to the Texas volleyball team, too. They improved to 13-0 on the season and a perfect 5-0 in the SEC. Thrilling 5-set victory over Tennessee last night at Gregory Gym. So the number 2 team in the country stays unbeaten. And that was a fun one last night over the fake UT. Shout out to them. Also a shout out to CentexTickets.com, one of our great travel partners for the weekend, one of our great daily partners here on TSU. If you're trying to get to the game, prices have gone down a little bit. If you want to be at the Cotton Bowl Saturday afternoon, only one place to go to get your tickets. That is centextickets.com. Of course, it's not just Texas OU. They've got ACL tickets. They've got Formula One tickets for next weekend. They've got any game, any sport, any concert, any event, anytime. Head over to centextickets.com and don't forget to use the promo code CENTEX10 when you check out, and you will get 10% off of any purchase from our great friends at centextickets.com.
Yes, indeed.
Yes, indeed. Also, a shout out to our friends at Covert Bee Cave. How about a word from our great friends at Covert Bee Cave?
You see Covert everywhere. That personal level of just feeling like it's a personal family interaction.
The customer service, it's impeccable. It's unlike anything I've ever experienced buying a car.
Over the 30 years that I've been buying cars from them, I feel like I know them and they know me.
Covert's done an amazing job of making me feel valued. If you purchase a vehicle and you want to feel like you're part of a family, join the Covert family.
Come and experience it for yourself.
Covert, born and raised in Austin.
Sweet. Our good friends at the league, it is Thursday, so it's prime to wine today for sure. Going over there, prime rib dinner, half price bottle of wine with your prime rib dinner. Great prime rib over there. 4 locations, Lakeway, Belterra, Bee Cave, and of course, Avery Ranch. Love the food at the League Kitchen and Tavern. All day breakfast, VK. And they've got great breakfast menu for sure at the League Kitchen and Tavern. But go over there, get some prime rib tonight, half price bottle of wine. Pick that bottle of wine up for mama there, and you guys have a nice prime rib dinner. Pulled pork sliders also, teriyaki glazed pork chops, Cobb salad, my favorite, of course. And, of course, all the great locations and daily savings on glasses of wine, beer, and cocktails at the League Kitchen and Tavern.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Speaking of all-day enjoyment.
Yeah, baby. Getting cream. That's cherry vanilla?
Oh, cherry vanilla.
Did you have to use that to wash up with today?
No, my water came back late last night.
Before bed?
I was telling you before the show, like they kept sending me emails pushing back the estimated time. So if you have no idea what we're talking about, we touched on this yesterday, right at the start of our show. The water in my apartment complex has been out, or I should say was out for about 36 hours. And yeah, that's not good. That's not
It's
fun.
worth $50 to $100 off your bill for the month.
Well, here's the problem. So I was running out of clothes, and we're obviously driving up to Dallas today. I had to do laundry before this trip and couldn't do laundry. No water here. So I went over to my girlfriend's place, and, normally I park in a certain spot, but it's like a 5-minute walk away, and I had like a giant laundry basket. So I'm like, I don't want to be hauling she lives downtown. I don't want to be hauling like a giant basket of clothes around all the bums downtown. No, thank you. So I park in a different spot. I go do my laundry at her place. I go down to my car at like 11 last night after I'm done to drive home, to go to bed, and I've got a freaking parking ticket on my car.
Oh, no.
It's only $50, but it's like,
Double up, charge her for the rent this month, take $100 off, go to the office and say, listen, I got to take $100 off. I got a ticket because of you people.
Yeah, so who pays it? My apartment complex has to pay it, you think?
No, you paid the ticket, but you take $100 off your monthly from them.
Well, I ain't paying shit. Well, I shouldn't say that on air. I don't plan on paying shit as of right now. Subject to change.
Subject to change, yes.
I don't want to pay this. You kidding me?
What, the ticket? Oh, no, you can't mess around. Austin PD, they have fundraisers, and it's fundraiser time.
Yeah, it might be fundraiser time. Someone's got to buy their kids those ACL wristbands, right?
Hell yeah. They're going down there working overtime, making that overtime money at the festival, but the kids got to still go, and they got to pay for it.
So the water's back on. That's the good news. But look, other good news, I got the OLIPOP. That started all of this. I don't think I've had this flavor before. I've seen it, but I've never picked up a can of the cherry vanilla. I've had the strawberry vanilla.
And you've been creamed before.
I've been creamed before. I've been creamed a lot. I got creamed yesterday, as a matter of fact.
There you go.
On the show. But shout out to OLIPOP. They've got more than 20 different flavors. Great tasting soda that's actually good for you. And they've got the classics, the cream soda, the Coke, the root beer, the lemon lime. They also have some unique flavors like the cherry vanilla. Pick some up wherever you buy your groceries. You don't have to go to some random healthy market to find this stuff. No, it's available at HEB, Target, Walmart, Costco, Whole Foods, wherever you shop. Make sure you shop OLIPOP.
No, Mike, I don't consider myself round-shouldered. I'm still a skinny little string bean, still working to get to 160. Didn't get it done yesterday because you know what? I didn't eat anything until last night, late. Didn't get a chance to see the Yankees, but after that, I ate one of my wife's lasagnas at like 10 o'clock at night, 10:30 at night. That's when you get that's when you get round-shouldered, folks. When you eat late, when you don't have a chance to work that food off, that's when you get up and all of a sudden you become heavy. I'm not going to say that word because I don't like to say that word. You become heavier. So the later you eat, if you're trying to gain weight, that's what I was told. I need to eat late. But dude, eating late for me would be like 8:30 before I go to bed. That ain't late.
Oh, the big thing is eating before you go to bed. I don't think it has to be at like 10 or 11. I think it's just you eat before you go to bed, and that.
Yeah, I think I may try that, but I don't know. I get up enough to go to the bathroom. I don't like having stuff moving around in my stomach when I'm trying to sleep. I got enough stuff going on.
What was that word you were talking about?
The what?
You said you're not going to say some word. What word was that?
The fat word.
Fat? Oh. The word you just said, the fat word? Yeah, I'm not going to say the F word, and then you just said it?
It's like the P word. We're not going to talk. Hey, we're not even talking about P. Hey, it could happen to Oklahoma this weekend, the P word.
Oh, it's going to happen against Oklahoma this weekend.
Is it really?
Yeah, it doesn't matter who Texas plays. They're going to commit penalties because that's what they do. We've played 5 out of 12 games. We have a big enough sample size to know that this is not
Oh, my God. You think Brent Venables is telling them about the holding? They're going to have to hold us. They can't hold us out. So I want you guys looking for these guys. When my guys make a move on them on the offensive line, they're going to be reaching and grabbing. And for years, Oklahoma's been the worst grabbing group. And they have gotten away with so much, BK. They can't block on the offensive line either. Sark, make sure you go over there and talk to the refs about their group holding. It's not like they don't have the Green Bay Packers offensive line. They suck.
The refs are going to look at Sark and be like, you worry about your own team, all right? Don't be telling us about other teams committing penalties. Worry about your own team and all their penalties.
We got some stats on your group.
Yeah, bottom 10 in the nation in penalties and penalty yards per game. And also, Texas opponents are not getting penalized a lot, which I don't know what that says about Texas or the refs, or maybe a little bit of a combination of both.
I'm looking for a record low this weekend in penalties for the Longhorns. Yes.
A record low this year would be 5 because their current season low is 6, which is what they had in Columbus.
Yeah, that sounds like a first quarter number.
They have 6 penalties in the first quarter. I will be blackout by the middle of the second quarter.
I'm going for 6 as a total, BK. That's what I'm bringing penalties back into this because you can't keep doing that without knowing that you have a dumb team. So 6, that's it. They can have no more than 6. That's on offense, defense, and the special teams.
Texas, by the way, 110th in the country in opponent penalties per game. So they're getting a lot of they're also 130th in opponent penalty yards per game out of 136 teams. So that makes it worse, right? Texas is committing a ton of penalties on their own, and the teams that they're playing against either aren't committing any penalties or just aren't getting called for any penalties.
They don't have to. They don't have to hold. They don't have to do anything.
Maybe that's it, right? Maybe that's it. You don't have to do anything to beat this Texas team. I don't know, but that's very weird that it's like that lopsided against Texas. But look, most of the penalties against Texas, like called on Texas, I should say, you have to call. Like, yes. A lot of them are pre-snaps where it's like everybody in the world can see that Brandon Baker moved at right tackle.
Everybody's on their couch jumping up and down going, oh, no.
Oh, Colin Simmons went offside. Yeah, no, we all saw him jump early. Like, you have to call that. And, like, there have been very few where I'm like, did they really just call that? No, it's like, no, that's, unfortunately, we effed up.
Yeah, well, you can put on the striped outfit yourself at your house and watch TV and throw flags at the TV all day long.
Yeah, maybe that's a good point by Colby. Maybe Texas has to do what Texas A&M is allegedly doing. And I say allegedly. It was Mike Elko at a press conference, I think last week. The Aggies have committed a lot of penalties too, right? They're
Yes,
a
they
top
have.
10 team in the country, but they have had some penalty problems this year. Hasn't cost them yet. But Mike Elko was asked about it at one of his press conferences, and he's like, we're starting a Cabo fund for our coaches. Every time a player commits a penalty, they have to pay us some money for our Cabo fund after the season.
Oh, they're getting some of that NIL money, are they?
Yeah, it's like, all right, you guys are going to screw up, then hey, we're going to take advantage of it. We're not coaching you to commit these penalties. You guys are, and he was laughing about it, so maybe he was being tongue-in-cheek. I don't know if that's legal or not. I don't really care. Whatever, it's funny. But maybe that's what Texas.
Doesn't it sound like it should be legal?
Maybe, yeah. Now, with these kids making the amount of money that they're making, it should be like scaled. It's like based on how much NIL money you have to pay that much for each penalty that you commit. Texas has to try something different because whatever, maybe they're making them run bleachers or gassers or I don't know what the hell they're doing to try to fix this penalty problem.
That's okay. Maybe they're just a track team and they enjoy running.
Maybe they just enjoy. They don't look that fast though. You'd think they'd look faster if they enjoyed running.
6. That's going to be it, BK. I'm calling 6 this week.
6 penalties. All right, sign me up for that. I will take that.
There you go.
I will take that. They had 10 against Florida. Not good. But we talked about John Mateer. We've just gotten into so many other Texas OU conversations that I forgot to mention the Texas side of the injury report that dropped last night.
Okay.
3 Longhorns on the list. That's it. In the doubtful category, running back CJ Baxter.
Yeah, I doubt if he's going to play anytime soon. That's what I doubt. I'll leave that at doubtful every week.
Yeah, he was doubtful at this time last week going into the Florida game. We did not see him. So use context clues. I think reason to believe that we will not see CJ Baxter in Dallas. The 2 other Longhorns on the list, both under the probable category. It's the good news. Manny Muhammad, who of course missed last week's game in the Swamp and was severely missed, and wide receiver Parker Livingston.
Oh, I know he's hurting this week. We knew he was going to. We knew that if it's not ligaments, it's a bone bruise, and those things are sometimes harder. I mean, no, they're not harder than ligament damage, but they hurt. A bone bruise, it's like, oh God, please don't get hit on that again. I don't even like to put on my pants. It hurts so bad. I'd be totally surprised if he has a big part of this game. I know he'd love to, but the way he got hit, we're lucky to even see him playing.
No kidding. Yeah, that looked like a potential season ender in real time. And Parker Livingston tried to play later in the game. He couldn't give it a go, sat out the rest of the way. But Sark told us in the post-game press conference that they did x-rays, they came back negative, and that was sort of the same thing on Monday. It's like, hey, we dodged a bullet here. It's all good. So Parker Livingston.
It doesn't mean you can play with a bone bruise either. That shit hurts.
Yeah, I'm sure it's a pain tolerance thing. But the good news is nothing's broken or fractured or
absolutely
anything like that. So
what did you find out about Gibson? What's hurt on him? Because we didn't see him. Maybe something's hurt with. I was thinking maybe he had an injury that we didn't know about.
Gibson's ego is probably hurt after not playing.
Oh, that's hurting all right.
My ego's hurt too after watching this team through 5 weeks. But that's the good news, right? Livingston is probable, and Manny Muhammad, more importantly, is probable. This Texas secondary got pushed around by Florida last week. A couple of freshman wide receivers at Florida last week.
Yeah, with a one-legged quarterback.
The one-legged quarterback. So it was the worst secondary performance we'd seen from Texas since 2023, and it was against a Florida passing offense that hadn't really done anything in their first 4 games. So Manny Muhammad was missed badly last week. Kobe Black had a rough day. Cade Phillips had a rough day. You don't want to be relying on those guys in this huge must-win game on Saturday.
Yeah, I'm so excited about who's going to be the step-up guy on either, or just the step-up players in this game. Like I said, I want to see some stars play, or if they're not stars, they become stars. I just like to see that people get an opportunity to become a star in this game.
Well,
and like I said, you can. I mean, you become a folk hero if you can do something special in this game, especially if your team wins.
Do you have a prediction for 1 or 2 of those guys?
I think Emmett Mosley is going to show why they really, really missed him this entire it's just taken so long to get him going because of his lower body injury that you have not got to me yet.
Lower leg. Don't give me a little more credit than lower body. It was lower leg. That takes out a huge percentage of the body. All right.
Yeah, his calf muscle injury or whatever, but we don't know what it really was because none of your people came up with it.
No.
So, yeah, I think he's gonna, after one game, he's gonna be a big part of this throwing game because I think the quarterback will trust that he'll catch the ball if you throw it to him, whether it's high, low. He kind of reminds me of the kids that they had last year. I wish he would have been able to be in this, and everybody does now, to start this season because I think he would have had a really good rapport with the quarterback by now.
I do too. Yeah, and Emmett Mosley didn't get here until after the spring, right? So he's always been playing a little bit of catch up, and got hurt in the first week of fall camp, and obviously missed the first 4 games of the year. So I think
I don't expect anything from the run game. I don't expect that thing to jump up. I'll use the total deal of 90 yards. I give me 90 total by all of them. You may have a chance. You get in the 40s and 60s, BK, and you got no chance.
Yeah. Well, here's the good news. Looking at that injury report, one notable omission from the injury report was Trey Wisner, which means Trey Wisner is going to play. If a guy's out, you have to list him as out on the report. So Trey Wisner, not questionable, probable, doubtful. He has been full go at practice this week. And, even though he came back from an injury last weekend and looked a little lame after his 4th quarter touchdown, he apparently is fine and ready to roll. So I know he didn't look very good. Nobody in the Texas run game looked good, but at least you have your top tailback going into this game. So again, I don't know what that means. If Texas blocks the way that they just did, then it's not really going to matter who's back there. But at least they don't have to rely solely on the Pep boys.
No, the Pep boys. Hell, the Pep boys don't even get a chance to play. Some of the Pep boys.
Yeah,
they're still back in the shop.
2 of the 3 Pep boys did not get to leave the shop last week. Christian Clark got 1 carry, but 0 for Jarrett Gibson, 0 for James Simon. I'd be surprised if both of those guys don't get a snap this weekend. At least one of those dudes, I think, is going to play. They have to. They have to try to find something in the run game. Look, if Trey Wisner is balling out, then ride the hot hand. You don't need to take him out. But if he's running like he did last week, you've got to try something else. I'd be very surprised if Steve Sarkisian didn't give some of those young guys.
I didn't think I'd ever miss the offensive line for last year in the run game. And wow.
Yeah. Oh my God. We and you and me specifically, and I'll wear this more than you because I think I was more critical than you. Took them for granted last year. Because I would kill to have one of those 4 guys back.
No kidding.
You give me all 4. You give me all 4. I'll do whatever the hell you want. But
just one of them.
Yeah, for one of them would be nice. All right. Before we get to Tyler McComas of the Ref in Norman, Buck, how about another round of sponsor shout outs?
Say hello to our friends over at Relax the Back, BK. Of course, my back has been feeling great since I've got back into my chair, feeling better each and every day. Anytime I can get into this chair from Relax the Back, and folks, you can too. I talked to Jason. He was out of town, but I spoke with him, and he said, Buck, why don't you come by and grab one of these cushions that we have that you can take with you to any of the chairs that you're going to be sitting in at Relax the Back. And I said, dude, I would love to do that, but I'm going to suck it up, BK. I'm sucking it up. I'm going to Dallas and sit in a chair. I'm not going to complain. It's just going to happen for me. I'll be comfortable in my car on the way up. I'll get my stretches in. But folks, if you got a bad back like I've had for years, going over to Relax the Back, check out some of the accessories that they have. Well, hell, check out the zero gravity recliners that they have. BK loves the recliners too. But they've got, as I said, the zero gravity recliners, office chairs and desks, stand-up desk. Of course, the vibrating ball for your hamstring. They have it all. And they've got something just for you, whether it's for your lumbar area, your shoulders, your hips. Try it. They got 2 great locations at BK's at the Hill Country Galleria across from Whole Foods, and in North Austin at the Gateway Shopping Center across from the Container Store. Live pain-free as Bug does sometimes at Relax the Back.
Yes, sir. And a quick shout out to Audio Visual Consultations. The Dallas Stars return tonight.
Yes.
I'm a little surprised our guy Tom McKay isn't up in Losapeg to watch the Stars play in their season opener. But I guess it's a far trip. You need a passport and a bunch of other stuff to get up there. But anyways,
Did you want to let him out of the country?
No, yeah, they won't let him back in if we let him out. That's for
That's
sure.
true.
But hey, the best time of the sports year, hockey's back. Playoff baseball going on. Obviously, the NFL and college football are in full swing. No better time than right now to make the call to AV Consultations to upgrade your home TV setup, whether it's the multi-screen man cave like I have, the big 85-incher like the Buck has, you want a home theater room, you want a patio setup outside, whatever. TVs, surround sounds, whole home lighting. If you want to elevate your home, just make it more badass for friends, for family, for yourself, all fall and all year long. Make the call to audio-visual consultations and let Tom and his crew bring everything to you. 512-255-8678, or you can find them online at avconsultations.com.
Sweet.
All right. See him in the waiting room. I don't like calling him one of our favorites because that means we're complimenting an Oklahoma fan.
Yeah, but he is.
He's a great guy, and we do enjoy talking to him every year because it means that Red River Week is here. Joining us now for his annual visit a couple of days away from Texas OU, our friend Tyler McComas from The Ref in Norman. T-Mac, what's going on, brother?
Did I just hear Bucky say that he's not going to complain this weekend? Like, I thought the money bet was the under on this game. BK, what else can I get on that?
It is. The under's still good.
Odds
parlay those two things.
Odds that Bucky won't complain about his back this weekend. Oh my gosh. Well, Tyler, we got to start with the obligatory John Mateer question, right? I mean, whether it's a Chipotle worker or Orange Bloods or Pete Thamel, I mean, everyone's got something to say about whether or not John Mateer is going to play on Saturday. What's the latest? What are you hearing? Do you think Oklahoma's starting quarterback makes his return?
First off, thank you for giving me the opportunity to say there's only one, Dr. Stephen Shin. We love Dr. Stephen Shin around here. He's an absolute magician. OU legend. Stephen Shin is what we've been referring to him as well. I think he's going to play, man. That's been the thought around here for about a week now. And the fact that Brent Venables is being so coy about it, right? Not even playful around it, just kind of being so serious about it. The practicing indoors and John hasn't done any good on good. Well, do they do any good on Monday? I don't know if they do. And even if they did, like, John Mateer doesn't need to go good on good all week long to play in the game on Saturday. I'm sure that they would prefer that for him to get some practice time this week. But if he wakes up on Saturday morning and he says, I'm good to go, they're going to play the guy. So he's going to play, man. I don't know if he's going to be 100% or not. But I'm just going to be really, really shocked if he's not in the starting lineup on Saturday. And I think everyone around here believes him that he'll be in there.
You know, their good on good could get him hurt. That's all that could happen out of that.
Mm-hmm.
Him going against those guys versus that offensive line can only get him hurt again. So that doesn't surprise me. He doesn't go good on good. Who needs to get hurt before the big game? You know, that's crazy.
Yeah, exactly.
I mean, can you let, BK, we've been trying to get some injury information from BK. You know, he generally has a group that can find out, but he has not found out any information on a couple plays. Is that a ligament or is that a bone chip or what was it that was in his thumb area?
I think it was more of like a bone, which means it's more pain tolerance than anything. Yeah. I mean, we're all hand experts now up here. You know, I mean, if you guys ever got a hand question, just ask a bunch of OU fans because everyone's got. Well, my cousin went through this and he came back in 2 weeks and everyone's an expert when it comes to this now. So
it's better than a lower leg injury. That's what all I get.
Yeah.
From my guy here, BK. So if you're telling me possibly bone chips, that's okay. At least I'm getting something.
I think it comes down to pain tolerance. Is he able to grip the football or not? And the ability to re-injure something like that, it doesn't sound like that's a huge concern. But, man, who knows? It's football, dude, and let's not act like if John Mateer plays on Saturday, it's not going to be in the back of Anthony Hill or Colin Simmons' mind or whoever like, hey, we get on that hand a little bit. Maybe we can make something happen, punch the football out or something. So sure. I think it's mostly pain tolerance is what it is. Can he grip the football or not? But that is something to think about. I mean, again, Dr. Stephen Shin did the Lord's work a couple of weeks ago, and we love and we appreciate him. But can this thing easily be re-injured? Is the pain tall? Who knows? All of that is a giant unknown. But again, I think he plays on Saturday, and we'll see if he's able to finish the game or not.
Now, did Shin also get the air conditioning fixed at the indoor facility so that they could practice inside?
That was kind of embarrassing. The last SEC team to get AC in the indoor, freaking Vanderbilt had AC in the indoor before OU did. I mean, I would have preferred to leave that out of the the whole thing, but God, people say Broklahoma, and I don't think that that's true, but damn, we got to get some AC at least. Jeez,
I know.
Some box fans or something, man.
Oh my God. Tyler McComas from the Ref in Norman joining us. I think Bucky Tyler said a couple of moments ago, if you want a handy, go find an Oklahoma fan. I believe
that was it. Yeah. Direct quote. Yeah.
So I want to get your thoughts. Like, as of this moment, Oklahoma is favored in this game. There's been a ton of line movement throughout the course of the week, but your thoughts and Oklahoma fans' thoughts when the opening line came out on Sunday and Texas was anywhere from a 2.5 to a 3.5 point favorite.
I mean, I guess I thought initially, well, Vegas thinks that Michael Hawkins is going to start. And there has been some line movement. OU on one book came out as a 1.5 point favorite yesterday. So I thought, okay, here we go. This makes me feel a little bit better. Vegas is adjusting here. I've still only seen that one book as OU the favorite at -1.5. I thought all the others would follow. So I got to say that makes me a little bit uneasy, dude. You know, it's everyone seems to be on the side of OU. What? They're the number 6 team in the country. I don't know if you guys know this stat or not. Texas, the fastest team to fall from the number 1 spot to unranked. I don't know if you guys have seen that or not. How is the unranked team favored over the number 6 team, and Oklahoma looks like the better team? So I think that has me feeling a little uneasy because Vegas is normally so right on this. But I think initially when the line came out, I thought, well, it's because they think Michael Hawkins is going to play. I'm very interested to see what the money does over the course of the next 2 days. Now that I think everyone believes that John Mateer is going to play, I think even you guys believe that John Mateer is going to play. So what do the bettors do over the course of the next couple of days? Because I've seen years, and last year's an example, where the line on this game, the day of the game, can shoot up one way or the other. Like Texas shot up like 4 or 5 points right before kickoff last year. I remember before I think it was the 2013 game where OU was a big favorite and it came down big time right before kickoff and Texas won outright. So that little money swing right before kick is going to be interesting to see where the sharps are at before this thing kicks off.
Tyler, as the season has gone on, do you feel like Oklahoma's gotten a little bit better week by week in the run game? Been able to find a true runner, or is it still runner by committee right now?
I wish I could say that, but no, I don't feel that way. I felt that way after the Michigan game because OU did something in the Michigan game that they haven't done in, I don't know, 10, 15 years. They got the ball late up 1 score, and they had like a 9+ minute drive where they went all the way down and scored and pushed it to a 2-score game. I'm like, let's go. A little bit different this time around to do that against Michigan. And it felt like they found their 5 that game. All right, here you go, man. You found your 5 starting offensive linemen. You're about to get some continuity moving forward. Here they go. They're about to really take off in the run game. And they've gone backwards since then. And that includes games against Temple, Auburn, and Kent State this past weekend. I mean, I think I know who the running backs are going to be. It's going to be Tory Blaylock, and I think Jaden Knott's going to get a lot more carries this week as well. But without John Mateer, the run game's been trashed this year. In fact, really, the only game this year where you can look at and say, hey, OU ran the ball well today is against Michigan because John Mateer was running the thing all over the place left and right. So I know you guys are wondering, how in the heck are we going to run the ball on Saturday? Pretty similar conversations around here. I mean, honestly.
Yeah, kind of following up on that, Tyler. I mean, the Oklahoma offensive line last year was abysmal. I mean, it's the worst I've ever seen it in my 3 decades of living. Is the offensive line a lot better, or is just John Mateer masking a bunch of deficiencies up front?
Well, that's kind of the question I've been pondering for a week now. Like, how good is the offense? Does the offense look good just because last year's offense was so bad and it's not that? You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like, I think maybe last year's offense makes this offense potentially look a lot better than what it is because it can't run the ball. It can't throw the ball deep. It can work the middle of the field, though, for sure, with Satania and Burks and Jaron Kanik, who's shockingly been one of your best weapons in the pass game. Yeah, I mean, look, this is an offense that if it's going to find some real success this year, it's going to have John Mateer at quarterback, man. I mean, he's your best player, and he does mask a lot of deficiencies that you have. Michael Hawkins is just, I don't think he's that guy right now. I mean, maybe he can be someday, but I think if OU is going to win this game on Saturday, John Mateer is going to have to play, and he's going to have to play well. But yeah, for sure. I mean, this offensive line is allowed to get better as the year goes on because Michael Fasusi's done some nice things, and he's been in the starting lineup, all that. But without John Mateer, man, it's just he's just their dude at quarterback, man. He's the heartbeat of that entire team, and you got to have a guy in there for the biggest game of the year.
Yeah, he's going to end up playing.
Yeah. Well, what about the defense, Tyler? I mean, I guess we're sort of bearing the lead here. This Oklahoma defense has been.
Yeah, who's lining up over the center that's going to have a hard time for Texas?
Yeah, who's I guess we could start up front, like we can work our way back. But I mean, I kind of want to ask the question: does Oklahoma have any weakness on defense? Because the numbers are ridiculous, the eye test is ridiculous. I don't know if they've played a great offensive team yet, but obviously Texas doesn't look like a great offensive team. So, what's so good about this OU defense? And is there anything that they're not good at right now?
I thought that they would be good defensively. BK, I think I told you that more than once this offseason. I thought that they would be good defensively and have a chance to be as good, maybe a little bit better than last year's defense. That was good. They're significantly better, man. And the biggest reason is it's like they don't even have a first team on the defensive line. Like they just roll bodies out there on the D line. Like last week, it was against Kent State. I know that. But Jaden Jackson and Dominic Williams didn't even play, and it still looks as dominant as it's been all year long. Like David Stone, the former 5-star sophomore, he's turned into that guy. Jaden Jackson, a sophomore, is legit. Grayson Halton is great. Dominic Williams, it's crazy talking about Oklahoma because of what they were for so long on the defense, talking about this much depth on the defensive line. And it's not like they've had a game this year where, yeah, I mean, they played 5 games and they're good, but, one of the 5 or 2 of the 5, they didn't show up. They've shown up week after week after week after week and completely dominated. Kent State didn't play its starting quarterback last week because they didn't want him to get destroyed and injured for the rest of the year. I don't know if I've ever seen that before. That's how good they are, even without 2 starters. So the biggest reason why this OU defense is for real is because of their defensive line and they have so many bodies. Now, you asked, do they have any weaknesses? I don't know if they have any weaknesses, but can they be gettable in some spots? I think. And here's what I think Texas might do offensively. Take some shots down the field. Say what you want about Arch, and I will say nicer things about Arch than the Athletic. I think it's pretty impossible to say worse things about Arch than what the Athletic did. But I think when he's able to step up, he throws a pretty good deep ball, man. And I know Wingo doesn't have the best numbers, but I still think he's a good receiver. I think that Cam Coleman for Auburn had some success down the field against OU in one-on-one spots. Michigan hit on like 1 or 2 plays, but I think Texas is going to test OU's corners this weekend, man. And I think OU's corners will hold up for the most part, but here's the thing. I think it's going to be a low-scoring game. 1 deep ball or 2 big plays down the field can totally change this football game. I wouldn't say that's a weakness, but if you're asking me, well, where could OU be gettable on Saturday? That's where I would say is the downfield passing game if Texas finds its one-on-ones down the field.
Now, let me ask Tyler, do they have to be able to drop those linebackers in coverage? Because they don't have to bring them. They're not worried about holding up to this Texas offensive line with their front 4 guys. They don't have to bring – they can drop linebackers in that intermediate area, I got to believe, and safeties can haul ass backwards because the pressure that they're going to get with the up front against this line is – I mean, even max protection is not going to help you against this line. So I don't think they have
that is – yeah, and that is the point is, okay, well, Texas can throw the ball deep, but, yeah, is Arch going to have enough time to do it? Because this front 4 for OU, you're right, Bucky, you don't have to bring – extra blitzers or anything like that from the backers or from a safety or anything. You feel like you can get home with the front 4. So offense, I think, is going to be hard to come by. And I think the story of this game, which quarterback's going to make the big mistake? Which special teams group is going to make the big mistake? I think mistakes offensively is what can lead to points in this game. I really do. I think OU's defense is that good. I think Texas defense is good. I just think it's going to be a rock fight on Saturday, guys. That's kind of where I'm at.
Yeah, Tyler
McComas. Can't get behind the chains in this game.
Mm-hmm.
Oof, yeah, that's a scary thought for Texas. Tyler McComas of the Ref in Norman joining us here on Bucky and BK. You brought up special teams, Tyler, and you mentioned the name Isaiah Satania a few moments ago. Just talk about him, obviously a weapon on the offense and a weapon in the special teams game. Could he be a difference maker or an X factor in this game?
He can. He had a muff punt against Michigan that felt like a big moment. OU had a pretty disastrous special teams day against Michigan. They missed a field goal. They muffed a punt. They dropped a kickoff. They gave him short field position. They roughed the punter. It's like, geez, you got crap special teams this year, and they've been awesome since then. And Satania's a big reason. He had a couple of nice punt returns last week against Kent State. They gave a short field. This is the best. So far, the best special teams that OU's had in quite some time. They got a kicker. They've got a punter. They've got a special teams kickoff group. They got, they're just good. They're solid all the way around. But Isaiah Satania, yeah. I'm not going to sit here and say that he's going to take a punt back to the house on Saturday, but could he get 10 yards, 15 yards on a return for you? Sure. And 10, 15 yards on a punt return, that could be the difference in getting 3 points or no points, which I think is going to be big this game. So, yeah, I think Satania's bounced back nice after that Michigan game, after that muff punt. He looks really good, and he's the weapon that you like over the middle. He's their leading receiver. He played at Arkansas last year. They like to work him a lot over the middle. He's going to see a ton of targets on Saturday for sure. If I'm betting on who the leading receiver is, that's where I'm going on Saturday.
Tyler, how about Mateer's deep throws? How is he on the deep ball? I know he loves, when I see him run, I always think that he's that guy. He's like Pavia. He wants to show that he can he's not going to muscle up to guys this week. He's going to get down and protect himself. He's not going to be stupid. But how's his deep ball when he gets an opportunity to throw deep?
I think it's good. We just haven't seen a lot of it, which, again, is so weird to say about an OU offense. We've seen him throw it at times, and he's got nice touch on it. But just consistently, we haven't seen it. They just haven't had a ton of free runners down the field. I'm wondering if that's going to change this week. But I think it's been more about kind of working over the middle, more of the intermediate stuff than the deep stuff, because I kind of think that they know that without a run game, they can't get behind the sticks, man. It's nice to take a chance down the field, but if that's incomplete, it's 2nd and 10, and now you're in a pretty tough spot. So I wouldn't say right now he's elite throwing the deep ball, but I certainly think he's good enough throwing the deep ball, and I'm just wondering how much we're going to see of it throughout the course of this season.
Yeah, I'm going to ask a question that I know the answer to, Tyler, but I'm going to ask it anyways. Is there any portion of the Oklahoma fan base that is like, let's not play Mateer on Saturday? We could lose to Texas, still get to the SEC title game, still make it to the college football playoff. We shouldn't rush this guy back for one game. Is there any portion of the fan base that's thinking that, or it's like, dude, it's Texas, screw that, this guy's got to play?
I've never been more disappointed in this fan base because we've had a few of those texts this week. Hey, Texas is a big game, I get it, but we got a bigger season. No, I hate these guys. We all hate these guys. If your best player and your quarterback is able to play, you play him in this damn game, because guess what? Guess what those people aren't going to say? Well, we lost to Texas, but hey, at least we saved John Mateer. I'm not going to come after Brent too much for losing this game 3 times out of the last 4 years, because at least we didn't risk John Mateer. BS, dude. It gets on my nerves so freaking much. You guys don't want John Mateer to play. You want Michael Hawkins to play. And I would think the same way if I was you. He's the heartbeat of your team. Play the guy in the game. Yeah, dude, it's so freaking frustrating. This is just such a pivotal moment in the season for this team, man. You could be 6-0, set yourself up great for this playoff run. But here's the best part. You can end Texas's season. You can drive a stake through the heart of this season if you're Oklahoma. And for me, I mean, call it petty, call it a rivalry. That's what I would love more than anything else, is to send Texas to 3-3 on the season. I mean, come on.
Yeah, I tell you, Tyler, this is one of the first games I've been to a bunch of these. I've listened to it, been involved. This is the first time where the quarterbacks are the best running backs on the team. They're the two best runners that both teams have. That's unusual for an Oklahoma offense and a Texas not having a running back that's not, just an outstanding one. It's just that whole searching for a run game just really, really surprises me that both of these universities haven't found one.
It's frustrating, and OU's been going on it now for a few years. I mean, Bucky, because you could name as many great OU running backs as I could, and a lot of those guys are actually from the state of Texas, right, over the years. So why in Texas as well, with all the great running backs they have, why it's super frustrating. I'll say this though, I think OU's going to try to run the ball. Of course, they're going to run the ball. How much do they try to run it with John Mateer on Saturday with that injury?
Yeah.
And we were having this conversation really before Mateer got injured. There's a chance that OU just says, let's go air raid, man. It's what we do best. Like, John Mateer throwing the ball around, going more 4 wide, 5 wide. We feel like we have a defense with enough depth to really hold up. So let's just throw it around the yard. Let's throw some quick stuff. Let's throw some stuff over the middle. I wouldn't be surprised, especially if John Mateer, if I'm right, if he does start this game, if OU says, we're just going to throw it all over the yard on these guys. We'll try to run it here and there, sure, but we're going to be super air raidy and throw it around. And I'm wondering on this side, are we going to see a little 16-wheeler package from Texas on Saturday?
Oh, man. No, that hurts. We don't need that. Although Texas did beat Oklahoma in 2015 with Gerard Hurd throwing for like 62 yards in that game. So,
and you know what? That doesn't hurt as bad as freaking Case McCoy carving you up. God, that's the worst one. It's the worst one.
I know how you feel about that game and about him. I actually texted Case yesterday, and I tried to get him to come on our show like right at the end of your interview. So we'd go like back to back. But you would have to look that dude in the face and deal with that in the eyes from 2013. That would have been glorious. Couldn't make it happen.
Thank God, dude. Why would you want to do that to me? That's probably my least favorite game in series. I don't know, 49-0 sucked, but Case McCoy, shout out. Thanks, buddy. Thanks for that day.
Disagree. I loved 49-0. Well, last one for me, Tyler. You brought up Brent Venables. We asked you right before Texas OU last year about how does the fan base feel about Venables, and you're like, this is a huge game, and there's some folks who are starting to be out on him a little bit. Obviously, Oklahoma gives him the vote of confidence. They give him the resources to go out and get John Mateer and Ben Arbuckle, and hey, so far so good. Oklahoma's 5-0. They're a top 10 team in the country. Is everybody back on the Brent Venables bandwagon, or are there still some folks who are in wait-and-see mode with how the rest of this season plays out?
I think everyone's back on the bandwagon of him calling plays defensively. I mean, that's worked out extremely well. I mean, that's what he's best at. That's what he's been doing for a long time. OU really tried to get Jim Knowles, who left Ohio State and then now was at Penn State last year. And I think Penn State just paid a ridiculous amount of money to go get their ass kicked by UCLA last week, which is great. But everyone's very happy with the fact that Brent's calling plays because he's really good at it and the defense has been really good. As a head coach, better win this weekend, because I guarantee you, man, if you lose this weekend, it's 3 out of the last 4 years, and everyone down here feels like you have the better team, and if John Mateer plays, I don't know if you go back to exactly where you were before the start of the season, but I think it takes a change. Here's what I told you before the year, BK. I thought that OU needed to go into November as a college football playoff contender, and I really thought that they needed to make the college football playoff this year. 12 teams make the college football playoff. Oklahoma needs to be one of 12, just like Texas needs to be one of 12. That's where everyone's expectations are. So if they end up as an 8-4 football team, I'm not saying that he gets fired, but I think a lot of people are pissed. I think everyone's expectations here is, look, this is probably one of the best 12 teams. You better go take advantage of the opportunity that you have in front of you. So I would say everyone's kind of holding right now. Holding and waiting and see until this weekend.
That's why this week is so risky. That's why playing him this week is risky instead of giving him another week, because he holds the key to your entire rest of the season. It's not just over. I know how you feel about this game, but, it's almost like the Kent State group that didn't start their quarterback because they as bad as they were, they have a whole season in their conference to play, and they can't play without their quarterback. And I think the same would hold true, even though the defense is playing well at OU. You can't be without that guy in order to beat some of these teams in the SEC. So you have to be careful. He has to be careful. He has to take care of himself this week too, because even at the coin toss, when you shake his hand and they start twisting that thumb around, you got to be careful,
I didn't think about that. Is Anthony Hill a captain for the team? Is he going to pull some shenanigans like that? I mean, come on.
If he gives him if he tries to give him that weak handshake and he says, "Give me that hand back there," and that thumb gets twisted, look out.
Yeah, it's a huge game for Brent. I think if he wins it, everyone's over the moon. Hey, we've got this new structure with the GM and the OC and all this, and this is going to work out great. If he loses, everyone's going to be pissed off and probably put him right back on the hot seat. So it's a big game for a lot of people. It's a big game for your side. It's a huge game for Brent because of how this series has gone for him recently, for sure.
It's a huge game for Arch Manning.
Yeah, it is. Or maybe a Texas fan who rushes the field with a beer can and just says, "Hey, hold this, John," and then boom, full beer right to the thumb.
You Texas fan, that's you right there.
Let me ask you something, Tyler. What do you see from? I mean, we didn't get your opinion on what you're seeing from Arch Manning after all this ballyhooed. He's going to be this, he's going to be that. The family and everything else. What are you seeing that you noticed that is really kind of holding him back right now as a young starting quarterback?
I think what I feel like I'm seeing, it's a little bit different, but there's some similarities, is the same thing that we saw last year with Jackson Arnold. Do I think Arch is a better quarterback than Jackson Arnold? Yes. What I mean by that is he doesn't trust his offensive line. And how could you? He's got no run game to speak of. He is the run game. And every time he drops back to pass, he's getting pressure. And I think that's causing happy feet. He's holding on to the ball too long. And we've been saying that now for a few weeks, is everyone wants to, and I hate this about the media now, build this guy up to unrealistic expectations. Wait for the first sign of adversity and rip this kid to shreds. Like, I hate that. I hate this part of the media. So here we are with that. But he's not the biggest issue. It's that offensive line, man. How could anybody get comfortable back there? And I think that you're seeing some real issues with him, just doing some different things there. So I still think he's got good arm talent throwing the ball down the field. I just think, like Jackson Arnold last year, he's just not in a great situation. He doesn't have a great situation around him, Like, he has nice wide receivers, I guess, but he didn't have Worthy running around out there. He doesn't have Matthew Golden out there running around. He didn't have the level of wide receiver play that Texas has had the past 2 or 3 years. The running back just
tight end. He doesn't have the tight end that he had last year that went to the NFL.
Exactly. So I think he's going to be okay in the end. I just think the situation around him is not really good. I think more of it falls on Sark than anything else. What's Sark going to do this coming offseason to get this fixed, man?
Yeah, it's a great question. And I know you were trying to be nice there, Tyler, but comparing Arch to Jackson Arnold is the meanest thing you could have possibly done there.
Suddenly I wanted to throw that in there.
Yeah, well,
Well,
man, thanks so much for joining us. I'm sure you'll be in Dallas, so we've got to link up at some point this weekend. But always appreciate the time, my man. And I'm a little disappointed. Not enough OU cronies stirring the pot here this week. Get some of your boys to start talking some smack here. We need this.
I love pulling up the chat when I'm on here. Jason says, I want Mateer to play and I want Texas to break his hand. Jason sounds like the guy that cheered when Sam Bradford was down on the turf in the 2009 game. And don't you Texas fans deny the loud cheer when Sam Bradford was laying on the turf in 2009. I heard you guys. You guys were cheering loud. I heard that.
There was a delayed flyover, Tyler. That's what it was. We were cheering for that, actually.
I cheered when he got that $50 million bonus when he was a rookie, when he came into the league.
Right.
That's what I cheered for him.
That was good for him. Well, Tyler, thanks so much for the time, brother. Safe travels to Dallas, and I'm sure we'll chop it up this weekend.
See you guys.
Be safe, Ty. Be safe coming up.
You as well.
There he goes. Tyler McComas from the Ref in Norman, giving us the Oklahoma side of Texas OU, just 2 days away from kickoff. And yeah, look, Tyler keeps up with Texas. I think every Oklahoma fan does, but they spend some time covering and talking about Texas on their radio show. And he's watched a lot of Arch Manning, and I think that's, I don't want to say a consensus, but I think the majority of Texas fans kind of feel that way right now. It's like, okay, Arch Manning hasn't been perfect, but he is not getting nearly enough help from the guys around him, and he's kind of in an impossible situation. So they got to figure it out. Steve Sarkisian, it's on him. It's on the rest of the offensive staff to try to find a way to come up with a game plan to give Texas a chance against maybe the best defense in the country. It's scary. It's a get right game for the Texas offense and for Texas as a whole, because the defense played horribly. And the get right
I think
game,
you got to let the ball fly down the field early, BK. When you're thinking they're going to run the ball, you need to just drop back, max protect, and just go ahead and throw it down there and give yourself some opportunities.
Here's the thing. Like, you're right. I feel like I'm talking out of both ends of my mouth, because earlier I'm like, you need the quick game. You have to take a few shots down the field. You can't take nearly as many as you did against Florida. You can't be relying on those. But on the other end, it's going to be very difficult to put together 9-10 play drives against Oklahoma.
And I don't think you're going to get those kind of plays late in the game.
So, yeah, if you don't have some big shots down the field, then it's going to be very difficult to score. But, again, you have to incorporate short, quick passes into your offense, because your offensive line isn't going to be able to consistently hold up long enough for Arch to take those shots.
And
down
the longer it goes, the more likely that it's not going to happen for you.
Right. Yeah, I think you're right. And,
although Arch does wake up 2 hours later, maybe later in the game, he will be, he's played his best football when it's been late. It'd be nice for him to get up and get changed into his uniform and be ready to go right away and be accurate with the ball. And, some of these mid-level balls, make a connection with whoever it's going to be, get something going, in those quick throws and not 1 yard outs.
Here's maybe some good news for Texas from a quarterback standpoint. Like, this will obviously be Arch Manning's first start in Texas OU. And this atmosphere is unlike any other atmosphere that you get in this sport.
Yes.
But Arch has played at Ohio State and at Florida so far this year. Two incredibly hostile environments, two of the best home field advantages in all of college football. So, he at least is going to have half the side on his side this week.
This is truly a fun game. This is a fun game, This is a rivalry that's fun to be a part of.
For John Mateer, who's looked very good, but OU's two power conference games against Michigan and Auburn were both in Norman, where everyone's rooting him on. He's not dealing with a lot of crowd. The only road game Oklahoma has played this year was Temple. They had more fans than Temple did at that game. And John Mateer did not see crowds like this playing at Washington State last year. So I get it. He's experienced. He's looked great. He's passed every test. But, I don't know. Maybe the atmosphere will phase him more than the atmosphere will phase Arch Manning, because John Mateer has not played in anything like this. No. And Arch Manning has played in two very, very tough places so far.
That'll be interesting to see that. That's an interesting thought, yeah.
Now, Texas is 0-2 in those games, and Arch hasn't been great in those games. It was bad against Ohio State, but he at least has that under his belt, whereas for John Mateer, this will be a completely different ball game for him. So, I don't know. Wishful thinking, perhaps.
Yeah, I got a feeling that dude is playing.
Yeah. I mean, that's there's enough out there. There's enough reporting out there that leads you to believe that he's at least going to give it a go. The question is, can he stay on the field for all four quarters? And obviously, the other question is, how close to John Mateer does he look like? Because we're talking about, whether you agree with it or not, we are talking about a guy who was the Vegas favorite to win the Heisman Trophy before he went down. So does he look like that? Or is he clearly, struggling to throw the ball because he can't grip it right? And he's maybe a little skittish because he doesn't want to take a hit on that thumb. If that's the version of John Mateer we get, then obviously advantage Texas.
Yeah, if you start short-arming balls, I mean, it's not like he's a 6'4" kid. He starts with short-arm balls because guys got their hands up. That's not going to bowl well for them against this if the Texas defense shows up to play.
Right.
There could be a couple picks on some of those intermediate routes. I'm fine. I don't like the ones way down the field. I like Texas intermediately. I mean, because that's where Michael Tav hangs out in there,
Yeah, I think so. I mean, I trust the Texas defense. They played so poorly last week, but I trust that they are going to.
Yeah, I can't imagine them. I mean, a healthy John Mateer, I still like Texas's chances. I just like the way we haven't seen that in a lot of games from the Longhorns, what we saw last week.
No, we haven't.
They should have. You're talking about holding up the mantle. That group should have just held up the entire mantle for the whole team last week against the kid that was on one leg.
It was,
and Billy Napier's play calling. I mean, really,
it was so frustrating. And the way
I think that was maybe the biggest letdown of all, the way the defense played.
Oh, 100%. like we kind of expect it from the offense, and like we knew there could be some struggles going up against a talented Florida defense that
Sure.
played pretty well against Carson Beck in Miami and played pretty well against Garrett Nussmeier in LSU. The reason I felt so confident about Texas winning was I was like, the defense is going to show up because they always show up. And Lagler's going to turn it over a few times, and Florida's not going to be able to move the ball. Instead, they go for 450 yards of offense.
And a one-legged quarterback.
On a one-legged quarterback and a bunch of freshman receivers who probably don't even know the playbook, just tearing us apart. So, yeah, that was the most disappointing. I would call it shocking. Like, surprising is not a strong enough word to
No, it's not.
How badly Texas's defense played a week ago. The hope is, I guess, is that they maybe overlooked Florida a little bit. Not you hear that and you're like, how is that the hope? They lost a game that they probably couldn't lose. But maybe that the hope is that they were focused on OU, and now they've got some sort of great game plan for this weekend against the Sooners.
Yeah, this really sets the scene for the rest of the year this Saturday.
Oh, yeah. Yeah. I mean, we're going to keep doing our jobs, but there are a lot of Texas fans who are going to check out after this weekend if the Longhorns lose. Probably not the folks who tune into us every day, because you're pretty diehard if you support what we do. We appreciate you. But there will be some people like preseason number 1. We're out of the playoffs, 6 games into the season. Like, my Saturdays just opened up. Like, I'll check my phone. I'll tune into a couple of big games, but like, why would I waste my time with this team? They're done. They're not playing for anything anymore. So, forget the fans. I mean, you're making the play. Like, your goal was to make the playoff before the year. And if you lose this
You're
game,
the number 1 team in the nation going into the year.
Yeah. If they were number 2, number 3, number 4, whatever, like the goal, you made it the last 2 years. Why would the goal not be to not make it this year? Right. So you lose this game. I guess you still have a shot. If you
no,
the only
you're going to struggle against everybody. You lose this game.
Yeah. No, they don't have a shot, but like mathematically, if they end up 6-2 in the conference, which would include a win at Georgia and a win against A&M, and a couple other teams around them lose, and they somehow get to Atlanta and they win that SEC championship, they'll be in. But like, how many ifs did I just give you right there, Coach?
Too many.
Way too many. So just win this game on Saturday, please. Please.
Yeah, very low scoring game coming up.
I think you're right. Although I was surprised. I said the same thing about Florida, and that game had not that it was super high scoring. Both teams were in the 20s, but did hit the over. But yeah, I'm with you. I think it's
beginning of the year. We thought this team could be in the 40s scoring.
Yeah, I meant 40 per 2 weeks, not 40 per week. Oh, man. All right. Lee Sterling's going to join us here in a moment. We'll get his pick for Texas OU and his picks for some of the other big football games coming up. But first, how about a few more sponsor shout outs?
Folks, if you're seeking that specialized patient-focused orthopedic care, contact our friends and the experts at Texas Orthopedics. Their physicians offer comprehensive surgical and non-surgical orthopedic care for children and adult, spinal care, sports medicine, trauma care, of course, joint replacement, and Dr. Danny and Dr. Stockton, good dudes. They do, and they are dedicated surgeons there. They want to get you right back into good health and the great quality of life that you deserve. Texas Orthopedics is the largest independent orthopedic practice in the state of Texas. For more information, go to txortho.com.
Absolutely. Shout out to them. Shout out to Altstadt Beer as
well.
Baby. Oh, man, what a great sports weekend coming up. Obviously, it's Red River week.
All that food and some Altstadt beer, man.
They're a better combination. I'm going to be sneaking in some Altstadt into the fair.
There you go.
They'll let us bring like a cooler with our equipment because they're like, oh, we'll just tell them it's part of our radio equipment, I have a couple of Altstats in there, be drinking while I'm eating all the fried food at the State Fair in Texas. That's a good day right there. Shout out to the Altstadt Beer. This will be an Altstadt light weekend for me because I'm going to eat like 80,000 calories of fried food. So I'm going to get rid of the calories with my beer, but still enjoy the beer that I drink. That's the beauty of the Altstadt Light. It's the best light beer I've ever had. It'll be the best light beer that you ever have too. If that's not your thing, they've got a lager, they've got a Kolsch, they've got a Hefeweizen, they've got a great seasonal Oktoberfest in stores now. Something for everybody out there. So whether you're headed up to the Metroplex or staying back here in the ATX, your good times and your football watching are made better with the greatness that is Altstadt Beer. No impurities, no regrets.
Oktoberfest, BK.
Yes, indeed. And also
Fredericksburg.
Fredericksburg, get on down there. Short drive away. Perfect day trip
Absolutely.
for the beer drinkers in your life. Quick shout out to McCall Custom Homes as well. If you want to upgrade your home, new kitchen, new bathroom, if you want to add some new life to your outdoor space, our friends at McCall Custom Homes can do it for you because they've been doing that here in Central Texas for 40 years. That's right. It's a father-son team with 4 decades of experience, and all of that experience has happened right here in Central Texas. So they know what it takes to turn your Austin area home into something truly special. We trust our homes to McCall Custom Homes. The Buck has had some work done there. How's that putting green, sir?
All the balls were out of the little basket I have. Somebody was over there doing some work that I haven't seen over there. Yeah, this is not a public course here, but I noticed that all the balls were not in the can. So either a deer knocked them over or somebody's been out there taking some swings, and that's okay. It's there for somebody. Hasn't been there for me with my back lately. So get out there and have fun. I love it. They did a great job, BK.
There you go. That's a total 180. You just said it's not a public course, and then you said, wait a second, anybody can go out there and play.
Okay, not anybody, just my neighbors. Just the neighbors across the street. How's that? The ones that have the boys right there, they can use it.
I like that. Yeah, having the young boys over, that's weird, but that's what you like to do. McCall Custom Homes, Rodney had his master bathroom remodeled by McCall. Like, we trust our places to them. You should too. McCall Custom Homes, ATX.com. Free estimates right now for TSU listeners.
Look who's in there. Look at there's the guy. He's hot. He's on fire right now.
Why are you looking at me when you say, oh, you're looking at Lee Sterling when you say that?
You're not on fire. Your team's been gone.
No, yeah, I'm not on fire right now. But the hottest handicapper, the history of the known universe, coming off a 4-1 week of picks on our show last week, the great Lee Sterling from ParamountSports.com joining us in his weekly spot. Lee, good morning. How are you?
I'm good. I'm good, guys. Buckling in for another weekend. You get over it by – how long did it take you to get over that loss?
He's not over it.
What loss? What loss are you talking about, Lee? I don't even know what you're saying right now.
Maybe 5 minutes before kickoff this weekend.
Yeah, well, if they win this weekend, I'll forget about the Florida loss.
Okay.
If they lose, it'll be compounded because that'll be 3-3.
Been there before. Know what you're feeling. I think you hit it on the head. Offensive line was horrendous. Wow.
Yeah.
That's hard to fix it's hard to fix it in a week too, Lee.
Yeah. I mean, a
lot
of lookout blocks, right?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, definitely. All right, the games of the week, Buck. Why don't you start us off today?
Lee, number one game, LSU. Looks like it's almost 10 points, not quite 10 versus South Carolina. South Carolina's quarterback. Not a lot of spark in the South. People talking about South Carolina like they did last year. Lenore Sellers, there's not a lot said about him this year. He's been kind of banged up since he's had that concussion. Not much excitement in South Carolina, but that's an awful lot of points. 10 points to a group that plays decent defense, and we haven't seen very much from LSU. What do you think of that?
So I was looking. There was once in a while I'll look at these draft projections. I'm like, is there a player that I'm missing? There was a kid that did a draft projection. I have to send it to you guys. He had Fernando Mendoza going first. If Fernando Mendoza from Indiana goes first, I don't know what I'm doing. I mean, maybe there's a lot of bad GMs in the NFL, and probably half should be fired. But there is no way that kid goes first. So they had Sellers going sixth, and I think they had Nussmeier going like somewhere between 12th and 15th. Both these quarterbacks have been disappointing this year. Sellers' accuracy, I think he's a great athlete. Reminds me of Richardson for the Colts. Used to play at Florida. But I think, the kid plays hard. He's not great. Doesn't have great talent around him here. Okay, South Carolina probably got robbed in the game last year against LSU. Have to bring that up. So they will come in motivated, but LSU's coming in off of a bye and a loss. I think they're going to bring it. Their offense, 4 of the 5 times, have scored 23 points or less. You got to think they're a little bit better than what they've shown here They're also 12-2 against the spread as an SEC home favorite. I think this is the game where South Carolina gets exposed. Probably not a game I'm personally betting, but I like LSU 31-17 here.
I like it. Lee Sterling from Paramount Sports joining us. All SEC games this weekend. Some interesting matchups on the slate. Georgia at Auburn. Georgia only a 3.5-point favorite. Auburn's 0-2 in the SEC. Everybody's talking about Hugh Freeze's future. Maybe a must-win game for him to save his job. Lee, the folks in the desert think this one could get interesting. Where are you at?
So they've had a tough schedule, Auburn. I mean, really tough road schedule. Baylor start off the year, and then they got to visit top 10 teams, Oklahoma and Texas A&M, two really salty defenses. So nothing's wrong with Auburn's defense. I mean, gave up just 16 and 24 points on the road in those last two games here. And Georgia looks solid, but they lost to Alabama. They were not the better team. It wasn't like it was a fluke. And I thought they should have lost to Tennessee. There were 6 or 7 plays in that game where if Tennessee gets any one of them in the last 7-8 minutes, they win the game. So they could easily come into this game with 2 losses here. If Auburn would have won any of those games or Georgia loses to Tennessee, I think it's a pick'em game here. Auburn's offense had to throw the ball 65 times in the last 2 road losses. At home, they probably will have a little more balance. It's tough getting plays in on the road. That probably costs you 3, 4, 5 seconds dealing with the crowd and getting guys set. So that might help out. If they can get a little more balance, I think they're going to hit on some shots down the field against this Georgia secondary. I really like Eric Singleton and Cam Coleman. They both have 2 touchdowns. I think that they're better than Georgia's best receiver, Colby Young. Just 247 receiving yards. That's it. Georgia's top running back, Chancey Bowens, 310 yards. So, I mean, Gunnar Stockton's fine. 6 touchdowns in 5 games, fine. He's pedestrian, maybe a little above that, but I think home field matters here, and I think Auburn's maybe a little underperformed. And I'm not saying they're great on offense. This might be the game everything clicks here. Wrong team favored. Here it is. Auburn straight up 27-20.
27-20. Interesting. Lee, Roll Tide's got it going on right now, I believe. I think they're hitting on a lot of different things. Their offense is playing well, but this Missouri team has a great run game. And the defense isn't that great at Alabama, but I just don't see Missouri in this. I think the line is sitting pretty good right there. What do you think?
Okay, the reason it's probably sitting at 3 and not moving is 3rd straight game, tough game, pretty tough game for Alabama. So they went to Georgia between the hedges, looked good. They come home and took care of Vanderbilt, and trust me, they were up for that game after Vandy beat them last week. They faced a dual threat quarterback, and you're saying, okay, they face another dual threat quarterback this week, similar to Diego Pavia and Bro Pabilla. This guy is just as good. I mean, he's thrown for over 1,200 yards, 9 touchdowns, almost a 76% completion percentage, and has run for 3 touchdowns. Penn State would love to have him back. Trust me. You know what's going on behind closed doors. But what makes them different than the last 2 opponents is Ahmad Hardy. This kid, 730 rushing yards, and they've been pulling him in a lot of games in the 4th quarter. 9 touchdowns. He's averaging over 7 yards a carry. Last 2 weeks, Georgia and Vanderbilt's best running backs, they don't even total half that amount. So didn't have to worry really about the running game. And that's Alabama's soft underbelly on defense here. So I think they're going to be able to control the clock and run the football on them. Nothing wrong with Missouri's defense. Not saying they're great. Their DBs are really going to be tested for the first time, but no one's total close to 300 yards on them. They're healthy, haven't done anything for 2 weeks here. And I like revenge here. For last year's 34-0 loss in that game, Cook, the quarterback, Missouri, was playing really on one leg. It was pathetic to watch them on offense. This is a different team. Eli Drinkwitz has done a great job in the transfer portal, getting the right guys for his system. They are much better than last year. The Tide's not going to roll here. Wrong team favorite again. Missouri straight up again, 34-30.
Oh my God. Lee is calling for chaos in the SEC, carnage in the SEC. Georgia and Bama both going down this
Blue
weekend.
Blood's going down.
What
Keep
about
the
A&M?
carnage going, Lee. Keep the carnage going.
Yeah, carnage. A&M hosting Florida. The Aggies unbeaten, tied for first place in the SEC right now. I'm about to throw up after saying that. Florida obviously coming off of their best performance of the year. Unfortunately, we know all about that. Now the Gators, their tough schedule continues on the road at College Station. I'm a little surprised, Lee. I feel like this line is being swayed a little bit too much by last week, but I'd love to hear from you, the expert. A&M, a 7 to 7.5 point favorite at home against the Gators. Can Florida pull off another upset here?
I told everyone about Dallas Wilson last week. Told him this kid is something special. Watched him in the spring game dominate, and you saw he dominated last week. They got a couple young, dynamic receivers. Also, I mean, look at Sunbelt Billy. He goes to the edge. You know, he's about to fall off that cliff, and somehow, you know, he just holds on to that rock. And his team, they came after your boy Arch, and they're really good defense. I mean, they held Miami 26 points. So a couple of those touchdowns were late in that game too, when the defense was gassed and on the field. So Marcel Reed, you watching tape of him holding on to the ball too long, taking an extra couple steps instead of delivering the ball. They always tell you, quarterback, deliver the ball before your man makes his break. He's not doing that. I mean, the last two games, he's really developed some bad habits there. Completed 28 of 45 for just 62% of his passes for just 387 combined in the last two games, 2 touchdowns, 2 interceptions. He's going to have to be better than that if they're going to beat this Florida team. So probably working on some of his bad habits, getting rid of the ball too late. They're just 5-14 against the spread as a favorite of late here. Florida's coming to play here. I don't know if they can pull off the upset, but DJ Lagway is game here, finally healthy. A&M survives the scare, 24-20. My money's on the Gators, plus 7.5.
Right. That's interesting. And of course, Texas versus OU, Lee. Everybody's wanting to know if John Mateer is going to play with or without him. It's a different ball club. The expectations for Texas is they can't play any worse than they played last week against in all phases: special teams, defense, offense, running game. There is no running game here at Texas. OU has no running game, but OU's got a defensive front that if we thought Florida was good, wait till they see these guys. What do you think of this game?
You know, if you've watched these games over the years and you've attended them like we have, and you've been involved in them, Bucky, usually the unexpected happens.
Yes.
So this is, of all the games, trust me, I will not be involved in. Unless Mateer plays, I have a tough time backing them here. You know, their defense is good, but where's the offense going to come? Michael Hawkins has never played great against a top-tier opponent here. You got to think that Texas is going to play better. Texas, though,
did you just call Texas a top-tier opponent? You mean the group that's not in the top 25?
Oh my God!
You meant at one time defensive top-tier opponent.
Yeah. How about this? Texas 2-7 against the spread since last year's SEC championship game. One of those spread wins was a half-point win. I think they're going to have to go to more 3- and 5-step dropbacks here. Mm-hmm. You can't have him dropping back 7. He's got to distribute the ball quicker, and got to have a couple, new looks. You know how it works out, Bucky. Trust me, they're saving they got 3-4 plays. They're saying, hey, we got a couple different looks here, a couple different, they're thinking out of this set, we're going to run this and we're going to run something completely different. They might have to do a fake flanker screen, bomb. You gotta do something here if you're going to knock off your rival here. But you would think that's going to be a defensive battle. So it won't shock me if we see like a 31-28 game, but I think this might come down to field goals. And I'm going to say Texas wins the game 15-10. I'm gonna lay the 1 point here.
one.
I'm gonna lay the 1 point. It might be
Wow.
15-13. Might be 15-13. I know BK he'll take a push. He'll take a 15-14.
Yeah, he will.
Hey,
Final,
Lee, I know better than to bet on Texas. I don't bet on or against Texas. They've let me down way too many times, so I am done with them. That's an interesting stat, though. I hadn't thought about that. That's why we bring you on. Texas just 2-7 against
since
the
SEC championship game.
And
so
I think it's Clemson is the half-point cover that you're talking about, and then Sam Houston earlier this year when they won 55-0. So that's not so great because I'm a big believer in good teams win, great teams cover, Lee.
Right.
And we don't look so great. All right, last but not least.
This last one, Lee, is great. I really want to know what you think of this one.
Yeah, your game of the week. This is awesome. Tennessee against Arkansas. Bobby Petrino back in the saddle again in Fayetteville. It's a road game. He's obviously coaching for Arkansas, but it's a game at Tennessee. Tennessee 11, 12, 13-point favorite. I'm a little surprised. People seemingly backing Bobby P throughout the week. If folks want to get your expert pick on Tennessee, Arkansas, and all of your plays this weekend, where do they find you?
How great would it be if he sneaks a motorcycle in there, comes out in a motorcycle on the field?
Nice.
That would be the ultimate. Take the fine, do what you got to do.
Oh,
Even with a mannequin holding on to the back or a cheerleader holding on to him. I mean, can you imagine? The crowd would love it. Even the Tennessee fans. So, going to be a fun game here. Trust me, it's going to be a lot of offense. You want to get Tennessee, Arkansas, be one of the first 5 callers. Call 800-400-9741. Again, the number 800-400-9741. They want to get that game for free. We are on a roll, 10-1 weekend. Last weekend, college football and the NFL. Worst weekend we've had the last 3 weeks has been 9-5. So you want to hop on board. We don't call it October. We call it Locktober. You can get every single game through the 31st of October. There's football every night now, BK.
Yeah.
No pickup. You can't even pick up food here. It's all, getting food delivered now. There's games every Tuesday and Wednesday night. So you want to hop on board through the 31st through Halloween night. Normally $4.97. Use coupon code SAVE100. Just $3.97. Just one place. ParamountSports.com.
That's awesome. Yep. Here's Bobby Petrino rolling into Neyland Stadium this weekend. This is what you're going to get. All right, my friend. Right. Thanks so much, as always, for joining us. Enjoy the games, and we'll chop it up next week.
All right, guys. See you.
Thanks, Lee.
The great Lee Sterling, ParamountSports.com, giving out free plays.
He's hot right now, folks.
All sorts of winners. Yeah, all of his picks are documented at ParamountSports.com. There are plenty of handicappers who are like, oh, I've gotten 14 games in a row right. And it's like, well, show us the games. And they're like, well, no, my dog ate my homework. No, you don't. Everything is documented on ParamountSports.com, so you can see for yourself the type of role that Lee Sterling has been on. Shout out to him for joining us. And shout out to the sponsor of the Lee Sterling Paramount Sports segment, our great friends at Joe Cohen and Son Jewelers. Buck, my girl's birthday was last weekend. I went by Joe Cohen and Son Jewelers, bought her a nice bracelet.
They wrap it for you too?
Bought her a nice bracelet. Nobody say anything stupid here. She might be tuning in. All right.
That was awesome.
Yeah, bought her a nice bracelet and a nice charm. It was wrapped professionally. Unbelievable customer service.
Did you say you wrapped? Did you tell her you wrapped it though? She already knows that you didn't.
Yeah, I told her I spent like 4 hours wrapping the gift, and then she's like, "There's no way you did this," and I'm like, "No, it would have taken me 24 hours to do the job that they did."
Well, you don't have to worry about it. The Joe Cohen, they do such a fine job. Easy to park down there. If you don't know anything about jewelry, they're going to be right on the nose of what you're looking for. And it's not expensive, but it really means a lot. They treat you like an unbelievable customer. Anytime you come in here, whether you're going to spend thousands of dollars or a couple $100, you're always going to be treated the same there.
They're the best, and that's why they've been around for 142 years.
Almost as long as I've been around.
Yeah, the Austin's oldest and longest running family-owned and operated business of any kind. Go see them in the heart of downtown, 6th and Congress, or go online, joecohenjewelers.com. Bucky and I are proud customers, great people, and they will take care of all of your jewelry needs.
Damn it, that Tennessee game, I got to know what Lee's thinking, because I think Tennessee is going to crush Arkansas. I mean, that line is like 13 or 2 touchdowns. I think this is going to be like one of those early season beatdowns when they play some team from the MAC. They beat them by about 30. I think this is going to be a total beatdown. I think Tennessee tries to wake up now and makes their play and makes their push for the college playoffs starting now this week against Arkansas.
What's interesting is Tennessee opened up as, I think, a 13 to 14 point favorite. Money's been coming in on Arkansas all week. The line's down to 11.5.
Oh, I'll take that. That'll be one of my plays tomorrow.
So I don't know if people are just buying into what Bobby P is selling. Another potential interesting nugget about this game, Tennessee next week at Alabama. So you perhaps worry about a look ahead for them. Maybe that's why people are siding with the Hogs this week. I don't know. But,
no, their round-shouldered coach knows if you don't take somebody serious, what will happen to you.
Which round-shouldered coach?
At Tennessee.
Oh, I guess Arkansas fired their round-shouldered coach.
Yeah, their guy's gone.
There's only one round-shouldered coach in this game, as you like to say. All right, good stuff there with Lee. Quick shout-out to the Hecht Law Firm, Ryan Hurricane Hecht, the go-to personal attorney, injury attorney here in Austin, Texas. 512-938-8929. Go to hechtlawfirm.com for more info. If you or somebody you know gets hurt in a car wreck, make sure you reach out to Hurricane Hecht, and he's going to fight for you to get you every dollar that you deserve.
Don't like betting on the Texas game, but BK, the under there looks like it's golden, I believe.
Well, right now, the total for Texas OU is 43.5.
Yeah, that's fine.
Again, last week's game against Florida has zero bearing on this week's game against Oklahoma.
No.
But the total for Texas-Florida was 42.5. And both of us picked the under. I think most people, matter of fact, I know most of the money in Vegas was on the under. And it ended up going over, total of 50 last week in the Swamp. So I'm with you. I tend to think this is a 1st to 20 wins. But those casinos.
I think we're going to see a bunch of field goals in this game.
Yeah, will Texas take the points?
Yeah, they need to take any points they can get.
We said that last week, and they didn't have any real field goal opportunities. No. So you can't blame Sark for not taking the points. But we know historically he is very aggressive on 4th downs, especially in field goal range.
Yeah,
so
just go ahead and be aggressive against Oklahoma. That'll work. That won't work.
Yeah, I don't know if I would try that either.
Is he just going to go? Hey, is he going to go over the left guard?
No, please no. Please don't do that. Buck, it'll be Wags and Cole Thompson joining us here in a moment. Should we get into this Bill Belichick story right quick?
Yeah, I mean, I think it sounds like it's something to do with about nothing to do. I think he would love to bail on them. I think every night he looks himself in the mirror and go, what the hell did I get myself into? I'm not cut out to be a college coach. He just doesn't look like a college coach,
There was a long string of tweets yesterday afternoon from Ollie Connolly, who is a journalist for Read Optional and Guardian US. And he tweeted yesterday, per sources, Bill Belichick has discussed buyout options with North Carolina's hierarchy. Belichick has signaled a willingness to trigger his own $1 million buyout if he can find a soft landing with another team or in media. He followed that up by saying members of Belichick's coaching staff have already spoken to other schools that are expected to be in the college football playoff about taking on roles during the postseason. From one coach, quote, the rats are leaving the ship, end quote. Some staffers believe a change will come within 2 weeks.
I wouldn't be surprised.
Another tweet. Belichick's communication with his staff the past couple of weeks has been described as weird and distant by multiple members of North Carolina's coaching staff. Multiple coaches were unable to get a hold of him during UNC's bye week.
That's something. That's just telling you an awful lot. Maybe he and his girl went to Cancun.
Maybe the most telling tweet, the last one in this sort of thread from one UNC defensive assistant, quote, what we've done to these kids is effed up, end quote. And there were statements released by North Carolina yet last night in response to these. Buck, one from Bill Belichick, quote, I'm fully committed to UNC football and the program we're building here. One from Bubba Cunningham, the AD at North Carolina, saying Coach Belichick has the full support of the Department of Athletics and University, end quote.
Not much on the buyout.
Yeah, that'll stem the tides. Good job, North Carolina. Everybody believes you with these statements. These are deep and well thought out, right?
No, he's looking for a way out.
Nothing to see here. Yeah, it's I didn't think it was going to work. I didn't think it was going to be this bad. I mean, this
Yeah,
is...
and by the way, North Carolina's going to try to do everything they can to make sure that his son is not the next in line either.
Yeah. Yeah, I think if you're North Carolina and you are going to let your coach walk midway through his first season, you have to have that in writing. Like we have to distance ourselves so far from any of this that has to be a part of the deal because it's been an unmitigated disaster.
Your son cannot be our next head coach, and maybe none of the guys that are on your staff, because it sounds like this was an awful deal that you've been like a tyrant to not only your players, but when the coaches start talking about we really effed it up with the kids, that means the head coach is putting it on the coaches and the coaches are sending that message to the players.
It means that things aren't going well.
Yeah, that means, hey, if you're in the NCAA and you want to try to grab some players, start looking at the ones down in Carolina first, if they're any good.
I don't know if there's anybody wants based on the way they played this year, but no, you're right. It's a sinking ship there. And
Texas can try to get a couple of offensive linemen. Let Mac get back in there and get a couple of linemen for Texas, maybe.
That'd be fun. Yeah, Mac, take that job again and just give Texas a bunch of players. That'd be good. I like that. All right. See the guys ready to go. It's Wags. It's Cole Thompson from SEC Unfiltered joining us. Real quick, guys, David Ortiz has popped on for a second here. He says he has one thing to say.
Yankees lose.
That is awful. That's not right.
Thanks, Poppy. Wait, one more time.
Yankees lose.
How you feeling, Buck? Everything's going to be okay, though, Buck. Like, the sky's not falling, right?
Heads are
going to roll, right?
Yeah, they're going to get rid of the manager's got to go. Booney can't come back. Don't do it. Don't do it to yourselves.
So let me ask you this question before you get off of here, Buck. Did they have the Yankees, have the Pinstripes absolutely wasted Aaron Judge's career?
No. God, that guy's still a hero. He's all he needs to do. I mean, the guy batted like 500 in this series, didn't he?
Yeah, no, he stopped hitting singles and then he finally tagged the foul pole, but like he's still like in his prime of his career. The Yankees should be building around him, not letting people go off to other franchises, is my point.
Well, you can't.
Toronto should not be beating them.
They got some young pitching, but their hitting wasn't timely. They had the one game that they got it going on, but no, Boone's got to go. It's time. It's time to make a coach. It's time to make a manager change.
Bucky, before I let you go, just a quick question. What happens first? The Yankees let go of Aaron Boone, or you finally wave the white flag and accept defeat that being a Yankees fan must be one of the worst feelings of all time? I mean, what happens, man?
Being a Yankees fan is the greatest feeling of all sports franchises.
Only
7 world championships. It's been quite the ride, but I've gotten a little older since the last one.
Cole, you've got to remember that Bucky was around for all those titles in the 10s and 20s and 30s. So he got to see the Yankees
Bucky, can you
win.
tell me what championship baseball is like? Because as an Orioles fan, it's been misery.
No, Bucky, can you out of curiosity tell me, because you got to witness all those World Series titles, what was it like to see Auburn win 15 national titles that they just randomly claimed this past year? Because you were allowed to see that too.
Yeah, I saw those too. Yeah, Auburn has a better chance than the Yankees do. The Yankees are just it's been quite the struggle, but I think they do. I think Booney, I think he's gonna be done. I know they're talking about just adding more to the present team. I'm like, no, get rid of the manager.
If you're a coach, is that a job that you seek, like being the head skipper of the Yankees, right? Of course, it's like the number one up at the top of the pantheon, but the shoes and the expectations are so mighty, right? But
they're not like that now.
It is one of one, Buck, in terms of coaching, right?
No, I'll just say this: if they would have won, if they could found a way to beat Toronto, Booney would definitely be back. They would feel like they've really accomplished something that was spectacular. You know, to have that lead early in the season, blow it, and then have to fight like a dog with Toronto at the end. That's the one that hurts them about their manager. How do they have that lead and blow that lead and then have to fight for their lives at the end?
But think about it this way, Buck. It's one of the most prominent jobs in sports because of it's the pinstripes. It's Yankee Stadium. It's the history of what has been 27 championships. And it's the fact that you haven't won it since 2009, and you get to be the reason why we bring back a title. And there's a ticker tape parade throughout New York City. I mean, like, there's a lot that goes into that job, and it's a challenge. But
yeah, I'm disappointed the fact that they played a team from another country that get to actually play in our American pastime. That's wrong as it is. Why is Toronto? I mean, how many Canadians do they truly have on their team?
We'll root for Detroit. Just do that, Bucky. We're not rooting for Seattle.
That is how sad Yankees fandom has become, and that's how far they've fallen. Is Bucky felt like his team needed a bye to beat we can't beat the Blue Jays. We got to eliminate them because they play in a different country. We got no shot against them.
How do they even get part of this thing? That's not right.
We need to change the rules.
We think this isn't hockey. This ain't hockey.
Oh, my God. There's no national in baseball. It's not National Football League, National Hockey League, National Basketball Association. It's Major League Baseball. There's nothing in there that says you've got to be in this nation.
I mean, well, it'd be
nation. Don't we call it our national pastime?
You know they have this thing.
How do they sneak in our national pastime?
You know they have this thing called the National League, which is the other side, also known as the NL. So national is in there.
What about the American? Oh no, they're in the American.
Okay, so we get rid of all.
How is that possible? That should be a forfeit.
Okay, so let's do this. So we get rid of all the teams in the National League and we just make it international. So now we get a team down in Puerto Rico that is actually part of the United States. We make sure we have a couple teams out in Canada. We go throw a team out in London. We go throw out a team in Mexico City. And then it becomes the National because it's the Nations of the World League. There we go.
Yeah, we're going to do that. We're trying to do that with our NFL right now. We're playing every week in freaking London.
I was going to say, is that not what commissioners are going for? We're trying to go with globalism with damn sports too. So
I mean, listen, just buy the KBO League for the Korean Baseball Organization, buy the Japanese League, and problem solved. Like there we go. There's 40 teams.
You joke about that, but that's what kept us alive during COVID. Damn it, that's what kept
I'm not
us
gonna
going.
lie, that was great.
Yep.
Yeah. Well, as soon as they start putting WNBA teams in Japan, that'll be great too. I can't wait for that to happen.
I hope you're being serious because we're trying to win that award.
How are the Aces doing, BK? How are my team, the Aces? They won, didn't they?
They won what?
Didn't they win the championship last night?
They did. Good job.
Wait, no, they didn't. No, they have one more game.
Oh, that's right. They got one more.
It's 3-0. Yeah, it's 3-0 right now.
I thought it was a sweep.
No, it's currently a sweep. They still need one more win.
Oh.
So you guys don't follow that call. You got to start following
now. I thought
that.
they were best of 5. They've always been best of 5.
You guys need to.
I thought it was best of 7.
I should know that being.
I don't know it. I don't pay attention. I'm not acting like I do.
You know what? I'm such an old school WNBA fan. This is the first year it's been best of 7. That's why I'm like, what's going on? It's 3-0.
There was a new format change.
I'm a traditionalist. We got to stop changing these rules.
Okay, Grandpa, calm down. Bucky's fine with it, and you're over here not complaining.
I got an issue with that. That's our national pastime, women's basketball. We got to stop changing women's basketball, man.
Well, we need more games. We need more games. Best out of 7, it has to be that way because we need to be more involved.
Keep it pure and let them cook.
Let them cook.
Let them
All right,
cook.
boys, listen, have a safe trip up to Dallas, y'all.
See you guys.
Take care.
There they go, and here we are. Mr. Cole Thompson. You can find him on Brand X/Twitter. Sitting in for Double R today, man. Thank you very much, good sir. From SEC Unfiltered. Amigo, how are you?
Hi, honey. How we been?
I've been great. Actually, you know what? A little stressed out.
Wait, why? I do want to hear this.
Putting in a pool, you know.
Oh, okay.
The pool's not stressful. Everything going on around it. So like the backyard's a construction site,
right?
Basically. I mean, it is basically a construction site. They're adding on to the deck, right? Or I guess the patio rather. They're adding on another foot of concrete to make it flushed with the actual pool concrete shell itself. So nothing's going to stand up or the pool's not going to, protrude or stick up, right? Everything's going to be meshed and flush, right? It's going to look sexy. But yeah, the dogs tracking in mud and, constantly having to take the dogs outside on walks instead of letting them in the backyard where we were conveniently doing, for our morning coffee and stuff like that. Things just are kind of sped up and kind of changed up a little bit. But in about 2 weeks, we should be having a nice soiree and, a welcoming committee in for, and breaking in the pool, if you want to say that. So
Wags,
should be done here soon, Cole.
Let me tell you that, sometimes life, you need some change. And maybe for you going on those morning walks instead of just letting the dog out, it's a sign of saying, hey, stop being lazy and take me for a nice long walk.
No, we usually go on walks. We just don't take the dogs with us because the one dog, Bianca, she's like on her last limb, and it's like a 30-minute mile pace at this point.
Oh, that's always fun, isn't it?
Yeah, don't you love when she's got to pee on everything. Even though she doesn't have to pee anymore, she's still got to pee on everything.
Dude, my dog every single day. Like we do 2 miles every day and we'll do the loop. He knows his spots. And it's like, brother,
it's where every other dog spot is. Every other dog spot.
I've watched you for the last hour and a half before we got on this walk. You want to know what you haven't done? Gotten any water. And you've been outside twice. Where the bleep is all of this held in that we're not getting out of you? Or do you have a urinary tract infection, buddy? What is it?
That's a good point, too. They could have a UTI, for sure.
He doesn't have a UTI.
I always think it's the extra bladder or like the extra tank that they have, the reserve tank.
No, he's just an asshole. That's what he is. That's what he's doing. He's like, hey, I want to smell everything.
But yeah, dude, I love taking the dogs on a walk, but this time during the year is when I like it the most because they don't have to burn their feet or a chance of burning their feet if you take them out during noon or whatever. But usually you got to get them out before the sun comes up or when the sun comes down, just because of how scorching the hot is or the pain.
Oh, it sucks. No, I mean, like I do it around like 6 a.m. So like sun's just peeking on over the edge. So that's where we are.
Oh yeah.
So it's like
it's gorgeous walk. Gorgeous walk too. Anyways, amigo, you are looking gorgeous with that hair and that face. What do you want to get into first? All the college boys?
Yeah. Well, actually, hold up. They were having a conversation about this, and I do want to bring this up.
Yeah, let's get it.
They were talking about the Bill Belichick situation. Have you been keeping up with this?
Yeah, I have. So it does look like they are starting, and when Bill Belichick does kind of, I don't know, I have never seen Bill Belichick disconnect himself away from football.
Right.
Like this is just a new side of Bill Belichick. Maybe it's the new approach that he's taken with Jordan in his life, but this is just not the way that Bill Belichick approaches football in any aspect of his life, right? Like he is either all the way in or all the way out. There's no like foot in the, testing the water with your toe here, man, or you catch a tiger by a toe or whatever you want to call it. I think this is the beginning of the end, or maybe we've already seen the beginning of the end for Bill Belichick. And things exactly hasn't gone his way. And now maybe he's kind of trying to issue, but if it ends this badly, does he still have a way in to get Steve Belichick in as UNC's head coach?
To me, the big thing was, hey, nepotism at its finest. Dad's going to take a job. That way he can set up for his son long-term with a nice little present and investment. Because
or that was writing on the wall, right?
Right. His son can't do enough to be able to prove to anybody he's good enough for a head coaching job. So daddy's got to go ahead and get you there. And that ultimately is why I think he took the job. No, I mean, if you don't live out your contract, everything that comes with it needs to be negated instantaneously. But like the problem is, and I've talked to some people around the area, it's not really Bill. Like Bill, from a coaching standpoint, is a really good coach still. He still is able to be sharp as attack. He still is designing up plays. He still is seeing progress when it comes to the defensive side. Players are actually putting themselves in a position where they can make some pretty decent money down the line. It's the other shit that we don't talk enough about when it comes to college football that are so important. The recruiting visits, the NIL deals, the conversations that you got to have with your GM when it comes to roster construction, transfer portal being a big time deal.
Things that make a winning program.
The things that you look at that has turned programs like Missouri and Ole Miss and South Carolina into respectable teams in the SEC that may or may not compete for a college football playoff every few years with the big boys. Like, that's what UNC is not doing. And he doesn't want to do that stuff.
Right.
And a big thing is that you keep hearing Michael Lombardi's name, the GM. And it's like, when you know that everybody has come together, like you've seen the article from The Athletic on Arch Manning.
Yeah. But hold on real quick. My question real quick before, does he not want to do that, or is he not? I don't want to say he doesn't know how to do that, but I mean, it is his first. I want to give him some grace because it is his first year as a college coach, and the dynamics have to be different between pro ball and college ball. but it's Bill Belichick. You have it's hard to give this guy an excuse or give this guy any grace because he is the GOAT of GOATs, right? Or am I being too critical?
No, but you said it specifically. It's his first time ever being a college football coach. Okay, well, usually, and this is just what I've learned from, living in society, it takes a while for you to get to the highest position in a new line of work if you haven't done the baseline work to begin with. And college and the NFL are two drastically different games. So we're rewarding you for what you did at the NFL level by giving you a spot in the college level where you have no experience and no understanding of what this game's all about.
And the ACC isn't exactly a door. It's not the one of the top conferences, but it's not a doormat conference.
No, but Wags, have you seen their schedule? If you looked at their schedule going into the year, TCU and Clemson were supposed to be challenging games.
Correct.
They were supposed to be favored in every other matchup. If there was ever a year for UNC to really put its foot on the marker of being an ACC threat, this was the season. And they're gonna go 3-9, 4-8. They're gonna be dreadful with this schedule where you had pieces in play that would be beneficial and take you to a college football playoff run. But Michael Lombardi, the GM, it's bad when everybody and then what I was trying to say when it comes to the Athletic thing, the Athletic who wrote about Arch Manning, which was a joke and a travesty and kind of just a good oxymoron. You united college football fans together to call you an idiot. How challenging it is for that to happen where Aggies and Sooners and Longhorns all look at the same thing and say, hey, that guy is a dumbass. Every single person in the media landscape looks at Michael Lombardi and goes, hey, that guy's an a-hole. When you have that and that's your GM, that's the person that's meeting with families and talking about NIL deals and the person that's talking about, contract negotiations, and people who work with him on the regular can't stomach him. What makes you think an 18-year-old's going to want to be with him? And supposedly, the people that I've spoken to, UNC has made it clear Michael Lombardi is not welcome back with the program next season. And neither is Jordan Hudson. They're not allowed to be around the program. So, Bill, you have to decide, are you okay letting them go and you running a football team and having a little bit more college-based level or not? And if you're not okay with that, that's where the buyout comes in. That's why they're looking into all the infractions of selling tickets that were given to you and things like that, and issues that could definitely be a reason why we do not talk that much about the future of Bill Belichick. But it also would negate the contract of Steve being here long-term. If Bill is gone and he doesn't fulfill his end of the bargain for what was signed on the contract, you don't owe Steve anything. In fact, I would say it's malpractice to give Steve anything.
Yeah. No, I'm with you. So here's the thing too, right? So I think it's the latter of what you just mentioned. I think the buyout is happening. And one, I hate to be simple and petty, but I think this thing all went awry with the romance and the love novel of Jordan Hudson and Bill Belichick, man. I think he's love drunk. I don't think football is that big of a I guess a staple or a pillar of his life anymore, if that's what you want to call.
I agree.
We would just never see this out of Bill Belichick. He never put his family ahead of football. He just never did. And now, maybe he's just having so much fun with a young girl, and maybe she reinvigorates him and makes him feel alive. I don't think the game is as important as it was to him. And for that reason, I think he's stepping out. And to your point, yeah, I don't think they owe Steve anything.
I would not give Steve an opportunity to even have
How can you?
Well, also think about this. Look how bad the defense is. Look how bad UNC's defense has been. Yes, Rodney, exactly. He's 100%. But what's funny is, and we were talking about this on the radio show yesterday, if you were, let's say, in your 50s and you were dating a chick who was in her mid-20s, and you had a group chat with a bunch of people, and they see that you're dating this hot little 24-year-old, you want to know what most of us aren't doing? Caring, because of you're not special. You're just another dude who has a lot of money and she's taking you for your cash.
And this is correct me if I'm wrong, but this isn't the first time she's met with an older.
No, she also was with another guy when she was 20 years old, and now she's 24. with a 74-year-old. But it's Bill freaking Belichick.
That's weird. That's
what
weird,
makes it weird. That's the weird part. It's like, oh, I'm dating, I'm 48 and I'm dating a 23-year-old.
And to each, my guy, to each their own, right? But that's abnormal.
Well, okay, here's the thing.
Am I wrong? Like, I don't know. It's abnormal in my world.
So you specifically, let's just use you as an example. You're very happily married. We know that this is not actually going to be a reality, but let's just say things went wrong and now you're dating a 23-year-old. You are not in a prominent light the way that Bill Belichick is, where every single Saturday we're watching a 74-year-old dude who barely looks like he's enjoying life himself have to kiss this 23-year-old where it's freaking weird. And it's abundantly clear that you're not either happy in the relationship or you're not happy on the football field or you're not happy in both. And it's in the public eye every single day.
Or you're going through something, right? So here's my, one, if I was hypothetical, if I was dating a 20-some-year-old, 23-year-old, I don't think I would know what to do, right? Like, I am at such a different portion of my life that I don't think that we would blend or mesh together. Like, I just don't think it would work, right? It's just two different lifestyles. Well, I'm a dad. Like, you're sure maybe I want to go out, be young and vibrant again, but it's just a different dynamic right now, man. And maybe when you're at Bill's age or approaching, I don't want to say geriatrics, but I mean, when you're up there, right? Like, maybe you are looking something to keep you reinvigorated or vibrant or young or just trying to stay full of life, right? I thought it was football. I thought he had football, but apparently, man, so you can't deny the power of it. It is undefeated. It is undefeated. That and the internet are undefeated, my guy.
I mean, you got to remember that, when you were 24 years old, I mean, I just constantly think in my head of them mixing up their pills. And,
Dude.
Bill that has to take his pill that's actually meant for, his sciatica. That's something that Jordan takes. And then the ecstasy that Jordan was supposed to take for going out that night, that actually ends up being in Bill's system for an hour.
I had one thing on my mind when I was in my 20s. Like, I was wired by one thing, and it wasn't alcohol. All right.
Well, I can tell you what, at least both of them would enjoy not having big stomachs. What you could do is you could split a hamburger down the middle and they could each enjoy it, because if one guy is not eating already, one girl's watching her figure. So you're saving money at that standpoint. Maybe that's the goal.
Everything's working out.
I say, listen, maybe Bill lost a lot in the divorce. Things are going south for his family. He owes a lot of money over to the likes of the New England Patriots. So he's finding a young chick because of, she doesn't cost anything to eat and they could split the bill because if it's just one meal that they're having in half.
And you're going out for the matinee brunch anyways, right?
I said, she's going out for an early dinner because if she wants to go hit the club. He's going out for an early dinner because if he's trying to save $1.99 for the senior special. I mean, again, it's a perfect match made in heaven when it comes to that standpoint. Nothing else.
We're going to pay some bills real quick. Let me hit some commercials and spots. When we come back, we'll continue this conversation, maybe get into some baseball and talk a little bit of college football, and who knows, preview some Thursday night football as well. It's all deadly. Don't go nowhere.
I don't have to worry about shopping for mechanics to make sure it's done and done right. I come up here, I'm in, I'm out. They give me a loaner sometimes, and it's hassle-free.
If you have any questions, they'll go ahead and help you out and educate you. They're not just here just to sell you a vehicle. They're here to build a relationship.
They treat you like family, and then they make the experience what you want it to be, not what they want it to be.
Covert, born and raised in Austin,
where you are always treated like family.
Yes, you are right outside of our Fairburg, just on 71. You're treated like family, but you'll see the chariots, the kingdom of chariots out there. So you know that you don't have to go any further. It is Covert BK. Also, we got to tell you about our guy, Ryan Heck. Heck Law Firm is a new lawyer in town. When that storm hits, you call Hurricane Heck. Ryan Hurricane Heck, your go-to personal attorney right here in our Fairburg of Austin, Texas. Proud Longhorn fighting for fellow Texans. Not just a lawyer, though. He's a Longhorn through and through, and he brings that same fire and pride into the courtroom. Oh, man. You're injured in a car accident. You fall off the telephone pole because you're trying to, who knows, do some stunts, or maybe some some bad things or maybe some pranks that you're going on for October and Halloween stuff. Something happens where you fall off the tree or fall out of the telephone pole, you got to give Ryan Hurricane Heck a call. He's your personal injury attorney. He's aggressive in the courtroom, compassionate with his clients. Ryan knows what you're going through, and he'll fight like hell to make it right. Austin-based, Texas proud, supporting local sports, local businesses, local families, and you when you call him today. That number, 512-938-8929. Again, 512-938-8929. Email him at ryan@hechtlawfirm.com. That's Ryan at HECHT lawfirm.com. Tell him the crew from TSU sent you. And one more quick one, real quick. Not to be redundant, let's hear from our guys from Audiovisual Consultations. It's the kid and the guy.
Field goal, end zone, interception.
What's up, kid?
Just trying to write a new commercial for Audiovisual Consultations. You know, football season is about to start.
Okay, so what have you got so far?
Roses are red, violets are blue, football is awesome, our installations are too.
Yeah, I don't think you're getting what I want.
Okay, how about my football lies over the ocean? My
boy.
Yeah, I guess I just don't really understand this sport. Like, think about hockey, a sport played by real men. Fights, no TV timeouts, and no flopping.
Yeah, that's why Audiovisual installs systems so that every customer feels like they're right there on the field.
People's love for football might be hard to understand, but ABC can tackle any residential or home improvement to get you ready for the big game.
Now you're getting it.
Ready for the halftime show?
What?
Hug your kids, laugh with strangers, and make love to whoever the hell you want.
Just call us at 255-8678. That's 512-255-8678.
The very best in the business, setting standard in audiovisual automation. Going to give them a call for the project after it's done with the pool and everything. You guys know the deal. For pictures, I've seen people already hitting me up. Go to my Twitter at NotToFakeWags, put some stuff up on there, and then also on InstaFace at the Wagner Wire. Put some just progressions. They got the steel in there already, man. The next phase is the concrete. Once that's done, we're looking at like 2 weeks, baby. Get a nice little lesson, or I guess a refresher course. I used to clean pools for a living. Before I went into the military, I wasn't really a pool cleaner, but we were, as a lifeguard, you got to learn first and third echelon maintenance on keeping a pool upright. And
we went from being a pool cleaner to a lifeguard to now saving lives. What are we doing here, man?
Hey, man, this is what I do. This is what we do. Heroes, not all heroes wear capes, as they say. Not all heroes wear capes. So
they wear tight little red shorts and jump into a pool. There we go.
That's the man.
Hey, that's right, Wags. Thank you for your service, and not just the military, but also,
dude, I'll serve it. Find me my own little Wendy peppercorn, right? My own little Wendy.
You were Wendy Peppercorn. That was the
Rodney
problem.
asked Wags, when did you first regret the decision of putting the pool in, before or after the first backhoe hit the ground? So look, that's a good question. So I wouldn't really say there's regret. There's just, it's anxiety, right? It's a huge decision. Like, of course, I didn't have this in my pocket to just shell out and be like, oh, here you go. Here's thousands of dollars for a pool, right? So ultimately we went back into debt for this, or we didn't go, we refinanced. We took the leverage and took all the, money we made with the house that it accrued from, and then, kind of took a little bit out of that and, got the pool, right? So ultimately what that means is we're anchored and we're staying here in Texas for a long time. But yeah, I guess that's the anxiety of it, right? It's being hunkered down in one spot, or I guess landlocked, if that's what you want to call it. But my kid's not going anywhere. Like, my son wants to stay in this area too. So he might go out to Fayetteville for, a brief stint of his life and then come back to Austin, or who knows, that's where he says now. But we wanted to make a house where we could, have some grandkids, have fun and stuff like that. So I don't know. It's a huge decision, Cole, but it's ultimately, they say the anxiety is done after the first jump in the pool. So we'll see.
Well, it means that you're locked in for the long haul. That's the main thing. So
you know what? I'll give you the call too. You, whenever you're in the Austin area, come on over. We'll take a dip. We'll watch the games that are being put up on display by Audiovisual Consultations. With the setup that's going to be by the pool, buddy.
You Texas Sport Unfiltered boys spoil me for just the 1 hour that I do with you guys every once in a blue moon. I appreciate that.
Well, you're family, bro. You're
I
family.
love that. I love that I'm family here. And you know what? Are you gonna be in Dallas this weekend?
I will not. I will not. So we got a lot going on. My wife is going up to Canada for a little while. So I'm going to be staying here with the dogs. So we got.
Where's she going to Canada?
She's going. It's weird. So she's going to go with her sisters and her aunts. Right, their family. I guess there's a town that's named after their family.
Really,
and that's yeah. So after they came over, or I'm assuming this. I'm trying to get the story right. After their ancestors settled in northern Canada or wherever this town's from,
right?
It was such a it wasn't even developed or anything, right? So it's named after their great grandfather or whoever the guy, whatever this guy's name is.
Right.
And it's sad that I don't know the full story of it.
You're Canadian. It's okay. It's not the end of the world.
Right. But thanks for putting me on the spot. Hopefully she's not watching. You know, I swear to God, Katie, I was listening when you were telling me the story in bed. I swear to God. But anyways.
Do you know what Providence is? Let's go with that. Let's start
right.
there.
Thank you. Perfect. Where you know what? You are family, bro. You're there in the clutch. Whenever we need a go-to, you're right there with the clutch. So thank you for that.
Usually the timing works out great. That's the reason why.
Maybe. I would say it's more than just timing. I mean, it's more than just timing. But anyways, yeah, she's going up there with her family to go see about, you know, where they settled this town, like her family settled this town. So it's
she's tracking her history. That's awesome.
Yeah, I guess it's a family trek, right? A family trek.
I love
it. Anyways, or at least that's what she's saying. She's probably going up there to meet Tyrone or something. I don't know. Kidding, Katie. I know. I'm just joking. Anyways, Bingo. Where you want to go next, dude?
You want to bring this up? College football Heisman Trophy.
If the season were to end now,
do you have a favorite right now?
I think I want to say Atmeyer, right?
Wait, who?
Altmeyer from Illinois.
That'd be your Heisman pick?
I want to give him that. I want to give him that nab too. What about Mahea from
Mayava?
Mayava, yeah, from USC. Thank you. Also, there's a few that I have pulled up on my list here. I'll run down the list.
I just want to hear your list. Because I don't think right now that we have a clear-cut winner. Like, I mean, there's names that we could certainly go look at, and I don't think that anyone would be wrong. We're at that point of the separation Saturdays to where we're going to start seeing the next name kind of appear. Like, you got like maybe 20 or 30 guys that you're looking at. Maybe you have like 10 favorites and then a couple of dark horses. And then after this weekend, you feel like that, okay, now we're going from 20 dark horses to 2 dark horses and 10 total names. And slowly but surely, we're going to work our way down. And then we're going to, by process elimination, the last guy.
What about, now I'm just throwing some what ifs, right? I understand Bama's already got a loss on it, but Simpson's been kind of balling out, right? Like
Simpson is a very easy pick, I think, at this point. If the season were to end today,
right? Or if the season were to end last Saturday, right? Like even though Bama's got a loss to Florida, like a surprising loss to Florida State week 1, right? But it seems like Bama has kind of figured it out. Like the offense is rolling.
He's averaging over. I mean, the offense is averaging over 325 yards per game. Ty Simpson has 1 turnover in his last 4 games. They have a completion percentage, or he has a completion percentage around 82%. 13 touchdowns, 0 interceptions. I mean, 1 interception, passer rating in 195. I mean,
that's solid,
2 wins against ranked opponents. It's very hard to say that wouldn't be what you want. He plays for a major program, which again, whether or not we care, voters seem to always throw that into the conversation. They certainly do when it comes down to the guys who are quarterbacks. He's led his team to a massive win on the road against Georgia. All the boxes that you want to check off are right there for him to be in that conversation.
Yeah, and then also like, now I know that this isn't going to happen. Like Sawyer Robertson isn't going to get a Heisman bid, right?
BS that he's not at least getting considered. It's BS that he's not.
It is, but the Baylor has one of the number one probably one of the top offenses in the national college landscape, right?
Yeah, like I mean, they're number 2.
Josh Cameron's one of the top wide receivers. The running back's eluding me right
Washington.
now. Thank you, Wash. Yeah, Wash is up there, one of the top running backs in the league, and Sawyer Robinson is I believe. Hold on, let me check this.
He leads college football in passing touchdowns right now.
Thank you very much. Yeah, so Sawyer Robinson's up there, man. So I like Spavital's got this offense primed and rocking. I don't know that you can give Robinson a bid just because Baylor's not going to win. They're not going to the post season playoff. I don't think so, right? Not with. I think they already got 2 losses on the season already.
They have 2 losses, but if they win out and they win the Big 12, they're in. And because of one of those losses is a non-conference loss, they can still make it to Arlington. Remember, because one of the losses is to Auburn. So they have to run the table, and the only loss they have is against a Arizona State team that now has the head-to-head over them. But it's not dead in the water. Now, here's the question. When you look at the current status of Baylor and you talk about their roster and you talk about their schedule at TCU, at Cincinnati, that's a really good team at this point, UCF, Utah, Arizona, Houston. How many of those games are you winning? Like guaranteed winning? I would say 3.
3 or 4. I was going to say 4, but
and then 2 toss-ups probably to where
Cincinnati your toss-up.
Yeah, because it's at Cincinnati. I mean, if it was at home and it was at McLean, I'd feel a little bit better. TCU, again, I don't feel as confident as I did about TCU. Like, I thought TCU was humming, and then they found a way to blow it in the fourth quarter against Arizona State. And then they newly lost last week to Colorado on the road. So it's like, I don't know about that one. I'll tell you what, Utah, as bad as the offense is for Utah at times, their defense is so freaking good. You just got to eliminate Sawyer Robertson. Like, if you take away the passing element, it could be a 10-3 game.
Right.
It may be 17-3 because their defense does so much and your offense can't do crap because of they can't stop you. I mean, like that's where we are at this point when it comes to Baylor.
And I know, like, I understand, like, the tape that we have on Mestamaker right now for North Texas, and he's clean right now, right? Yeah. He's clean. He's 11 touchdowns, no interceptions. He's got South Florida coming into Denton this Saturday. So maybe
Friday.
Correct. Thank you. Friday. So maybe if it's probably better to say after this week, if Mestamaker is still, clean and still leading North Texas, on a championship kind of run here, or hell, maybe even get some rank that if the season were to end now, sure, maybe he gets a bid too. But there's just so much good, clean football here by a time where I thought I was sure that we were seeing quarterback disparity, right? Yeah. amongst the landscape here. But it turns out, man, this year's kind of been a surprise. Like I asked you, hey, let's talk about some of the biggest surprises in college football. It's been, some teams here and there, but the quarterback play has kind of been exceptional. Now, not on our Fairburg right here, like not in the top 4 or not on the
not on Texas Sport Unfiltered.
Right, exactly. But quarterback play has been pretty exceptional around the league.
No, it's been great. Honestly, what I've noticed, and it kind of plays into our factor of Heisman odds, the teams right now that we talk about having the best quarterback play, not every single one of them comes from a roster that is going to go to the college football playoff. Like, a lot of them actually are quarterbacks that probably are going to be middle of the pack in their conferences just because of they spent so much money around the other pieces, and that was really important. But like, here, perfect example. Like, if you told me the top 10 quarterbacks right now, I can tell you Caton Hauser. Do you know who that name is?
No.
East Carolina.
Okay.
ECU. He's been exceptional.
Go Pirates. Go Pirates.
He's been exceptional this year. Like, he's going to get drafted before some of the names that we talk about at South Carolina, at Michigan, and places like that, because of the way that he's played. But like, think about this. East Carolina, they ain't going to do anything. Like, right. You already brought this up with North Texas. Like, Drew Messamaker, this is a kid that didn't start in high school. I mean, this was a kid that was a backup.
He was a 2-star or some shit like that?
Yeah, and he was a backup throughout his entire high school career, and he got one offer for a D1 program. It was North Texas. He's not only starting, he's led them to an undefeated season up to this point, and is a big reason why Eric Morris's name is being linked to the job at Oklahoma State. Like, so those are things that you look at and say, quarterback play has been exceptional this year. I'll tell you a name that I honestly, you didn't bring up when it came to Heisman. This is where it feels like it's not crazy, but it is in certain eyes. We talk about the Heisman Trophy being just such an award given out to offensive players. If you asked me to go ahead and give the Heisman Trophy away to the best player in college football, it'd be Ruben Bain at Miami.
It'd be what?
Ruben Bain at Miami.
Oh, good,
Like,
good pull. Good pull.
The defense right now for Miami, night and day difference. Like for years. We can talk about like LSU, and we can talk about Miami in the same token. They had an offense good enough to win a national championship. They had a defense bad enough to keep them out of the college football playoff. Did last season out in Coral Gables, 2 years ago with Jaden Daniels, Brian Thomas, Malik Neighbors out in Baton Rouge. They both have defenses. And if you told me right now I get to pick a player, any side of the football, offense, defense, special teams, I get to pick a name that I can build my new college football program around. I'm playing college football 26, and the Thompson Tech Red Wolves have the #1 overall pick in a fantasy draft. I'm taking Ruben Bain. And the reason I'm taking Ruben Bain is because if he's so multifaceted, he's exceptional when it comes to the pass rushing department. He's great in run defense. He's an anchor on that defensive line. He makes offenses obsolete and one-dimensional. Right. And he's done so well of making the transition into Corey Heatherman's system to where you look and you ask yourself, the award for the Heisman Trophy is supposed to go to the best player in college football. The best player in college football is currently Ruben Bain, and there's not a close name after it right now.
So here's the thing too, right? He demands 2 and a chip.
Yeah.
Right. Like he usually gets a double team, and then with that double team, he gets help if he's coming too strong off the edge, right? Like they'll keep it back in for max protection and kind of chip him, or they'll move a tight end across too in type of a scheme and kind of chip him to slow him up as well, right? So yeah, it's I agree with you, but I think like when people talk in terms of Miami, well, are they saying like, oh, is it the defense or is it, Carson Beck coming over? Now I'm with you, right? Defense wins championships, but that's also got to be a conversation too. Like Carson Beck's not wowing anybody with the stats, but damn if he's not playing pro ball right now.
No, again, if you told me that today, whichever team is drafted #1 overall, if they have their quarterback situation figured out, Ruben Bain, I think would be the #1 overall pick. And that doesn't always translate to winning the Heisman Trophy, but how much attention he's getting from offensive coordinators to eliminate him, and he still is winning.
Scheme him out, right?
Yeah, and he's still winning every single drive, every single rep. You're watching him just pulverize, mollywop people. I mean, like that is what the Heisman Trophy's for. I see Chris in the comment section. He's 100% right on this one. Another name I would consider is Ahmad Hardy from Mizzou. This was a kid that was a 0-star recruit coming out of high school, went to Louisiana Monroe, killed it there. I mean, put up 1,300 plus yards, 14 touchdowns under Vincent Bryant, changed the entire culture of the team. Doesn't get any major offers. Like Georgia doesn't offer him. Alabama doesn't offer him. Mizzou offers him. South Carolina offers him. Like the smaller Tier 2 teams in the SEC offer him. Wags, he's #1 currently in college football in rushing yards. He's #1 in rushing yards per game. Here's the crazy stat. In the SEC, he is #1 in rushing yards. #2 in rushing yards in the SEC, the conference that we talk about all the time being it just means more. #2 is Ahmad Hardy.
You have to be able to run the ball. You're not going to be able to win.
No, Wags, #2 is Ahmad Hardy after contact. Like there is a clear set. It's him, and then it's the yards after you touch him, and that's #1 and #2 in the toughest conference. Like, what he's doing is exceptional, and if he does it against Alabama, and let's just say he goes for 222, or he goes for 195, and he gets 3 more touchdowns, he's going to be averaging nearly 7 yards a play on an undefeated Mizzou squad that has an opportunity to be a college football playoff threat. And he is on pace to rush for the same amount of yards as Derrick Henry in 2015 when he won the Heisman Trophy.
That's pretty damn crazy. My guy, you and I are huge. Like I'm pretty sure you and I share the same sentiment in terms of combined starts for offensive line, right? Like
I care about it.
Huge for me. It's a huge tell on success on how well people will be able to run or teams will be able to run the ball. Do you know offhand what Missouri's combined starts were coming into this?
For the offensive line?
Right, correct. Are they a season line or are they a line kind of pieced together?
So they haven't been playing together for they haven't been playing together. The 2 guys are transfer portal players, so that's unique. But both of them came in with starts. Caden Green and Connor Tolleson.
Yeah, they lost Cam Johnson, right? Like
they lost Cam Johnson. They also lost Ahmad Membu. They lost Marcus Bryant. So they lost 3 offensive linemen from last year.
Yeah, they got Tolleson. They got Green.
Those two are back, and they've started for 2 years.
Okay.
It'll be year 2. So both of them have started almost every game. Tollerson started.
And then they got Keegan as a transfer too, right?
Yeah, Keegan Tross came on, and he's now been the right tackle. He's been awesome. So it's been interesting to see how well the line's been able to move together. But they looked awful. I mean, like, what was so funny is they looked awful in the first quarter against Central Arkansas. Like, I remember watching that game, and they were doing like that quarterback rotation thing when it came to Sam Horn and Bo Pabula at that time. And both of them were just getting crushed every single snap by the defense of Central Arkansas because the offensive line couldn't block. And then you get to 3 weeks in, and it's been one of the best offensive lines in the SEC. So it's like you can't judge a book by its cover after one couple of drives.
Whatever they're doing, they need to or Texas needs to get on that slide or get on that type of schedule, man, because it is awful at Texas. Hey, let's kind of preview this matchup, man. It is the Red River rivalry, Red River Shootout, whatever you want to call it. And for some reason, Texas has a fight in this, has a talk in a fight here, man. 1.5 is what I'm seeing right now. Are you kind of shocked by this?
No.
I am absolutely alarmed and shocked. One, this is bad rat poison for Texas, especially after the terrible loss, or I will say coming off of Florida. Maybe I'm just a prisoner in the moment, Cole. Maybe I'm just, thinking that the sky's falling, constantly here. But dude, it's bad when you fail to block, when you fail to get pressure on the opposition's quarterback, and you don't do the little things right. Usually that is the number one recipe for losing football. And everybody that has been watching Texas football, even when they've been playing UTEP and San Jose State, it's been bad football. Three down linemen from UTEP without stunting were able to get pressure on Arch Manning against 5 offensive linemen from the University of Texas. That's unacceptable. That's a cardinal sin in my opinion here, right? What the hell is going to happen when this defense, and I understand that this defense from Oklahoma has been playing Sisters of the Week and unscrupulous at times. I get that, right? But still, they're a number one scoring defense. They're a number one defense for a reason. And even if Mateer doesn't play and Hawkins is in there, their offense will struggle mightily to move the ball up and down the field. But still, you'd have to think that the way that this defense is playing, it's a top 5 defense or a top 5 team for a reason. Cole, your thoughts?
No, I mean it is, and like people like to say all the time, well, who have you played? Like, correct. I mean, like Mizzou's a team
what's
now.
What's the resume of work? Of course,
Mizzou's a team right now that's going in to face off against Alabama, and it's like, well, who have they played? Louisiana, Kansas, Central Arkansas, so and so. And it's like, well, are we really going to call them a top 5 defense? Well, what if they are a top 5 defense? Okay, let me rephrase it this way: what if Michigan's offense is so bad that what if Michigan's offense actually is good, and you made them look so freaking bad that you do have that good of a defense? Let's just say that Jackson Arnold is so bad of a quarterback that they had to turn the tide after you sacked him 10 times and nearly had a record-setting day when it came to that vicinity. That's something that is really important when it comes to talking about Oklahoma and how elite their defense has been this year. I will say the thing that I am still hesitant about when it comes to Oklahoma's defense, if there's been better quarterback play, you would have seen more explosive plays downfield. The cornerbacks specifically have lost a lot of one-on-one battles. Xavier Guillory is one. He went up against Cam Coleman. If you see Jackson Arnold connect with number 8 once, it's a tie football game. If he connects with them twice, they win the football game. Like, we can talk about all the illegal plays and if it was a fumble, if it wasn't. If you had a better quarterback, you win the football game because the wide receivers were getting on open. And that's something to where if you can create separation with Texas, Parker Livingston, Ryan Wingo, DeAndre Moore, Emmett Mosley, if you can win on the outside and the accuracy is there from Arch, you're going to see a lot of points be scored.
I agree with that, right? Like, but here, caveat to that, like counterpoint, those plays take 3 seconds, maybe 4 seconds to set up and dial up, right?
Oh, exactly.
Or just Sark's playbook in general. Like, most of his plays take long times or longer times to develop than most plays, right? And it seems whenever Arch is trying to hit the deep ball, that's when things just start to go awry or start to go south. We have not utilized the mid-range game or the short game, and hell, I'm a fan of the check down, right? It gets you 7 yards almost each time. But yeah, like Jake Injuries has been wide open at times, and there's just been blatant misses that Arch has had. Maybe he's just been or trying to throw Wingo open at times too, but there's key misses that is going through Arch with his progression. And I'm not blaming all on Arch. Like when you don't have the confidence, when your play is sped up because of horrendous blocking in pass blocking, pass protection, the game's going to be faster, right? You know how quarterback gurus always say, oh, the game's slow for him, right? Everything looks so slow for him. Well, it's not slow for Arch right now because everything's sped up because he doesn't have confidence and his feet are kind of like moving like a duck underwater here. To me, I don't know. I'm not a fan of the long passes. I'd like to see some intermediate play come. And Sark's been talking about, getting this run game going. I get it. You get down 10 points early. It's hard to stick with your run. You kind of got to get back into the game, right, with the passing attack. But if you're not getting 2-3 yards of pop off your run, how about a quick screen or a wide receiver screen or getting the ball out to the flats or getting, quick hitters with some hitch routes or intermediate routes to kind of extend your run or having a passing attack extension off of your run there. I don't know. There's things that it seems like easy football that Texas can do that they are not doing.
Here's what's really, really frustrating. Did you go back and watch the 2 interceptions by Arch against Florida?
Against Florida?
Yeah. He had clean pockets. Like he was pressured. He got sacked 6 times. He
also had injuries wide open.
Yeah. He was pressured on 41% of dropbacks. On both turnover plays, clean pockets. They were some of the best plays from the offensive line that day, and they were just overshots. And it was overthinking, and it was trying to overcorrect, and that's the issue. So the problem with Texas's offense right now is nobody can ever get on the same page. They can't run the football to save their life. And that's really frustrating. I mean, when your quarterback has 15 carries and the other
that too, let's call running back selection. Like Arch Manning should not be the number 1 toter, right? Find somebody. You're Texas. Go into that backfield and find someone that can tote the rock.
Wags, both running backs combined had fewer carries than Arch. So it's like, it's not even, Arch had 15 carries, but our other running back had 12 and this guy had 8. No, it was they had fewer carries than Arch together, and that's a problem. So you can't run the football. Your offensive line can't block. I mean, you have DJ Campbell and a bunch of dudes that probably are never going to make it to the NFL at this point. Your wide receivers are not creating enough separation at a timely manner to be able to build that repertoire when it comes to passing attack with guys like Ringo and Steve Sarkisian and all that. So it's like it's frustrating because of you don't have that vicinity. You can't have blocking up front to set up the screen. So when your running backs can't get open because of the offensive line is getting bullied off the line of scrimmage, to where now the screen game is actually a gain of 1 or a loss of 2, that becomes a problem. And then when you do have a clean pocket, Arch is overthrowing. It's like that's where the frustration comes in. But the thing that I always turn back to this, knowing this rivalry, expect the unexpected. Like that's always been the way that I have.
No, you're right. You're absolutely right.
Like, I think I picked this game to be a 34-31 finish. And I got people in my comment section going, how the hell do you think that they're going to score that much with Michael Hawkins and Arch Manning? Because of it's Red River. Because of the weird crap.
Do you think it's Hawkins over Mateer?
I think so. My theory is Mateer's going to play in this game. I don't think that he is going to throw the football one time. So if he plays, they're using him on run designs inside the red zone to be able to keep drives momentum going with that. I don't think you can play him because of he had an injury on his throwing hand.
Bro, it's his throwing thumb, right? He had surgery on his throwing.
And like you can jack that up as much as you want with as much morphine as possible that is allowed. Okay, well, if he can't grip the football and he can't feel it, then you're doing him no justice there. So I think if he plays, he's going to be played on third down rushing attacks. He's going to be able to trust that he can move the football when it comes to just the legs and the dual threat mobility that made him a potential Heisman favorite weeks ago. But that's where we're going to have to be.
If he does throw the ball, you got to think that he's compromised, right?
If he does throw the football,
if Mateer is set to drop back and release that damn thing, you'd have to think that throw is compromised because of the surgery on the thumb.
If Mateer can throw the football, then he's good enough to play in this game. That to me is the
it's that simple. Correct. Yeah.
If he is good enough to throw the football one time, can he throw the football 5 times? And if he can throw the football 5 times, that should be enough to be able to say we're going to play you in this matchup. But again,
so you're heading up there. You're heading up to Dallas this weekend.
I leave tomorrow at 10:30, and I will get there by about 2, and I will be meeting up with BK and the Texas Sport Unfiltered crew at Hardwood.
Right on. So,
I'm excited.
Be at the Round Top. You guys, you probably won't be able to see that Denton game or that North Texas game. Yeah,
dude,
I'm not gonna $45 tickets.
Dude, I'm not gonna lie. A part of me has been like itching to just go to that game because it's like I think Eric Morris is such an underrated coach, and I don't know how much longer he's going to be in debt.
Right? How long? When does he get plucked?
This cycle, potentially. I mean, Oklahoma State, if they want to go full offense and just do a revamp when it comes to that, I don't know why you're not going after the dude that was able to go get Cam Ward to become a future NFL #1 overall pick, lead your team from Incarnate Word to Washington State, not have a drop off.
That's one hell of a damn resume booster right there, dude.
He's also he also had a very rocky start at UNT, but that was largely due to the roster construction that he had to build. And they also still were considered one of the teams that were a threat in the American Conference. And now they're sitting at potentially 5-0, 6-0, where they may be in the race for a college football playoff berth. I mean, like, that's got to mean something. There's some things you also got to look at when it comes to does he, after 3 seasons at a place that's been very challenging to win, is that enough to entice a Big 12 team to go ahead and bring him in? What else are you looking for? I mean, like that's the other thing that I think a lot of people look at is, do you want to go with the sexy up and coming coordinator hire, or do you want to go with the proven G5 head coach?
Right.
And that's point of preference at this point.
I don't know. I also think that I don't know if he's an up and coming. I think he's kind of proven, in my opinion. But I mean, we've kind of been keeping an eye on it, a close eye on it. Hey, one thing that we need to keep a close eye on are some of these games that are going around the SEC. You kind of already mentioned one of the sexier ones out there, Bama and Missouri. What do you like here, Cole? Right now, Alabama favored 3 in the hook.
So I took Alabama to win and cover. I will be completely honest. Like, we did this last night on SEC Unfiltered. We gave our confidence meter for every single one of our picks. I gave this a 6. Like, I'm not confident. Like, you can sell me on the idea that Missouri hasn't played against anybody, and I would understand because of
have you ever been to a game out there?
Como?
Yeah.
Yeah, I love Como. Como is a beautiful college football town. It is truly a awesome environment. People love when you get to go to these games. And when you go in with like an open mind and you're not trying to go ahead and just be an asshole, like they treat you with respect. Like I've always loved the Mizzou people. People say all the time, it's like you're a closet Mizzou fan. It's like, listen, when your fan base gives you a lot of respect and they talk to you like that, you're an individual person and just like a nice guy. Why am I not going to want to see you?
I heard everybody there just wants to party. Like,
it's so much fun. It's so much fun.
It's just a fun, like a party town, a good vibe, man.
Great. But like Alabama, like, you can sell me on the idea of, oh, well, yeah, they haven't played anybody, so therefore they're going to beat the crap out of them. But then there's the other thought that is they haven't played anybody. It didn't matter that they haven't played anybody because you want to know why? They're so damn good that the teams that looked awful, they were better than. And that's where it's like, oh, Mizzou shows on up. Mizzou is a really good team of rushing the quarterback. Like they've done an exceptional job this year winning at the pass rush win rate. And that's something that where Alabama has had its fair share of struggles. But they didn't see that against Georgia. And they didn't see that against Vanderbilt. And neither team is good in that department. But Mizzou is. And so what if you watch as Ty Simpson throws like 2 bad passes, and one of them is intercepted, and it's a short field position, and you with the 89th run defense in the country can't stop Ahmad Hardy. And then like it ends up being an upset. Right. Like I think Bama
it can get ugly quick, right?
I think Bama wins because of there's a second gear that we have yet to see for this offense yet. That's just my 2 cents. But I don't feel confident enough to be like, let's call this like an easy dub. Like, no, not even a little bit.
So Real quick, before I see Eric and Jordan get ready to come into the backdrop there, I wanted to get your surprises. Like, college football has been a little bit crazy so far in this the first portion of the campaign here. Am I nuts to sit here and say that I think one of the most surprising team we've been talking about, Missouri, right? The Teagues have been one hell of a wonderful surprise for the SEC, but also. Like, is it crazy for me to sit here and say that Ole Miss I'm surprised with Ole Miss in their record too? I thought that their window of opportunity was last season, right? With the combined starts between their offensive linemen that they had, all the Jackson Dart, Harris, you name it, like it was Freshwater's moment, right?
Right.
Now he's got himself kind of a shift and bake type of roster here, and now Ole Miss is top 5, number 4 in the country here.
What's funny to me is that this is what Lane Kiffin does. Like it's like the most Lane Kiffin thing of all Lane Kiffin things, to give him a lot of money and a lot of resources, and he builds a roster, and it looks on paper so freaking elite, like they're gonna go on a national championship run. And I said here, and I said on multiple different podcasts before, that if you told me Ole Miss made the playoff, I would think that they would be at least a Final Four team. They were built that way.
Okay.
But they shot themselves in the foot. And
every year.
That's because of the expectations. And then in a year where Lane is like, hey, go 9-3 and we'll call it even Stevens. Right. And we won't really care because we weren't building off of this.
It feels like he's just throwing shit up in the air, right?
And it's just, and like that's the year where it's like, oh, they're going to beat Georgia. They're going to beat LSU. They're going to go to the SEC championship game. They're going to be a top 5 seed in the college football playoff, and they're going to win multiple games. And it's like, we spent $12 million last season and you went 10-3. We spent $4 million this year, and you're playing for a national title. Like, it's the most Lane Kiffin thing of all Lane Kiffin things. When you don't expect anything to happen, the roster ends up being awesome. Like, Jackson Dart in 2023 had to fight for the starting job against Spencer Sanders from Oklahoma State.
Right.
And they ended up having the best season in Ole Miss football history. Like, they all thought, okay, 8-5 this year. Because the year before, we overhyped them after they went to the Sugar Bowl, and they went and they got 10 wins. So it's like the years where Lane doesn't have any pressure whatsoever. Yeah, here they are. And their schedule is extremely manageable. They got 2 more tough games.
Oh, yeah.
They got at Oklahoma. I mean, no. They have at Oklahoma, and they have at Georgia. And they get South Carolina at home, and they get Florida at home, and they get Mississippi State at home. So it's like, everything else that that's supposed to be like a challenge for them, you have 2 losses. And if you have 2 losses and you're 10-2 and you play in the SEC, that's good enough for a college football playoff berth. So it's like, that's a very big possibility right now out in Oxford. Like, we don't talk about it yet because of, let's be real, it's
Ole Miss, right?
And it's Ole Miss,
right?
But in the back of your brain, you're saying to yourself, come fill out the bracket for the college football playoff. Ole Miss is somewhere in there. If the season ended today, they're somewhere in there.
One more game on the slate before we turn it over to the Lone Star Playbook. Indiana, Big Ten matchup here. Indiana and Oregon. What do you like here? Ducks hosting the Hoosiers.
Fernando Mendoza's played at Autzen before when he was at Cal, so it won't be a culture shock for him. The results weren't great when he was at Cal, but it won't be, again, a culture shock for him. What I want to see
needs to be a Heisman, a guy that we should have listed for the Heisman as well.
So. Dante Moore's another one, but still. What I like about both of these teams is neither is going to give up a lot of plays when it comes to the rushing attack. Both of these teams have top 5 run defenses in college football. They've been great at stopping the ground game. So you're going to see Fernando Mendoza and Dante Moore have to win the football game and kind of take it over and be the quarterback that gets you to that next level. And the winner of this game, I think, firmly supplants themselves at worst number 2 in the Big Ten, if not number 1.
That's a good point. Yeah.
And so, like, you feel pretty confident of your college football playoff odds. You feel pretty confident about your chances of making it to Indianapolis. And if your quarterback is the reason you can get there, I mean, it's the most important spot. Like, at the end of the day, quarterbacks that were playing efficient along with stellar defenses got to the national championship last year and got to the Final Four. Like, nobody was looking at Will Howard and saying future NFL number 1 overall pick.
Right.
He wasn't making mistakes. He wasn't putting the ball in harm's way, and he had a defense that would bail him out of trouble. And Dante Moore's doing that right now, and Oregon's got a great defense, and Fernando Mendoza has one turnover on the year, and he's got a great defense. So it's like, I could see this be a scenario where the quarterback is going to have to get the last punch. And I just trust Autzen Stadium. Autzen Stadium is one of the most underrated environments in college football because of we don't talk about it the same way that we talk about Death Valley and the way that we talk about Penn State and it's awesome.
It looks like it would be Cameron Indoor, does it not?
It is such a freaking awesome location. Like, honestly, to watch a game there, it should be on your bucket list of things because then you will learn how to respect Oregon a little bit more.
Okay. But yeah, it looks like when I watch Oregon at home, like I always like that's kind of like the association that I get. It's like it's not exactly as raucous as what Cameron Indoor would be, but it looks like the Dukies or the Duckies, whatever you want to call them, man. They're jumping up and down and getting raucous as well. It gets a little crazy out in that Pacific Washington area, man. Hey, thank you so much for the conversation. I appreciate it, dude. You were always a pleasure, man. Like I said before in the beginning of the show, you are family, amigo. You are family.
I always love working with you boys.
I see the boys in the background. Let's bring them on. What's up, Jordan? What's up, Eric? How you guys doing?
Oh, what's going on, fellas? My guy Cole Thompson, Wags.
Hey, Henry, how we doing?
Oh man, I'm doing good, Wags. I tried to go on Cole's show the other day. He, extended an invite, and I made an ass out of myself when I thought it was Hanson and who was a Third Eye Blind.
Third Eye Blind, yeah.
Yeah, that's Bop. I just went right down in the rabbit hole, brother, and remind myself I am black. So let's not try to sit here and try to get those Russians mixed up and do it on live radio. Screw that one up.
Hopefully that song is, I pray that song is not in your head all damn day now because I think you just put it in my head
playing and he thought it was Hanson. That was the problem.
Yeah, well, my guys. What's on the slate today?
Some scatter shooting. We talked a lot of Texas, Florida, Texas OU yesterday. Obviously, we'll talk some of that today, but I don't know. I'm interested to hear Eric's opinions on some of the things going on in college football. So, yeah.
Any Thursday night football preview? I mean, the Giants going to give the Eagles any type of a thump?
No.
I'm with you, Cole. That's why we didn't talk about it.
Until you even mentioned who was playing, I didn't even know who was playing tonight. So.
That's a valid point.
I'm not going to lie. I knew it was the Eagles. I forgot it was the Giants.
The only reason I knew it was the Giants because I'm a suffering Giants fan.
Exactly.
So. All right. Hey, Cole, thanks for the conversation, man. I'm going to pop out of here, brother. Be good.
Hey, well, welcome into the Lone Star Playbook. I'm Jordan Scruggs. That is Eric Henry. On a Thursday, I'm going to be wrapping up right at 11. Eric will have to run to hop on the Steve Sarkisian Zoom call. But speaking of Texas, yesterday evening, the SEC availability report came out. You're looking at it right now. 3 Longhorns listed on here. Running back CJ Baxter is doubtful. He has not played since the first snap of the Sam Houston or San Jose State game?
San Jose State.
Yeah, that's right, because Jared Gibson got most of the carries for Sam Houston. And then in the probable category is cornerback Malik Muhammad and wide receiver Parker Livingstone. Up in Oklahoma section, they have 4 guys listed as out. Tight end Cade McIntyre, and then 3 linemen Troy Everett, Jacob Sexton, Jake Taylor. Another offensive lineman listed as doubtful and Logan Howland. And then questionable are 2 Sooners, receiver Keontae Lewis, who ran into a brick wall trying to chase a deep ball last week. And then John Mateer, Moneyline Mateer, star quarterback for them, obviously listed as questionable with a thumb injury on his throwing hand. Eric, any surprises or things that stood out from seeing this on Wednesday? I know we'll get the updated look tonight and Friday evening and then obviously the morning of the game, but any takeaways from this, from Wednesday's report?
My guy, Jordan, always a pleasure to be on with you Wednesdays and Thursdays. Before I get to that question, I know I probably didn't earn some brownie points yesterday when I talked about my favorite memories of Red River Shootout and them being OU because, again, it's the most notable things. I'm going to try to earn some of those points back by just bashing Oklahoma here. That brick wall at Gaylord Memorial Stadium was the stupidest thing. And the fact that this kid who already had an injury, I think he suffered it at Temple. I think they played that game at Temple, right?
Well, the time when he ran into the brick wall was versus
that was last week. But he initially suffered an injury a few weeks. Yeah, so Keontae Lewis, those who don't know, had what was thought to be a head injury a few weeks prior. I think they played that game against Temple in Philly. He gets cleared, and then they have this ridiculous brick wall that's, it's not about 6 or 7 feet from the back end line of the end zone, and Keontae Lewis runs helmet first into it. That's the stupidest thing I've ever seen. And I've seen, covering Group of 5, Jordan, I've seen a lot of funky, like, stadium configurations. It's a brick wall, dog. Like, what are we doing? And I know you're just trying to, I'm not trying to call OU a poverty school, but if you take a look at where the brick wall is, they clearly are selling like VIP section seats, right? The same way they sold VIP access to their post game, right? So there's that. Stupidest thing I've ever seen. So I just need to get that rant off my chest. Now back to Jordan's question. I expected John Mateer to be questionable, quite frankly. I didn't think he'd be doubtful. I expect him to be questionable. I think he'll be questionable all the way through up until maybe like Friday and then maybe game time decision. As far as the Texas side, definitely good to see that Quintravion Wisner is off of the report, right? Obviously he went in as questionable in last week and made his way up to probable, right? Parker Livingston, about what I expected. Again, I think that just was on Saturday. The injury was too fresh, right? He tried to give it a go, tried to run some routes, but Parker couldn't run. I mean, he was a decoy out there, right? And then he had to come out after trying to give it a go. Jordan, I tweeted this out that he actually went out, which I think for fans who may not know, this is a rarity. He went out with the specialists. Those who may not know, coming out of halftime, specialists usually go into locker room for like 4 minutes and then come back out, right? And they start warming up. And then usually the rest of the team comes out much later, another 7-8 minutes to go after the specialists. Parker Livingston was out there with the specialist trying to run routes one-on-one, just couldn't, really get going. So good to see him as probable. Manny Muhammad, that's huge for Texas, right? Him being probable. Let's hope that it is truly a probable situation, that his body is probable and it's not just probable he's going to play, right? And the last thing, CJ Baxter, man, I guess that hamstring injury, it looked, Jordan, to not be anything too crazy. I mean, he got tackled kind of from behind, against San Jose State, but it just sucks for CJ, and I won't go down a rabbit hole of, his injuries that he's had over his career, but you just hope that this isn't going to be a trend for him. Obviously the knee injury last year, you can't do anything about that, right? That's a knee. It happens. But remember, CJ got banged up against Alabama, right? Year one, and some of these soft tissue things. So a dude with so much potential, you hope this isn't going to be a theme. But yeah, Jordan, those are my takeaways.
Yeah, I mean, year one for Baxter, it felt like he was limping at some point in every game he played in. Usually it was after he got a carry, he'd tap his helmet, would limp off the field, and someone would come in for him. And it's not a good thing. I mean, he had mileage on the tires coming into Texas. He went over 1,000 yards, I think, 3 times in his career at Edgewater in Orlando. And I mean, they're playing big boy public school football. They're playing legitimate, college players in every game almost. So, the mileage on the tires, it always affects something. I can't remember him having a big injury in high school, but I mean, he's been hampered with injuries throughout his career. Texas has played 20 games this season, and last year he's played in 3 of those. In one of those, he played 1 snap. So Texas loves him. The fans love him. Sark loves him. He's, I think, a great player for the team, by far and away the best running back on this team when healthy, but he's played 2 games and 1 game and 1 snap in the last 20 games. Something's got to give at some point, because Texas, they cannot afford to have CJ Baxter come back next year and them not go into the portal for a running back. That has to happen. I think Derek Cooper can play as a freshman. I think he will play as a freshman. He brings a skill set that they lack right now in that room is open field speed threat and even a make you miss on the open field guy. They don't have that. They don't have that anywhere in the room. And he provides that. He's also, a bigger bodied guy, 6'1", 6'2", above 200 pounds. They kind of don't really have that either outside of Baxter, who is always hurt. So, going to be a big offseason for Chad Scott and the running backs. And as far as Muhammad and Parker Livingstone goes, I mean, they're obviously listed as probable. Based off everything we've heard and seen, I think they both play this week. Malik Muhammad, obviously from Dallas, South Dallas. I know Fair Park is geographically East Dallas, but it's still South Dallas. So bit of a homecoming for him. He's going to want to play and suit up. Parker Livingstone, same deal with him. Grew up a Longhorn. Had, that orange blood in his veins since a kid. I remember his commitment video was one of the kind of cooler commitment videos you'll see, showing photos of him as a kid wearing Texas stuff. Like, these guys know just how much this game matters, and especially with how the season has gone, there's no way that they're not going to play, at least in my opinion. So, yeah. And as far as that brick wall at Oklahoma goes, they need to get, like, the padding on the walls that has, like, a print that looks like bricks or something.
Right.
Or just, like Oklahoma State, I don't think there's a stadium in major Power 4 football that has bleachers closer to the playing field, than Oklahoma State. And even then, you don't see these types of injuries because every wall is padded that's on field level. So, I don't know. And it also, it sucks for Keontez Lewis, like, to get hurt because of that. And it also sucks that this will, like, the only way this is ever going to get changed was an injury like Keontez Lewis too. Right. So yeah. Have some comments here I want to hit on. CB said Matt Zenitz reported yesterday Manny Muhammad is trending to be available Saturday. That is correct. I believe that Parker Livingstone also received a tweet from Matt Zenitz as well. Jose with the good vibes said I have a strong feeling Texas will play better this weekend and it'll be a very close game. Agree on the last part. I think it's going to be a close game regardless of who wins or loses. Jake Bayless brought up, reminds me of that game played at Wrigley when both teams only drove towards one end zone because the outfield wall was so close to the other. What game is this? I don't remember this.
I can't remember. Jake left to correct me wrong. It wasn't. So they have, like, sometimes a bowl game at Wrigley. But I think this was a Northwestern game, if memory serves me correct. This one was a Big Ten game, And if you've ever been to Wrigley, Jordan, I don't know because I know you're not a giant baseball guy. Have you ever been to Wrigley Field?
I have been to Wrigley. I have.
So it's small. It's small for baseball standards as is, right? So you can only imagine for football the configuration. Yeah, Northwestern, right? Northwestern Notre Dame is what it was. Yeah, it was tight beyond belief, right? Like, I've seen that. I've covered the I think it was the Fenway Bowl is what it was called. USA had a Fenway affiliation with the Fenway Bowl in Boston. Yeah, man, just really weird configurations. But yeah, man, that OU thing is just stupid.
I think the Fenway Bowl got replaced by the Bad Boy Mowers Bowl.
Listen, Bad Boy Mowers Gasparilla Bowl, dog.
Oh, man, they change these names every year. I remember the one last year in Fenway, I'm pretty sure was the Bad Boy Mowers Bowl.
Okay, because you could be right. The Gasparilla Bowl was Bad Boy Mowers, and then, like, it switched sponsors. So you're probably right.
Yeah. Jose with another good one. I'm just gonna go through this real quick. So, Jordan, what players are visiting for the Red River rivalry? Do they even matter at this point due to how the season's going? Yes, they're 3-2. The season is not completely over. A lot of time left, and a lot of time before signing day on December 3rd. So for commits showing up, and this is just an early list, we're going to get more guys on here, and I'll go over it tomorrow. But Diabell, the 5-star QB commit, he'll be in town first time. He will have seen the Cotton Bowl in person. Derek Cooper, Texas running back commit, also making the trip from South Florida to Dallas. Cohen Brown from Waxahachie, obviously the 3-star receiver commit. John Turntine from North Crowley, he'll be there. Max Wright out of Melissa, the offensive tackle commit. It'll actually be the only Texas game he's seeing this year. Not taking visits elsewhere, but just, has some busy weekends. James Johnson, another South Florida or Texas commit from South Florida, will be making the trip up to Dallas. And then 2027's Julian Caldwell out of Argyle. He's currently the #1 ranked receiver in the state in 2027. His average north of 20 yards per catch going back to his sophomore year. Brian Swanson out of South Oak Cliff. He'll be making the short drive from Marsalis Avenue to Fair Park. Caden, and as far as Swanson goes, I do think Texas is the leader. If he doesn't end up at Texas, it's because he's going to Oklahoma or Texas A&M. He wants to play in the SEC, and he wants to play close to home. So those three have kind of led from the jump, and it's still kind of the same. Caden McCarty, top 247 edge out of Cy Falls. On the shorter side, bit of a tweener, but extremely productive. He is committing December 8th. Baylor, Houston, Texas, Texas A&M, and Tech are his 5 finalists. Right now, do not expect it to be Texas on December 8th. 3-star edge, Cedric Marsh. He's out of Waxahachie. Holds an offer from A&M and LSU. Those are his 2 biggest ones. Texas has yet to offer. But I don't know. That could come about down the road. He's one of 4 Waxahachie Indians that'll be in attendance on Saturday. I need to double check if this kid is going to be in the Texas recruit section or sitting with his family. But Trenton Blaylock out of Atascocita, he's the younger brother of Oklahoma true freshman running back Torrey Blaylock. And their father, Derek Blaylock, is a longtime speed, skills trainer in the Houston area. I believe he also might have played at Oklahoma as well. So probably not going to be in the Texas section, but he does have a Texas offer. Jaquan Snell out of Waxahachie, the 3rd of the 4 Waxahachie Indians that will be there. Top-ranked safety in the state. Has put it together as a junior. He is pretty much the reason Waxahachie was able to beat Duncanville a couple weeks ago. Texas, Texas A&M, Oklahoma, Bama, and Ohio State are kind of the 5 for him. He's a borderline 5-star prospect. It's going to be a national dogfight. And then Jerry Outhouse Jr., who is from Fort Worth, went to Fort Worth Brewers first 2 years of high school and then transferred into North Crowley this year. Corner safety versatility with him. Texas in a good early spot, though the school he grew up rooting for. But, he's a top 100 prospect with great tape, and he also has, exceptional testing data. That's a big part of his early ranking. And then in 2028, they'll have a running back from Waxahachie, Talon Strange. He's their leading rusher through however many games they played up to this point. Has offers from Lamar, SMU, and UNLV. Definitely an FBS, probably a Power 4 guy. And he was Javian Osborne's backup at Forney as a freshman on varsity and then transferred into Waxahachie this year where he's starting. And then last but not least, Jackson Vaughn out of Bergen Catholic in New Jersey, same school that produced Sadir Mitchell. And I believe he's either a 5-star or is the number 1 ranked edge prospect in the sophomore class. And it'll be his first time seeing, I guess, a home Texas game because they are technically the home team. That's why Texas can have visitors. But he was also at the Ohio State game on August 31st. So second time seeing Texas this year. And just a reminder, since it is a neutral site game, Texas can obviously have visitors there. But again, since it is a neutral site game, those visitors cannot go on the field. They cannot go in the locker room. They basically can't do anything except get free tickets to this game in the lower bowl. And the Texas coaches will FaceTime them and talk to them during the warm-ups or after the game or whatnot. But they can't actually go in the locker room or on the field or anything in person. That's it for the Red River visitor list. Sorry, I'm looking at some of these. This is an interesting question. Antoine said, theoretically, how many freshmen shouldn't redshirt any given year? It depends team to team. Exactly. Situation to situation, injuries too. But I don't know. It is a good question. I also think how much of these red shirts even going to matter with the NCAA trending towards the 5 years to play 5?
I was just about to say, Jordan, not to cut you off. Steve Sarkisian gave an elongated answer, Antoine. His thoughts on getting rid of the red shirt rule. So I wouldn't be married to the concept of the red shirt rule because it's probably going to go away sooner. Jesus Christ. Sooner rather than later.
Yeah. I'm very curious I'm going to ask Nick tomorrow because he went to the State Fair Classic, saw PV play Grambling last Saturday. So curious. I'm sitting in the upper bowl. So will I get escalators up there? Am I taking stairs? Going to find out. All right. So that's pretty much all I had for Texas, Florida, unless you want to get into it, or Texas, Oklahoma, unless you want to get into it more. Something I wanted to wrap up yesterday's show with, but ran out of time. Eric, which starters on this year's Texas defense and offense would you say are upgrades over last year's starters? Because for me, this is an offense and defense, but the punter's better, the kicker's better. You could say the quarterback is a more talented quarterback, But outside of that, I'm kind of struggling to think of anyone where the starter at the position improved over the starter from last year.
I just did a quick rundown in my head. Like, it took me 20 seconds to say I can't think of one. If you guys can think of one listening, by all means, call us out. But let's just run down. We can do this super quick, right? Yours, obviously, Wisner's a wash. Gunner, right now, our guy Jack Injuries or my guy Jack Injuries is not an upgrade over Helm. I think he's a hell of a player. I think Injuries is a really good player, but not clear upgrade, right? So that's whatever. You won't find one on the offensive line. Obviously, DJ is a wash. Receiver, definitely don't have one. Demo's a wash. Yeah, so you don't have one there. Edge, no. Colin right now is not playing better than any of the edges who started, right? Remember, Colin did not start, so no. Potential certainly there, right? The potential, we all know it's the roof, but no. We went ad nauseum about the depth of the defensive tackle room versus having a guy, but there's no upgrade versus the two guys, right? And Collins and Broughton, so no. Hill and Lafau are a wash. Manny Muhammad is a wash. Jade, it's not hating on Jalen Gilbo, but we all know what that is.
Yeah.
Half is a wash. You can't call, listen, Shalai McDonald's playing great football. Can't call him an upgrade over Drew Makuba. So
about even, yeah.
Even at best.
Yeah.
And at the star, I mean, maybe Grayson Littleton over Jalen Gilbo, right? But at best, at worst, that's a wash.
Yeah.
So yeah, no, there isn't one.
Yeah, that's not a good thing.
That's a great freaking point you brought up, Jordan.
It's not a good thing. And, you look at this team going into next year, how many of these guys can come back? A lot of them. A lot of them can. Some will run out of eligibility. A few will leave early for the draft, but it's going to be a young team that they bring back a lot of. And, you could say the same about Ohio State. As hyped up as the Texas-Ohio State matchup is this year, they're basically going to be bringing the same team next year. They won't have Caleb Downs, Sonny Styles, or Carnell Tate, but they still got Jeremiah Smith, Julian Sane, a fair amount of that O-line. So going to be very interesting. And I also think, for Texas, some of these personnel decisions that they're making, you got to remember, hey, all these guys we're deciding to play or not are probably here next year. What is going to help us the most next year? I don't think this Texas season is quite in such a bad spot to where you're thinking of playing guys for next year, but it is something to think about. I don't know. But not upgrading outside of your punter, kicker, maybe QB is never a good sign, regardless of how many guys you lose. And with Jalen Gilbo, something we didn't, I think, really talk about. Versus Florida, I think it kind of went away because Malik Muhammad wasn't playing. But I felt like this year, he's been targeted as the weak link at cornerback. He's in his final year. He can come back next year. He'll be out of eligibility. So I think part of it is, do you really want to put Kobe Black in there and bench the senior who has been pretty much starting since day one? Probably not, but at some point, something's got to give. If they're continually targeting him, I know Malik Muhammad, Grayson Littleton, they're doing a good job, and the ball has to go somewhere, but I wouldn't hate seeing a personnel change with Gilbo getting less snaps, maybe Cade Phillips getting more, Kobe Black, even Littleton, maybe switching Littleton and Gilbo back to where Gilbo's back at star. I'm not sure, but something has to change. And they also obviously need to get more pressure on the passer. But, so that's what I had for Texas. However, this week – go ahead.
I want to ask you, just on your Gilbo analogy, I just want your thought on this. Is it fair, because this is kind of the way I've looked at it, is it fair to kind of call Gilbo this year's version of Terrence Brooks? Not bad, right? It's not a guy that this is a liability, but he's going to get picked on.
Yeah. Again, the ball has to go somewhere. I think a lot of people lost their minds over Malik Muhammad in that Clemson game. Cade Klubnik, he's not played well this year, but he's going to start in the NFL one day.
Yeah.
TJ Moore, Bryant Wesco, those guys are going to be day one or day two NFL draft picks. And again, the ball has to go somewhere. Clemson was down in the game. They had to pass the ball. So could Manny have been better that game? I think so, but the ball's always got to go somewhere. So I do see some of that with Brooks and Gilbo. But I mean, yeah, something's got to give. Jose said, Jordan, I hate to ask any rumblings of freshman players not playing, having doubts about the program. I know NIL matters, but I know winning, matters more than that. No, I've not heard that. Usually those things you hear towards the end of the season. But I don't know. Good segue, though, for what I want to talk about next, because the transfer portal rules are changing again. And Texas will be very active in the transfer portal this offseason. So it's been a bunch of proposals, a bunch of stuff, and I mean, I don't even really know. I don't follow this a ton. I just wait till it's final like this because there's so many different things that get posted. But it is official. There will be only one transfer portal window this year. It'll be 15 days that runs from January 2nd through the 16th. It was approved 2 days ago on Tuesday by the NCAA Administrative Committee. Some other changes. Players, instead of a 30-day window, it's now a 15-day window to enter the portal. I messed that up. The previous rule, when your coach got fired, you had 30 days to hop in the portal whenever you wanted. You can transfer wherever you wanted. That was it, as long as it was within 30 days. That has now changed to where if your head coach gets fired or leaves, the portal is not open, but it will open for 15 days starting 5 days after the new hire has been made. So that's very interesting because, I mean, the Oklahoma State players that have already entered the portal or those that haven't, they're grandfathered in under the old rules. But if Florida fires Billy Napier this week, DJ Lagway, Dallas Wilson, those other guys can't go in the portal until 5 days after their new hire has been made, which won't happen until December or late November. Any thoughts on the new rules changes?
I'm going to work in reverse. Jordan, I think I like the idea of the players not being able to enter the portal until the hire is made. I think it gives said hire an opportunity to at least make their pitch to keep guys, right? And listen, this is going to sound so old man washed of me here, right? But at 34 now, I have a better, wider understanding of the impulsive decision you might want to make at 19, 20, 21. Now, granted, Jordan, you know this better than anybody. Some of it might not be impulsive. Some of it might be school X has already reached out and they're offering this much and I'm ready to go, But that aside, if it's not that, the impulsive decision you might make to be oh, the dude who brought me in is getting fired, position coach, strength coach, I got to dip. I would at least like to see the players hear the situation out, as long as they're not missing out on an opportunity where it's I got to take this, right? Because I might not have an opportunity with this new coaching staff, right? So it's a double-edged sword, because I don't want to see a kid end up in the cold where it's oh, damn, I don't have a landing spot because I kind of got forced into this waiting situation, right? Yeah. The other aspect of it with the shrink, come from 30 to 15, dude, I've been on this for a while. The NCAA just screwed up everything as far as not having guardrails around the transfer portal or NIL, right? In any professional sport, let's just call a spade a spade. When you're talking about the way we're doing this, it's professional sports in a sense. You can't just go, you can't just be a free agent anytime, right? There's a space and time that you can operate within free agency. In the NBA, if you contact someone outside the window of free agency, you will lose draft picks, right? You'll get fined. In the NFL, there are repercussions. So they need to tighten this thing up to where it's okay, the transfer portal in essence is free agency. So we need to treat it like free agency. And here is a window you can do anything from period A to period B, and that's it. And that's also not just for the players, it's for the coaches too, right? I'll never forget, this is probably a dated reference at this point, but 2019, FIU beats Miami, right? Manny Diaz calls it the darkest day in the history of the Miami program. The day after, they are in the kicker for FIU, his DMs being yo, we saw those 45, 50-yard kicks. The kicker now named Jose Borregales, older brother of Andy Borregales, who's now the New England Patriots kicker. Basically in his DMs yo, we saw the way you hit those kicks. You want to come kick for us? Borregales leaves the next year, the older Borregales, and wins a Lou Groza award for the Hurricanes, right? So it has to go both ways, because you still can have people, tampering in that sense. But I just want to see more guardrails around that. So I am in favor of kind of tightening the window, but overall just having more regulations around this thing because it's free agency, man. Just treat it like it is.
Yeah, and I mean, like, it's so annoying seeing, like, there are position coaches I follow at Power 4 schools or G5 schools that are tweeting like, man, y'all are really hitting our kids up already or doing this already. Well, it's like, well, some staffs do it differently. I know an agent that I know you hit up asking for his list of players. Where do you draw a line in this thing? Everybody has blood on their hands. Stop pointing fingers because there's 3 pointing right back at you. And this is the way schools tamper. They have the GMs, the player personnel guys, everyone else. They have all these agents they know, whether it's guys that agents that rep players on the Texas team or agents that rep hundreds of players or just the head of an agency. They hit them up, say, send me your list of guys. They get the list of guys. The player personnel, scouting team, whatever, watches the list of guys, creates their board and goes, hey, how much is Texas paying starting running back Eric Henry? $500K. Bet. We'll do $850. Keep in touch with us. That's how it works. That's how it works. Every agent gets hit up by these guys saying, send me your list, send me your list. And if you go through the agent, even if it's outside of the portal window, it is not technically tampering. So that part has to get figured out. The snitch line thing that became a thing, is that ever going to produce anything? I highly doubt it because the NCAA is who will be investigating it. And they don't do a very good job or a very quick job. So I don't know how this gets resolved, the tampering part of it, because there are legal workarounds that everyone uses. I would love to see taken away scholarships if they can prove that a coach was stupid enough to directly contact the player before the player was in the portal. But unless it's a situation like that, how can you punish them? I don't know.
Jordan, can I tell one super quick story? Quick. I had an outlet. I'm not gonna say the outlet. Reach out to me. They saw my background covering G5s. And we're like, hey, we want to create a role where you're like the person who is not like a G5 scout, but you cover group of fives exclusively, and you project who the next player is to pop at the P5 level. And we would have you like go to these G5 games and cover the games and so on and so forth and build relationships. And to this person, I said to them something very simply. You do realize that role will never happen because I will never be allowed to talk to any G5 coach who's like, oh, you're the guy who scouts my guys so that the next power school can get them. I was like, it's the dumbest role ever, right? So just kind of piggybacking that point that you made, Jordan, like there are so many ways that these power schools are contacting kids that, it's deeper than people may realize. So, but that is giving me a laugh in person. Like, we're going to create this role. And I'm like, I'll never get credentialed anywhere. How about that?
Yeah, a G5 and FCS head coach's worst nightmare is their players making an all-conference team. That's their worst nightmare. Because it's basically hey, here's a watch list of who to tamper with, Yep. So, I don't know, though. Want to talk some the Bill Belichick train wreck in North Carolina?
Let's do it.
Yeah, so as someone who, I wouldn't say I'm a hater of UNC or North Carolina, but just a lover of chaos, we're going to look at this tweet thread right here. This is from Ollie Connolly, who I guess works for The Guardian and Read Optional. This dude has broke some stuff in the past, so he is legit. I will say that. But per sources, Bill Belichick has discussed buyout options with North Carolina's hierarchy. Belichick has signaled a willingness to trigger his own $1 million buyout if he can get a soft landing with another team or in media. Members of Belichick's coaching staff have already spoken to other schools that are expected to be in the college football playoff about taking on roles during the postseason. From one coach, quote, "The rats are leaving the ship." Some staffers believe a change will come within 2 weeks. Reports of serious recruiting violations remain under investigation at UNC. Recruiting and practice violations have already been proven by the school, according to multiple sources. Using recruit violations to knock down a coach's buyout has become a standard practice. If Belichick cannot find a landing spot to trigger his own buyout, he's expected to accept a greatly reduced compromise rate. Belichick's communication with his staff in the past 2 weeks has been described as weird and distant by multiple members of UNC's coaching staff. Multiple coaches were unable to get a hold of him during UNC's bye week. From one defensive assistant, quote, "What we've done to these kids is fucked up." Not good. Not good at all. Especially on top of this, Drake May went bonkers on Sunday. Overtime win for the Patriots. Drake May is the most there is a UNC alum currently playing professional sports that is more marketable and more recognizable for their school that can help in branding and recruiting and everything going forward with building their program than Drake May, but they didn't post anything of him because Bill Belichick is in this weird Mexican standoff with the Patriots where the Patriots, they don't allow him into their facility, so he doesn't let any of their scouts go to UNC games, practices, or any of that. On top of that, Belichick has also directed people in the UNC program not to tweet or put out anything on the Patriots, who Drake May plays for. So on Sunday evening and Monday morning, UNC fans are like, why is North Carolina not posting anything about this? And that's when it was reported Belichick told people directly, do not post anything about the Patriots. Our guy, Mac Brown, chimed in there. I love the pettiness from him if you didn't see it. Around the time people were pointing out they weren't posting anything Drake May or Patriots related, Mac Brown posted a photo of him with Drake May saying, what a great game, what a great Tar Heel, all the other stuff. I love the pettiness there. And then shortly after that, UNC did finally put out some Drake May stuff, but it was his college highlights. So, this whole thing is unwinding. It's crazy. I think anyone could have saw it coming once all the Jordan Hudson stuff started getting reported. Like, has there ever been like a coach that's described as legendary that has lost their fastball, lost their touch quicker than this?
Wow. I was thinking if there's ever been a situation that's gone off the rails, but
for that,
Bobby Petrino, we know that obviously Herb is the closest thing. Herb in Jacksonville. Like that's the closest thing to what we're seeing here, right? Like, yeah, because Nick Saban in Miami was not nearly as bad. One of my biggest frustrations, Jordan, is this revisionist history around Nick Saban in Miami. Like, oh my gosh, he was horrible. No, like, they made a bad decision signing Dante Culpepper for Drew Brees. I don't think I need to tell anyone the career that Drew Brees had, right? There's that. B, like, they went 9-7 one year and then went 6-10. Like, Nick Saban wasn't horrible. And the year they went 6-10, they had a bunch of injuries at quarterback. I just know this from lived in Florida and it was like right before my high school year. So that wasn't bad. Pete Carroll's another one. They get like this revisionist history around Pete Carroll in the NFL. I don't remember his time with the Jets. That's before my time. But like with the Patriots, he was at 8-8, 9-7, right? But he wasn't like horrendous. But Urban Meyer, like, not flying back with the team after the London game. He didn't fly back with the team, dog. Like, Jordan, that's the closest thing I can think of to this. And even this is more embarrassing, quite frankly.
Man, I hear Urban Meyer and think of him at that bar on that bar stool with that girl that looked like a college student or something. What are we doing, coach? Funny Urban Meyer story. Whenever I was at Ohio State in 2022 to see them play Iowa, Jackson Smith and Jigba's last time suiting up for the Buckeyes, I was there on a visit shooting a day in the life video with Micah Hudson, everyone's favorite former 5-star. And we're passing the Big Noon like setup stage or whatever. I'm like, oh shit, that's Urban Meyer, like talking to this GA that's driving us on a golf cart. And Micah Hudson is like, who's that? And I'm trying not to be an asshole in front of this GA, but I basically was like, exactly. Like, right. No one your age is going to know of him. This is what I've been saying about why John Gruden should not be hired by any competent Power 4 football team. Kids these days just don't even know who he is, besides being some barstool personality. So, yeah. But, hey, I got to thinking, looking at this comment from Troy, with this 15-day window that now goes into effect 5 days after a new coach has been hired, you could totally screw these kids. Totally screw them. And what I mean by this, so go back to what would have been January of 2024. Nick Saban retires. Because Nick Saban retiring and Kalen DeBoer taking the job, all of that happened after the transfer portal window had already closed. So anyone could recruit Alabama's players whereas Alabama couldn't recruit anyone else's players unless they're already in the portal or they were coming from Washington to join them in Tuscaloosa. And that's also part of why Washington really struggled last year under Fish until late in the year, was because all their contributors left for Alabama or went elsewhere, and they couldn't really add anyone besides who was already in the portal. And since the portal was closed, there were very few good options to pick from. So where I'm going with this, if you wait until February to fire your coach when the portal window's closed, everyone's already full on scholarship. One, where can those players go that isn't full on scholarship? And two, if they go somewhere and a school pulls something where they kick a kid out so a scholarship frees up, where can that kid go if the portal's closed and he can't enter it? So I'm curious how that'll work.
That's a great point. Yeah.
I think this portal window is going to be a shit show. Like compressing it all into one. I mean, it already always is a shit show, but compressing it all into one. Like, I'm not going to be able to leave this chair for 15 days in a row. And I can't even imagine being the coaches who are in the college football playoffs, playing in like semifinal games and stuff, having to deal with this. I know Texas has the last few years, but it's going to be different when it's all just one window. And on top of all this, rev share buyouts. It's the first year, the first transfer portal window with rev share buyouts. How is this going to work? What if a kid tells a school to shove it? I'm not paying you 50% of the money you owe me over this next year. Is that school really going to take legal action against a 19, 20-year-old and take the PR hit from it? I don't know. We're going to find out. It's a new age of college football with the buyouts, and I don't think like enough people are talking about how that is going to change the portal this year and the things that are going to come about. And I know they've been rubbing their hands together for the last 3 years, but man, if you're an antitrust lawyer, you're going to make some bank in December and January. Some bank. So, yeah, but I don't know. Hey, another question for you. Has there been a successful coach who has gone from NFL to college? Because I saw this being brought up yesterday on Twitter about the whole Belichick thing. And, you know, you can't say Saban because he was already in college for a fair amount of time. Some people brought up Bill O'Brien, but outside of him, I can't really think of any.
I don't remember where Pete Carroll was before. No, he was with the Jets in the 90s. Then I don't know where Pete Carroll went after the Jets. But he'd be the I honestly don't know, because again, I'm only, you know, even though I'm older than Jordan, I'm only so old. I don't know what Pete Carroll like. I know he was at like Pacific or something like that back in the day, but I don't know if he was like an NFL guy that then went to college, or if he was a college guy who went up to the NFL, went back down. Because that's the first one that comes to mind for me. Is Pete Carroll. I'm trying to think this. Bill O'Brien, NFL guys went to college. Obviously Herm Edwards sucked. Damn, is there any? Yeah, I'm just racking my brain. NFL
the
college.
Common denominator too is like all these guys who go from NFL to college, they all end up violating NCAA rules.
Yeah.
Like every single one of them has done it, except maybe Saban. But I mean, he was doing things under the sun, you know, or under the hood, I should say. No pun intended with the cars. But yeah. And here's, I mean, this is a good point by Daryl G about the portal, saying they won't go to court because lawyer fees will cost universities more than settling out of court. Good point. Thing I'm also wondering, like, do you remember that player from Wisconsin that transferred to Miami but never went in the portal? He just unenrolled from Miami and unenrolled from Wisconsin and enrolled in Miami because he just signed a rev share deal, and Wisconsin was saying, we're not releasing you. You signed to play for this, so you're going to play.
Yep.
And he had that like top NIL antitrust lawyer, and they basically just unenrolled him, and he showed up in Miami, and that was that. Like, I guess that's the answer for people who don't want to use the portal, because the NCAA commented on that and saying like the portal is the preferred way to transfer, but it's not against NCAA rules to unenroll and enroll somewhere else.
Right.
So why do we even have the transfer portal? You know?
Yeah, forgive me, Jordan. I'm just hopping in the background of the Zoom here, but I'm still good. They have not let me in yet, so still got a few minutes.
All good. Just let me know when you want to do that. Did you see yesterday Stanford received a $50 million gift? It came from a former player. It's the biggest individual gift for the program in Stanford football history. It was given by Stanford philanthropist and former trustee Bradford M. Freeman.
Jordan, go ahead.
So apparently this dude who gave the $50 million is also the first person to, you know how Stanford does that weird BS where they have like the Eric Henry family head coach or whatever?
Correct.
He was the first one to do that in I think like 84 or something, which is still the dumbest thing ever. Rice also does that.
Quite a few schools, a lot of G5 schools, they're trying to find some bread, do that. Like UCF does that, FAU does that. Yeah.
Dude, what I think about sometimes, how much could that Itkin family sponsor thing on the Texas scoreboard? Like, how much would that help a G5 recruiting budget? You know,
seriously, just that loan like donation.
Yeah, per year. How much that costs to have their name on there? Because I'm sure it's a per year thing.
Yeah. I mean,
like,
Jordan,
does the scoreboard sponsor cost a 5-star out of high school? Like,
there's a reason FIU were doing backflips when they got the Pitbull sponsorship for Pitbull Stadium. Okay, like
that is true.
Just that amount of money alone that they are getting. I don't want to divulge too much of my friendship with their AD, who I covered for years, but let's just say he's like, yeah, just that alone like puts us in better shape than we've been in the past decade. So
yeah. All right, I'm gonna speed through some funny stuff I saw on Twitter. I hope you didn't see this because I audibly giggled the first time I did. This is what TCU is doing at football practice.
Nah, I did not see that.
Yeah, you're ready to get those hips warming. Yeah, saw that. I thought you would enjoy this. I hope you saw this.
Yeah.
Rasheed Wallace. I told him I was a big fan of him growing up, and he said, "Get the fuck out of my face." So definitely the attitude holds up on and off the court.
Jordan, there are some people who just don't need to approach in the wild. It's like Mike Tyson, for example, dog. That is, you have enough history of seeing that's an unstable person, right? Don't run up on this dude and be like, yo, I'm a fan. You might get hit in the face. Rasheed Wallace, same principle. Tyreek Hill. I wouldn't run up on Ty Hill and be like, unless I would, well, never mind. No, I was going to say unless I was a woman, but we've seen his track record there too. You might be a worse shape than a man running up on Ty Hill if you're the opposite sex or gender. Yeah, like don't run up on Ty Hill. Like these are people, Aqib Talib. They have shown who they are if you put them in the wild. Perfect example.
Yeah. And especially when you're a Jaguars fan wearing Jaguars gear that just beat the Chiefs in the final minute and he's wearing a Chiefs jersey. You know, what are we doing? Do you know anything about?
Yes, I can hit this one real quick. They just let me in the waiting room. But yes, I am familiar with the background of that picture.
Okay. The other angles are better with the finger.
Yes.
Hey, you see this white guy in the background? This dude walked so Michael Taft could run. I'm not joking. Former walk-on safety out of the Austin area, went to Lago Vista. Started as a walk-on, eventually earned a Scally, but he had no shot at the league. He's now selling houses. But he was Michael Taft before Michael Taft, Dylan Haynes. So,
Jordan, before I run, what you just described right there, that is like there are so many Texas. I'm not going to say any names since anyone feel covered in 2 years up here, but like that's the dream, right? Local kid. Play for the local school, brother. Your Honda dealership or your insurance agent or your real estate like deal is going to go off so hard for the next 20 years just based off of being that guy.
Oh yeah. But hey, if you got to run, it's all good. I'll finish off the rest of it.
In the waiting room and get this question off about one NATO Umio's. Gosh, I got the pronunciation guide right here. NATO. Umozelo. That's how we do it.
You can just say NATO. There's only one.
I'm just going to say NATO. I'm not going to embarrass her for the start. All right, y'all.
All right, we'll see you. Good luck, Coach. Jose said Dylan Haynes is technically my coworker. Never met the guy, but he does well. I'm sure he does. Just go to Westlake like, hey, I'm Dylan Haynes. You want a house? You know, that pitch has to work pretty well, especially for former Longhorns. Man, you know what this photo's making me think of? It's October, football season. Where's all the pink gone? Do you remember that breast cancer awareness stuff? I know the NFL, like, they're no longer paid to promote it or sponsor it as much. Like, man, I grew up watching Cam Newton, all these other guys wearing pink socks, pink sleeves, all this. Part of the game, you know, you getting up Saturday mornings for some Pee Wee Pop Warner football. You want to wear those pink Nike Elite socks like the pros do. Why don't we see this anymore? And I know in college there never was a ton of it, but didn't see any pink on Saturday versus Florida. It's Breast Cancer Awareness Month. You know, what are we doing? Does anyone remember when Oregon used to wear those pink uniforms? Or pink, it was white uniforms with pink numbers, and I think they had pink helmets. Not bad at all. I'm not going to play it just because I don't think it'll be a very fun experience. Oh, Travis Hunter was all pinked out the other night. That is true. He was wearing some pink. Shout out to him. Forgot about that. Not going to play this because I don't think it'd be a very good experience for listeners, but does anyone see Jonte Cook's uncle called into a Syracuse talk show just spitting facts? I mean, he was saying, you know, we're trying to get to the league. We can't because, well, Ricky Collins is the quarterback and couldn't hit water if he fell out of a boat, basically. He's not wrong at all. But you can't do that as an uncle of Jonte Cook. You just can't. So, I don't know. But it's on Hughes Sports Talk's Twitter if you want to go dig that up. Gonna end it shortly, but real quick, just wanted to talk about I'm gonna have a story out later today on Horns 24/7 on 2027 quarterback recruiting. I think it was Antoine who had a question about Kavian Bryan earlier. He is actually going to be at the game on Saturday, the Texas OU game, but still I'm going to be very surprised if he doesn't end up at Texas Tech. That's just how this has been trending. It's how it continues to trend. And I mean, yeah. So that's the update there. But the main point of the story is the fact that there are several other options. Talk to people in Austin, going through some social media accounts. They are certainly doing some work to look at different quarterback options in 27. I have some names, 2 cats from Arizona that are pretty interesting. I mean, hey, they could also go big and try to go after Israel Abrams, who's a low 5-star. He's like 28 in the country out of the Chicago area. Right now, Iowa State and Tennessee, those are his top 2. Mother went to Iowa State, grew up a fan of the Cyclones. That's why they're in it for a 5-star quarterback. And then Tennessee is really the only school really actually trying to recruit him because everyone has just heard the Iowa State stuff and has kind of just left him alone. In Texas, they are doing some research on him, so I think he is a possibility, but probably lower. Hey, and if y'all want to keep the recruiting questions going, just fire them in there, and I'll hit on them real quick before we end. Woodcrest said, any chance Texas can outbid Tech for Jalen Brewster? Highly doubt it. Highly doubt it. I don't know what the number is, but Texas did not do a good job recruiting him. And honestly, I mean, I was texting with Hank about this morning. Man, Texas is behind on so many kids in 27. And there's a lot of time. Texas is always behind on the junior class, and they make up for it in the spring. But that's a lot easier to do if you're coming back off back-to-back college football playoffs. If you're coming off a college football playoff appearance, it's not as easy to do if you were 5-7, 7-5, or 8-4. It just isn't. And that is the trend or the path that this season is trending to for Texas after last week's game versus Florida. So I'm kind of concerned about 27, especially because, like, think about if Texas were to get rid of some coaches or lose some coaches to different jobs, how do the new coaches that get there in December and January, how do they pick up the slack? Because, again, they are behind on a lot of kids. A&M, Oklahoma, they are ahead of essentially everyone, it feels like, in the state right now. And, again, there's a long time to go. I know that. But usually they're not this behind. So that is very concerning, and especially because Texas Tech's spending more money than anyone right now in college football. Oklahoma, as much as they were made fun of for being 3-star U in 2026, having barely any 4-stars in 26, the way they have structured their money was basically, all right, Brent, If you earn it, you keep your job, your staff keeps your job this season, and y'all come back for 2026, you're going to have more money than you've ever had in recruiting for 2027. Oklahoma, if this staff keeps their job, they will be able to have the finances to sign a top 10 at least, but probably a top 5 class in 27. And, they won't have the new car smell, but they kind of will if they end up with a good finish to this season, because there is a lot of, new things with their program, obviously the OC, and kind of just a little bit refreshing. I hope people can understand what I'm trying to say. So that concerns me. And then again, A&M, they actually have an offense kids want to play in right now. So that's going to have an impact too. They're spending money in 27 as well. So you have to deal with Tech, Oklahoma, and A&M, who are all going to be better recruiting in 27 than they were in 26. And those schools also beat you on a lot of guys in 26. And you're going to expect to beat them in 27 when all three of those teams will be coming off of better seasons going into the offseason. Whereas in the past, that was Texas who was best positioned coming out of the season in the offseason. It could be flipped. So, I don't know. Very curious to see what Texas is going to do over these next few months because, again, they're behind in 27. Depending on the season shakes out, how things shake out with the coaching staff, and how seasons shake out with Oklahoma, Texas, A&M, and Texas Tech, it could be a very rough 2027 recruiting cycle, recruiting the region, because everyone is going to be very aggressive. So, yeah. And Jalen Brewster, that guy, I can't even imagine what his number is. I think it has to be at least 1.6 because Oregon, Indiana, and Texas Tech were basically kept up and doing whatever it takes. And, Tech came out on top. So, yeah. Nathan said, does Texas give up on Lee and just focus funds of the portal O-line? If they were to do this, I wouldn't hate it. I think it's smart. Malachi Lee is more ready to play than I think 90% of high school offensive tackles, but he's not Kelvin Banks. Year one, he's going to come in. If he were to go to Texas, he still probably is not playing much. And if he is, it's because of injuries. So I would not mind them pushing all their money from flips and 26 O-line to portal O-linemen. But I'm not going to have that answer until we get closer to the season ending and the portal opening. So, yeah. Woodcrest asked, this will be the last one I answer. He said, is it true that Steve Sarkisian and Jeff Banks make all the decisions for recruiting and who to go after? Not completely. But one thing that I think is interesting, though, Steve Sarkisian is a shot caller. He's obviously the head coach, head of the program, and no one has more say in him. I think that is how programs should be set up. But the way the staff is structured, I don't think there's really anyone that can challenge him on building a board or scouting personnel things. Where at Oklahoma, I'm not saying it should be that set up. At Texas, where the GM is building the board and recruiting and doing all that. But I think there needs to be a little bit of change where position coaches have more freedom to recruit the guys they want to recruit, or personnel staff has more freedom to do the things they want to do. I'm not saying Sark is like an iron grip over everything like Mac Brown, where it's his way or the highway. But he is a CEO head coach. And you look at the programs that are successful, Kirby Smart, they have a phenomenal personnel staff. And I think a much better personnel and scouting staff than Texas does. And those guys are given some more freedom to call their own shots. They will extend a lot more early offers than Texas will. So I think some structure, a change in the structure of the personnel scouting department would be needed and important for this season. Because I don't want to say Brandon Harris is doing a bad job, but what can he challenge Sark on? We don't have that answer. So I thought the Aaron Joe director of scouting hire was a really good hire this offseason, but there needs to be more structure and I think less of a CEO approach from Sark for the program to continue rolling in the long haul. Because you look at just about every other program that is consistently good year to year, they do not have a CEO head coach type of setup. Yes, the head coach has the final say in a lot of things, but other people can contribute to decision-making and decisions changing on how they go about their process. Same thing at Miami, same thing at Ole Miss, same thing at Texas A&M, same thing at Oklahoma, USC, Notre Dame. They do not have the CEO head coach approach where they set and change everything. And again, at this point, you cannot say Sarkisian has done a bad job. There are mistakes that have been made going into the season where they felt good in certain areas and were proven to be wrong in that feeling. But unless they're going to stumble to 5-7 or 6-6, I would be kind of surprised to see a full change in the front office personnel department, even though I think a change there is eventually going to be needed. So I know that was kind of all over the place, but I do have a lot of thoughts on how things can be changed for the better with Texas's internal decision-making regarding recruiting and identifying prospects, evaluating them, and ultimately offering them. So, but we'll probably talk about that more tomorrow with Nick. Anyways, I'm going to get out of here. Up next, Third and Longhorn has their Texas-Oklahoma preview. What do the Longhorns need to do to get a win? Tune in and find out. And then at 2 p.m., Chip and Zay, they'll be back on the live stream, Facebook, YouTube, Twitter, Twitch, wherever you get your live stream. I'm going to go ahead and end this stream. But, hey, y'all have a great Thursday. Woodcrest, Aldo Farino, Jose, Rodney Smith, Patrick, Nathan, Troy, Daryl G. I guess we didn't have Jake Bayless in here today. Jack Burton, Patrick, whole gang. Antoine, of course, CB. We appreciate y'all. Y'all have a great Thursday. And, hey, 11:09 a.m. OU still sucks.